weakness finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada rapture sama weakness finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang weapon master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain weapon master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah, gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya weakness finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif weakness finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Lane bertipe magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali. 12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Explorer setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot, karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, ya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget? Karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contoh, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys, dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga, gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede, lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Constructive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gua pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gua pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gua pakai Counter 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru nih gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Constructive Blast. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para SP-laner? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role selain XP, tenang aja, karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Surizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter. Karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%-an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent Agility yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat, dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu turtle maupun lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama. Karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya. Karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Di dunia game, stock up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't you?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Yeah.
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di badan kan. Sana ini buat Indomie, membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Sekarang best to red dari Onyx, 10.000 gold nih, perasaan dari milik Onyx. Yang mengambil seperti lagi, bagaimana bahkan Onyx belum ada yang masuk. Mereka tahu dan...
Satu asal recall dari barusan. Lihat pergerakan keyboard Rela untuk menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dari satu luar keyboard dan langsung dikeluarkan kamu ini untuk menggila pula. Karena untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil ditentangkan triple kill. Looking for bad yang untuk high. Akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan 1 poin kill lagi ataupun 1 kemenangan. Aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di main Jasmine. Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu element saja juga Tiger minta konek tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di depannya berbeda ada satu keamanan langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja konek karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih bertahan di area tersebut. WOS Paijan lejap bercampur hilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
Dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final sudah dikeluarkan. Suelo ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan perangan kembali terjadi. Karsnya hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan. Tapi Vincent masih berhasil.
Terkena satu damage. Katot menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Flo. Dan Fluffy terperangkap di sana sortir. Dan ada menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best to red dari Onyx, 10.000 gold difference sangat dari milik Onyx. Tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang baik. Kyrie, Tik buka bermain, Tik buka main kita damage-nya. Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino. Ini bencana. Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan. Mereka masuk, mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat, Moon menggantikan semua, menghilangkan Pet Dragon, free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para-paranda, Hende Pancana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main Godland setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para Godlaner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk Godlaner, dan hero Godlaner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepo gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1, terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari. Kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Land bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Virgin Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya, kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja. Karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun Anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Hello everyone, welcome back to MPL ID Season 12 here. And it's going to be an amazing last day of week number 3 as we are going to take a look at the standings, how all of these matches that we've seen this week reflect it. And with that, on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna Gani, alongside Mirko. And before we get into today's first match, Onyx versus Rebellion Zion, we are going to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head and Shoulders. Our official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. We have our official gold partner in UBS Gold. And of course, we do have our partners in esports. Blibli, Dunia Games, Grab, Ovo, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast, Maxstream, Teferi Sports, and Video. Our suppliers are Indomart, Mineski, and as well as Samsung. And of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSE. Now, coming into the first match of the day, people are saying that it's going to be a fight between killer instincts, animal instincts, as the porcupines and the blue bulls are going ahead once again against each other.
I don't think neither of those animals make that growling sound.
Is that not how porcupines sound?
Roar is the sound they make. But yeah, again, it's going to be Onyx going up against Rebellion here. Rebellion, not a positive trend, but Onyx seems shaky as well. Losing, going up against your team, Eterna, but it seems like with the win yesterday against EVOS, will they be able to replicate their success?
We'll see. We'll have to see again which lineup plays first, right?
Sure.
From the looks of it, Onyx, they still will be able to find success with their main lineup up against the top teams. Against Rebellion Zion, we'll see if they want to use that as well. Oh, a high five to us. Keys to victory, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Series. Control and balance High's aggressiveness here. This is for Rebellion Zion, actually. And this is for Onyx. Shut down Audi 2EZ's movements. Keyboy returns to his top-notch performance. This is something that I think you would agree as well, Gani, at this point. Keyboy, ever since Drian stepped into the lineup and performed for Onyx, it just feels like Keyboy hasn't been in that top-notch level, that MSC Season 11 MPL ID level. And he needs to try to get back to his form, to his previous form, if he wants to stay on top here. Because, hey, the battle of the Maniac, the Blue Bulls, proof against the Sky Kings' rule. Kyrie, number 1, highest Maniac achiever. But guess what? High is more. He says, me too, buddy. 2 Maniac, but actually that's 1 Savage and 1 Maniac. 3, number 3, gold laner with the highest kills. Whoa. And 4, Kyrie's number 1, jungler with highest kills. So again, it's very aggressive. I would say that Kyrie is a bit smarter, the way he takes things, the way he, approaches a lot of these team fights. Meanwhile, Highs, he just goes in. He is a charging bull, a raging bull. And that's why they need the Matador, Audi TZ.
Oh, that's going to be very interesting here. Again, seeing Audi, how does he cover, initiate with Highs? And again, Keyboy, yeah, he needs to step up. Seeing his last 2 matches performance, a little bit shaky. I'm not saying that he's going downhill, but it's not. It seems like it's not his play style.
Maybe he has dandruff? I don't know what's going on, right? I think there's confidence issues, new hairstyle maybe, I don't know. Well, even if you're bald, you guys should use Head and Shoulders, because I'm hearing that if you have a wet and inchy dandruff, zero confidence. And what does zero confidence mean? It means that you guys can't perform at your peak in the game. So don't forget to check Head and Shoulders out. There are 3 additions. There's the Eudora Tigreal, and there's one more that I forgot because I am an avid Eudora Head and Shoulders user.
It's Gatot Kacha.
Where is it?
They took
Who
it.
stole
they
it
took
from me?
I think Keyboy just took it to get to that top-notch performance. So if Keyboy had to steal it from the caster desk, then you guys can, don't steal, but buy it as well now from any store and get the confidence back up, man. You want to get high rank, right? Right? Do you want high rank?
No. I want money.
Okay.
I want to invest.
Sure.
All right, and that brings me to UBS Gold
Oh.
and their collaboration, because with prices starting from 500,000 rupiah only, you guys can invest as well as get a free MLBB skin.
Whoa.
I think you're interested. I think you're interested. I'm interested, and I always go to ubslifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, or the Bli Bli UBS Lifestyle for that. Cha-ching!
Cha-ching. Okay, money. But
That's
again,
value.
yeah, value. We got the shampoo, we got the gold as well. Land of Dawn, shall we?
Maybe,
Not yet.
maybe
Drafts.
calm down.
Lineups,
Just-
introduction.
Just a little bit more.
Land of Dawn now.
Well, you
Johnny.
gotta wait a bit.
Gotta wait.
You gotta wait. You gotta scan the QR code down below over there.
Oh.
Because with Bli Bli, you guys can get a 10% cashback when you guys purchase in-game vouchers. And I think in just a moment, we are going to invite Onyx. Let's see which lineup they have in store for us today.
Okay, let's welcome the MSC champions again, CW, and the rest of Team Onyx.
CW Esports is a nickname that a lot of people have been giving Onyx because it seems like they're just unbeatable with this main lineup with CW in, but you cannot deny that Kyrie, Sans, Boots, just the whole unit here is what makes them special. But whoa, look at this, Connie. It's Rebellion with their best lineup.
Please welcome onto the stage. What concept will they bring today? Let's welcome the Blue Balls, Rebellion, Zion.
Wow. Raging Bulls. Let's see what they have for us today. Oh, it's the Gojo pose this time. They're going to try to curse Onyx and maybe stop their
Xavier
attempt
pick
of a win streak. Oh, Xavier pick me. Oh, Sway Low is in the building as well. Talk about high expectations here when the replacement is playing on stage.
Yeah.
And it seems like Raja Yeba, he is feeling confident today. Walking good.
He's better, it seems like he is better. But yeah, Yeb and Adi with Chico, as well as VV. And let's not forget our Marshall here, Danang.
Yeah, thanks to the Marshals, man, right? They've been able to just facilitate sportsmanship throughout the entirety of these 3 weeks. As once again, let's talk about the performance coming in from Onyx. I understand. Maybe Keyboy is feeling jitters. Maybe he's rusty. Because for the most part of MPL ID Season 12, we have been seeing just 5 different set of rosters. Albert in, Drian in, CW, no Sans at some point. The only 2 heroes that the only 2 players that have consistently still been in the Onyx roster was Kyrie as well as Boots.
Those 2 members haven't been replaced at all. Boots because there's no one really to replace him. But for Sans, I would say he's also one of the cornerstones for Onyx. The reason he has been replaced was because he was sick earlier. And we can see because of that, due to that, Onyx have been very experimental this season. Team head-to-head by head and shoulders. 69%. Nice. Game victory rate for Onyx. Not so nice for Onyx though, especially considering Onyx are always a dominant team in MPL Indonesia. They are always looking to go and to break records here. So it does show you that teams are no longer just fighting for second place. Onyx have lost. Onyx are vulnerable. And Rebellion Zion, looking at their game duration, their average game duration, they like it when it goes all the way to the later stage because that is when Audi TZ can act as that matador, directing the Raging Bull as he charges through everywhere with his crazy aggression. Sitting next to each other, these are the 2 pillars of Rebellion Zion, Audi TZ and Highs.
Which is a great thing, right? I mean, remember, Audi TZ, this is his first rookie season, right? Again, replacing Val in that rover position, but MSC Collector, the only team that has 2 MSC trophies.
And MPLI, they also have 2, wait. I'm thinking about it again, yeah, 2. 2 of those, M3 and M4, right before M3 and M4. So MPLI Collector, MSC Collector, they're just missing one. One of the big ones.
Ooh, the M, maybe M5 question mark? Hopefully.
Hopefully.
For a send-off. All right. But again, this man right here, Kyrie Rayos Del Sol, yesterday game 2. Did you watch the game?
Of course. I watched the game in its entirety. My lord. That split push towards the end, the segue play up in the top lane, and the coordination necessary to pull that off. You just know, you can feel the amount of confidence they have when CW steps in this lineup. Because even though, let's say CW mechanically versus Albert isn't that far away from each other, but the synergy, the coordination from with CW in the team, it just shows. They understand. It almost feels like it's telepathic. They don't even need to necessarily communicate. It's just within their zone. They know exactly what to do. They knew Kyrie didn't have the purple buff, and that's why he didn't go for the fight.
Exactly.
He went straight for the base. And the team, what did? They went in. They didn't care. They would sacrifice their life for Kyrie, and that's what you need. When someone shines, the rest needs to enable that member to shine.
That shows the amount of trust as well, right? With CW, I feel like Onyx is just more it's just more, they're more used to be having a CW playstyle in that gold lane. Albert, I feel like he's still adjusting in the new Onyx environment. Again, he just joined this season from RRQ, but Audi TZ, we mentioned him earlier that his rookie season doesn't feel like it.
It really doesn't. When you see a lot of rookies fail in the first season, notably like, I wouldn't say fail, but it's taking their time to adjust. Niall adjusting to the MPL has been quite quite a not too much of a smooth road for him. But yesterday he did pick up a win against RRQ, so it took time. But for Audi, it really feels like, again, it was instant. Kind of like a Naomi as well, right? Ooh. They got in regular season, they started popping off.
Insta impact.
Insta impact. For Audi, I think the impact is very visible as well. Rebellion have always needed an alpha in their squad, a shot caller, a guy who can direct these plays, and Audi TZ seems to be the man of the hour, or of the season, for Rebellion Zion.
It's going to be very interesting to see what he will bring to the table this time, but Vincent, man, I gotta say, very shaky season for this guy.
Hopefully he can step up in this match because, man, Rebellion Zion, they dearly need it if they want to make it to the playoffs. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the drafting phase of game number 1 between the Blue Bulls and the Yellow Porcupines. You can see that Onyx are in their comfort zone on the red side. With the Fanny, Kadita being taken out of the board from Rebellion, Zion, Onyx go for a Fredrin takeaway. You can see that both of these teams, they understand how they utilize and how they go about that first phase, right? Taking away Kyrie's hero, taking away that flex in the Kadita that can be for Keyboy as well as for Suns. And we usually see that actually Rebellion Zaya opt for a Fredrin first phase pick for that flex.
And usually the B-Tricks, remember, for highs. So taking already 2 big heroes, 2 comfortable heroes away from Rebellion Zion is going to be a big punch to the gut of the Blue Bulls. But looking at Rebellion Zion, the priority is still Kyrie, Ling, and Fanny. I don't want to bring this up though, because usually for Rebellion Zion, especially when they have blue side in the previous seasons, they always decide to deny pick the Fanny instead of banning it out. And Vincent has been performing really well on the Fanny, but this season, it's been a different approach from Coach Chico. Maybe understanding that Vincent is still trying to adapt to this new style without ETZ, and maybe the Assassins that are too mobile like the Fanny just doesn't work within their lineup.
Looking at the alternatives, options, Valentina here, it seems like it's going to be the prio for Renbo. Yeah, Valentina, not a good win rate, but it seems like a lot of teams still thinking that it's a hot pick.
It's good, right? It's flexible, it's creative, it's a deny pick as well in certain cases. And for Rebellion Zion in particular, Renbu has been performing well on the Valentina. But Onyx, they're not shy from the possibilities, the capacities of the Valentina. They are going to be able to draft around it if they want to at all. It's Onyx that we're talking about here with the winning lineup. So Onyx, though, they are going to prioritize the Claude and the Uranus first. A hero for both of their side laners in CW and onto Boots. Rebellion, do they want to pick up a hero for highs here?
I think they're kind of forced to. Highs has a very deep hero pool, but again, it really feels like this season has been very limiting to a lot of the players from Rebellion Zion, from Renbu even, stepping on stage. We've only really seen him on Valentina and Yves, if I'm not mistaken, the Paquito is what gets prioritized, a comfort pick for a car, something we've seen him find a lot of success with, and I think it's the proper route to go for. Now it's the big question. If you don't pick up the Roamer's definitely going to be hard targeted in the next phase, but that'll happen as well to the gold lane. They go for the Kaja first, understanding they will need the Matador. They will need that direction, that shot call from the man himself, Audi TZ.
It's good. I think prioritizing him is good because on the other side, Heis has a huge hero pool, a plethora of heroes that he can actually work with. He can pick up something like the Harith, Brody, you name it, right? It's not really a worry, but for Audi TZ, we see that if he doesn't get a hero that he's comfortable on, that shot calling, that presence, that dominance that he has in the game is not too visible. So what do Onyx go for now? They go for a Kufra pickup, securing a hero for Keyboy, and they deny the 1-1 away from Heis.
I think, yeah, they will eliminate more marksmen here in this current phase. It's going to be very interesting to see what will Rebellion go for here. Again, banning out the mages, banning out Sans. Is that the right approach?
We've seen this before. We've seen hack a Sans, hack a Kyrie multiple times, even throughout MSC. And so far it hasn't worked out, right? We'll see if it works out now, though, because I think looking at Rebellion Zion's composition, the fact that they haven't been picking a lot of these assassins who can dive to the back is actually facilitating Onyx with something like a Novaria. It's giving up a very good pick away. We did have a comment earlier from Raja Yeba himself, but it's a Farsa who gets picked up here. Good luck and have fun. The typical Raja Yeba comment.
This is a very bold pick here from Sans, right? The Farsa being picked up into a Kaja.
That's very interesting. Which begs the question, will he bring Purify? Or will he ignore and just pop the flicker? Let's say a Rebellion Baksha. And I guess what do they need here? They have burst, they need a good marksman that can deal damage.
I like a Lunox.
I
like it.
Valentina Gold, is that also an alternative?
I think it's better for Lunox to be in gold if you have Valentina and Lunox. To get him, or to get the Lunox a bit more gold. Oh, they go for the Leslie here, which is also a very good pick. They were hovering over Melissa.
Assassin now.
Yeah, and it got me really scared because the Melissa against this comp is, it's almost like they want to lose if they pick up the Melissa against a Claude and a Farsa. But now it's the final pick, you're right. I think the Assassin here, something like a Lancelot, would do them really good to try to dive into that back line.
Definitely. They already have the claw. Oh, okay.
What? Kyrie Alpha?
Kyrie gonna bring out the Alpha for the first time here at MPL ID Season 12. Again, I kept saying, is it Christmas? Is it Christmas? Because since yesterday, we've just been given so many surprises on the board. I'm excited to see what Kyrie can do with this Alpha pick.
Man, it's just an Alpha week, it seems like. We saw it 3 times yesterday, I believe, and we are going to see it for the 4th time of the season. Rebellion Onyx, let's see what will they do.
I had a discussion yesterday with a fellow analyst, Mr. Wolf Cass PH, and he said that the Alpha will definitely be prio if it's against Baksha. That's it. The tank killer built in him, Alpha, does really well against the Baksha. The passive, and even just the healing here. Even though it gets countered, just the healing, you still have a lot of damage and disengage, even engage possibilities.
Okay, let's see if it works out against the Baxia here, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, Blue Bulls versus the Yellow Porcupines.
Let's get it. What will they bring to the table here again? Well, Okay, Farsa, Flicker, but Boots will bring the Purify.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice to go for here. I'm looking at all the emblems, and we have seen a shift, I would say, here for the Kaja. Early on in the season, we saw a lot of focusing marks. Now we're seeing more Brave Smite come through. And for the Alpha as well, Nile, yesterday, when he played the Alpha, he went for Brave Smite. So Kyrie here, prioritizing a little bit more mobility. Not with the Brave Smite, but with the Quantum Charge.
No engages just yet, but then again, Kyrie loses on that lethal battle. with the talents here, anything stands out?
I think it's just the choice of that quantum charge that stands out here. 3 quantum charge for each team, but again, for this alpha, right? The quantum charge to give him a little bit more movement speed, and he's not going to be as immobile as you would think from what we've seen prior to this. Like we mentioned, the only reference we have is the Super Ken game and Niall. Niall went for Brave Smite. So this is where Onyx are trying to utilize this trio mid mobility. They already have a very good clearing mid lane in the Kufra and Farsa combo. And Sans is very mobile on his Farsa with the Wings by Wings, so they're trying to double down on that and trying maybe to look for picks or better setups like this.
Oh, take a look at this pick-off setup indeed, and Kyrie picks up the first blood. Good deny in rotation there. I think Onyx reading Red RDTC's position or rotation.
Yeah, it's interesting right now, but the focus is going to change as they are dancing around the next neutral objective. Will Vincent be able to steal it away from Kyrie here?
Well, it's technically 3v2 now, but the Farsa in the back line. Oh, good retribution from Vincent, but he will be taken out. Now Divine Judgment on towards Keyboy will be taken out as well. That's a 2-for-1, but the turtle will be taken by Zion.
It's a great play by Rebellion Zion. Understanding they have a lot of CC and still they have a lot of pressure to play with. Here, talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy C series. And my goodness, Kyo is the only one who went for the blue bulls. The rest of us favoring Onyx. I would say the draft here is definitely favored towards Onyx, but Rebellion Zion are doing quick work. They're really utilizing this mobility with the Baksha and that trio mid setup. Again, they're trying to match Onyx movements.
I think it's not as simple when I took a look at the drafts because there are certain answers towards one another. Because Rebellion Zion, if they push it to the late game, wait a minute, Keyboy goes for the pick.
Yeah. Revenge and Rage on towards Audi. Does not hit the wall and is able to escape. Low kill point here, 2-1, first 3 minutes.
Yeah, so far no kills whatsoever, but back to that point, right? There's a lot of answers to one another. On the other hand, if Rebellion Zion force this into the late game, they have a hero in Leslie, 4 highs. Gonna be able to deal out the damage in the back line, and Onyx only has CW to go for it, but Kyrie here.
Okay, good Spear of Alpha, but is it enough? Divine Judgment, oh, good cover in the backside, but Kyrie still falls. Keyboy, no flicker, gets taken out as well. That's a bad trade here. Rebellion Zion winning here.
Mobility has become such an important resource, and this is why you're able to dictate the pace of the game through that mobility. Onyx went for the different route. They tried to match mobility, but they tried to have these solid conventional laners to cut out the waves, and that's what Boots is doing. But you can see right now Rebellion Zion are definitely holding this early game because of the winning lane that they set up with highs on the Leslie and the advantage in mobility with Cars and Vincent.
Definitely, and it's pushing, it's propelling Rebellion Zion here to 1,700 gold lead. Vincent level 7, Kyrie level 7, this 50-50, how's it gonna go?
Oh, Kyrie, this time finds it. Keyboy catching Audi, gets taken out. It's a 5v4, that's a 2-0 trade. Onyx responding.
Good responses by Onyx. It's Rebellion Zion's proactive play. It just feels like everyone who's proactive into the neutral objectives ends up losing the neutral objective. As we saw earlier, it was Onyx who tried it first, and then now it's Rebellion. Taking a look at the item check here in the 4th minute of the game for both the Klon and the Leslie, they're prioritizing full damage. They don't need to go for those steel leg plate starts because, again, one does true damage, and Leslie is already a winning lane against the Klon, so not much of respect there either. We're going to see both these gold laners go for kind of a glass cannon build, but on the other side, this is an interesting choice to go for. The Brute Force Breastplate to gain a little bit more mobility for Boots in these skirmishes, understanding that most of the damage will indeed come from, well, it's a mix. So yeah, we don't see the Oracle, we don't see what we usually see like an anti-Curus because the true damage from Leslie. That's why he's prioritizing just a bit of physical defense plus that movement speed, that mobility that you get with the Brute Force.
Oh, interesting. Oh, Audi TZ though.
Wicked Divine Judgment. Cancel that placing to it. Now CW with the BMI sounds quite low. Will he be taken out? He will. CW gets taken out as well. That's a good gank by Rebellion Zion again. And Onyx, no compensation whatsoever.
Not so much right now. 2-for-0 trade. Rebellion Zion they're propelling here. You can see that Boots was trying to create space for the team to go in for the ganks. But unfortunately, it hasn't amounted to much so far because of what Miracle mentioned earlier. The fact that they can rotate a lot quicker, but in this 3v1...
Good Spear of Alpha, but this time Vincent overstayed his visit. Gets punished.
The late game is going to get very, very scary for Rebellion Zion, but it's also kind of where some of their members thrive. This Leslie's going to have a blast in the late game in terms of damage, but in terms of how many angles Onyx can come through for these attacks, it gets really scary. The ambushes will have to be clean from Onyx, but Rebellion Zion will have to play a clean front to back as well. In later stage, I would agree with you. It becomes a bit gray, not black and white as we maybe expected in the early stage.
Definitely, and even here, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in, despite Onyx being able to get these neutral objectives, look at Cars just going crazy on the turrets of Onyx. That's going to be a huge problem when we get into the late game, as that's permanent damage. That's permanent map control as well.
It looks like Cars is doing what Aran is doing to Boots.
Taking a page out of Aran's book. You're right. I think that's exactly what he's doing, but he's doing it in a bit more Cars fashion, right? He's not just staying in that lane, but he's also rotating. So he's choosing his moments. He's filtering what he learns from Aran, not just replicating exactly what Aran's been doing to try to, nail Boots down in that XP lane. Because now, again, Cars is playing it really well. He's not sticking in that lane too much, but it's already giving a lot of space to Rebellion Zion. And at this point, this is what Rebellion Zion want. In the mid-game, as long as they don't get steamrolled, as long as they're able to weather out that mid-game power spike of a Storm from Onyx, then Highs can get to those item power spikes. I'm looking at Highs right now. He's already very close to his first BOD. He went straight for it. Berserkers into a BOD, and we can expect maybe an endless battle after this. Yeah, endless battle after this. So it's already very quick. There you go. Just as I say it, the BOD done. He's going the greedy route, though, not completing his boots. So this can work really well for him. But again, glass cannon, very easy to punish.
It's different though, right? Because if it was, let's say, Boots on a Masha, who can just really steamroll that backline, then maybe the Boots would be a little bit more of a priority. But in this particular case with Boots, also kind of just focus on these side lanes because of Cars. Maybe there's a different priority in terms of that itemization. But coming back in here, 2 minutes left until the next neutral objective spawns. Kyrie, how's he doing so far? Level 11 against Vincent, who's also level 11. Vincent's just really working around the dominance that Kyrie usually has as Keyboy goes in for a pick.
Good charge, good rage. Rembo gets taken out. That's a 5v4 and no magical burst from inside of Rebellion Zion. Green light for Onyx to take the Lord.
This is a very, very good start to the teamfight, but Boots got to be careful there. He doesn't have the consecration. They have the suppression.
Quicker Divine Judgment on towards Kyrie. Spirit of Alpha as a defensive movement. Oh, Retribution! And Vincent gets it! Blazing Duets now with the AoE damage is not enough to take any members from Rebellion down. It's a 1 for the Lord.
What? 3,000 gold lead for Rebellion Zion already, and they're just building on this lead that they have. Cars already with the Oracle as well for a little bit more sustain coming through. What's going on with Onyx?
I don't think it's much of Onyx's mistake, but more of Rebellion Zion's absolutely masterful approach to go in on that team fight and on the Lord. Rebellion Zion, they took their poke into a different level. They took their poke to just set up for the Lord take. They didn't go for a winning team fight there because they certainly could have actually used all their resources onto Kyrie to try to take him down, but instead, they just poked Kyrie down. They always put in pressure for him, and ultimately Kyrie had to fall under that pressure. He used his Retribution early because of so much CC, so much damage being placed onto him, and because of that, it gave Vincent just a prime position to go for the Retri win, and Rebellion Zion just took a dub, and didn't force any more.
Okay, let's see. Kyrie popped the ult. Boots now pulled back. Real world. Well, in the real world here, Onyx is just going for defense, but Rebellion Zion now could not penetrate the base just yet.
Yeah, but they get that mid-tier turret in the mid-side over there. And yeah, it's tough because in the real world, we don't expect Onyx to perform like this. Rebellion Zion, they've been controlling left, right, and center the way that Cars has done on the Bakito to create the space. Every time Onyx goes for a pick, right? Like in that previous Lord fight, that was a 5v4 situation, yet Rebellion Zion were able to make it work.
It was absolutely phenomenal from the Blue Bulls. And now that glass cannon build is working out for Highs. Take a look at his items. He's on the way to the endless battle. Once he gets that and maybe another BOD, this Boots is gonna get shredded down. I think 3 hits, 3 empowered hits from the Leslie should take Boots down. Maybe even 2 at this point, because looking at Boots' HP and looking at his items, he doesn't have that Twilight armor just yet. These counter items for that Leslie hasn't been built up by anyone, not even by Kyrie here, who's trying to get it done. But I think, again, he's prioritizing the Athena shield. We'll see what they go for in the next few minutes. But even Sans, I don't think he's going to be able to burst Highs down. Not because he doesn't have the damage, but because Rebellion Zion are just, I would say, making a very proper line in front of them. That front line is devastating, and Onyx can't get through it.
And looking at the situation right now, the only target that Keyboy needs to target is just Leslie. I feel like, sure, you can catch Rambo, that's value, but if you can catch Hyzamore, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be very good for Onyx.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit more creative in these team fights. Let's see how Keyboy goes about this, right? He's already charging. He's looking for Highs. It doesn't find him. He should see him on the map at this point, with Boots opening it up, giving vision to his team. Who's gonna pop first? We'll see.
Cars opening the backside, finds CW. Keyboy providing cover, but that's a distraction. Let's see the Lord. 10,000 HP. Oh, cancelled in the backside by Renbo. And now Renbo gets taken out, but it's okay. He will be traded. Keyboy catching one. Gets taken out. Good cancel. The Lord taken by the side of Rebellion Zion, but now Onyx full retreat.
These team fights from Onyx have been lacking. Did you see how Rebellion Zion were able to do that? Cars dives in, pressure CW in the back line. The rest of Onyx want to collapse and follow. They open up all their resources because of it, and Rebellion Zion get the space to get yet another Lord for themselves.
Again, I will have to say that it's not Onyx underperforming, but it's Rebellion Zion playing a perfect game. That Spear of Alpha from Renbu, my goodness, what an intelligent play to flicker in forward, to get that CC down and bait it out, but Cars, he's bit too much and he could chew.
He will lose his immortal. Keyboy finds 2. Killing spree for Kyrie. Vincent now still soaking damage. Good divine jump into it. Kyrie gets taken out. Hyzamore is free, hitting in the backside. Onyx now defending with 4.
That's a 1-for-1 trade right now, but the Lord is still marching down in that bottom lane. Keyboy looking for a charge. Renbu opens up.
Yep, base turret falls. But it seems like Onyx will take care of the Lord first. Rebellion, no Divine Judgment, no flicker from Audi. Will less likely to find and engage.
This is just so tough for Onyx, man. Again, Rebellion Zion, that proper front line. Remember, even though Cars got taken off, got picked off, he's not really the core member in these team fights. It has to be Hyzamore, who's just dealing so much damage. Kyrie got 2-tapped earlier with half HP. And looking at his items, he actually went for the Wind of Nature, so not even the second BOD yet, and he does that much damage. Only now he's building that second BOD, or perhaps, from Brands, we usually don't see the second BOD. We actually see a C Halberd. Maybe that might be what he wants to go for next.
Maybe. That's definitely an option that he can utilize. Knowing Highs, I think he'd go aggressive, which is in his nature, just his profile as a gold laner. But what do Onyx need to do now? How do they win this back with Rebellion Zion just controlling everything?
They need to look for new angles to approach these team fights. They can't just go front to front with Rebellion Zion, because again, the frontliners for Onyx will melt much faster compared to the frontliners from Rebellion Zion. So in a proper front to back, it is almost a no-no for Onyx. They need to try to just chunk Highs down. I wouldn't even say they need to take Highs out. Just chunk him, poke him with a feathered airstrike, or just any source of damage that you have. Try to poke him, try to get him low, so that you can actually win the team fight without him in the team fight. Force Highs to back away. But again, it's very hard. Look at how Rebellion Zion are positioning in every single team fight. It's almost like it's a circle around Highs. They're making a barrier, a makeshift barrier here, an invisible barrier to keep him alive. Boots, though, he already has one of the countermeasures, one of the answers to Highs. It's that Twilight Armor.
See the Lord dance. Cars already pushing the bot lane, forcing CW. And that's a green light here, perhaps for Rebellion Zion to either look for a fight or commit to the Lord.
Cars has just been so annoying to the game plan from Onyx. The strategy is coming from Onyx with CW still in the mid lane. Do they want to go for this? Doesn't seem like they do. They're still playing around.
Yep, they're still hovering around. Looking for the right timing. Vincent though jumping and Boy catching Cars, no follow-up. Sounds at the backside, Feather, airstrike onto its two members. CW with the blazing duets. Boots though gets bursted by Renbu. Onyx losing CW again and again. Rebellion Zion wins the team fight.
It feels so scattered from Onyx. It's not in sync, it's not synchronized, right? Keyboy goes for a really good pick on to Cars, but no follow-up. Instead, their focus is elsewhere. I don't know what's going on. Rebellion Zion, yet another Lord take for their side.
It's because of the invisible barrier, the one that we cannot see technically, but it's drawn in by Rebellion Zion. Think of it. Think of the frontliners for Rebellion Zion and the way they're positioning as the Melissa go away. Every time they go in, Onyx go in, they kind of force back. It's scattering them. And it's the same that went into Keyboy's mindset. He was looking for a pick, but he only ultimately found Cards. He had to go for the Titan's Rage because this is an all-in hero. And right now, it's fight or flight, man. Rebellion Zion, if it's another front to back, they will end it right here. But if Onyx can make it scrappy, scrappier, I would say, with Highs getting picked off, this is the opening. He doesn't have Flicker next.
Divine Judgment is up already from Audi. He has that fleeting time, so he will be able to low-key spam the Divine Judgment now. He has to wait for the flicker. Conceal play though. Kyrie jumps in. Oh, good suppression! Kyrie losing his immortal. Now CW in the backside trying to deal damage. But no, the commitment, Keyboy misses. He has the immortal, no casualties as yet. But again, Rebellion Zion still in full control.
And two towers fall like flies just like that to the hands of Rebellion Zion. They're putting the yellow porcupines in a corner, unable to find anything, unable to grasp onto anything. Boots, the only thing he can do is become a vlogger, opening up map, giving vision to his team. But it looks like with the concealed play that they want to go for it.
Is this the right move is the question. Audi has the flicker but no Divine Judgment, so Onyx needs to capitalize on this, but then again, they weren't able to.
A lot of uncharacteristic mistakes being made by Onyx in the last team fight. Keyboy with a missed Tyrant's Revenge, even Kyrie with a very aggressive Spear of Alpha that gets chunked. It ultimately ends up with him just losing his immortality and even a Winter Truncheon. So he's down on gold now, and Rebellion Zion have a lot of gold to utilize to punish Onyx. A lot of map pressure. I think in the 19th minute, this gold is no longer that important. I think the map pressure will always stay though. Rebellion Zion have two base turrets, and it's two of the most valuable base turrets in the late game. It's a side base turrets. Compared to the mid lane, I think Rebellion Zion are quite chill when it comes to that. They don't really need even to care about that mid lane base turret because now they have control of the far lanes. All they need to do is clear it out constantly, play with the always slow pushing side lanes, and set up for the next Lord. They can even set up for a lot of the ambushes that you can see here. Almost a good attempt, but it's only Boots that is down below. He has a Purifying. Wait, Onyx want to go for it.
Keyboy charging, does not connect on towards anyone. Boots though, still soaking damage in the front side. Conceal play, is this the right move? Sans pops his Feather airstrike, and take a look at the coordination by Rebellion Zion. Sans, let's move away.
They're not doing housekeeping though. Look at that wave crashing in the top lane into Onyx base. We've seen it too many split pushes happening here at MPL ID Season 12. We don't want to see it being done to our MSC champions. But Audi TZ goes in very aggressively, tries to look for a pick. He does have his ultimate ready, but Keyboy
catches one. Take a look at the backside though. CW now cancelled by Cars. Lord, take, who will grab it? It will be Rebellion Zion. Onyx, they lose the war and they lost the Lord. Let's see, they still want to fight. Sans gets taken out. CW no immortal, BMI towards the back. Keyboy will be able to escape as Rebellion Zion is still strong with 5.
That's not good. The 3 members are taken, or are left, no, are taken out. Literally, only Keyboy and CW from the side of Onyx are still alive. The Lord is pushing the top side. Everyone in the mid side, CW!
Things are not looking good and they might end. The base is too exposed now. Scars with the winner's rush and just a delay. But the minions are here, Blazing Duet. Onyx has done it. Will they do it again this time? And no! Rebellion Zion at the Blue Bulls! So Reich's first.
Against all odds, against all caster predictions, except for Gio Joshua there in the Indonesian desk. Onyx, they lost that first game with Rebellion Zion as they will be the ones to spearhead this best-of-3 series.
Wow, Rebellion Zion out team fighting and just playing their draft to perfection, executing the game plan set forth by Coach Chico, and it was done very, very well. Audi Teasy with a few amazing divine judgments, but ultimately I think we gotta give it to, personally, my standout is either Cars or Vincent. Vincent because of the retry battles. These 50-50s have been going to Vincent. A jungler who we've been talking about, who has just been pretty average at best. He hasn't really been shining, but against the best jungler in the world, he took him to school. He schooled him on that retry.
I think personally for me, Cars was the big standout. The fact that he was consistently creating space, giving Boots a really difficult time.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the weaknesses for Onyx. When Boots doesn't do too well in his lane, when he gets confused as to how he should rotate because of how just forwards thinking Cars is, or that EXP laner is, it feels like Onyx fall apart in these team fights. We see that housekeeping wasn't really there, the turrets falling one by one, it's not Onyx.
Yeah.
We haven't been seeing Onyx. I don't know what's going on.
Rebellion Zion managed to dismantle Onyx. Just very, very, uncharacteristic, whatever you call it, but job's not done. Rebellion Zion, first game, Onyx are known to able to bounce back in that third game in the best-of-3, but again, good execution from Rebellion Zion. Onyx, only 1 turret taken out from side of Rebellion Zion. That shows that, team fight and macro, Onyx lost.
Goes to show with, again, this is kind of the same road that Onyx has been taking in their losses. I think even again against Aura Fire, game number 2 comes to mind, their loss. They placed Kyrie on a utility jungler. It was a Martis back against Aura Fire, and they put 2 scaling heroes in the side lane. Kind of the similar route that they took here. Utility jungler on Kyrie, 2 scaling heroes in the side lanes. This time it was Uranus and Claude, and ultimately did not work out. If you don't have a strong lane to play with, it just feels like Onyx lose their goal.
I have a really important fact to say.
Okay.
After what Gani said earlier.
Okay.
Well, what did you say earlier? Onyx, they are known to bounce back. Okay, I'll bring that point later on because it's quite funny, but
it's Cars time.
It's Cars time. It's Cars time, ladies and gentlemen. The player of the game here by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5 is Cars on the Paquito. I think we've spoken about it a little bit in-game and outside the game as well. The fact that he was able to create a lot of space. And I keep saying space since yesterday because I now realize how important it is to just enable your mid lane, your gold lane. And we saw that Heist, for the entirety of it, remained untouched. He was allowed to farm without any consequence at all from the side of Onyx. And then he was able to pop off.
I don't know.
Cars, he understood his assignment early, mid, and late. Early, occupy the lane. Clear, clear, clear.
He clears EXP and then he goes to mid lane to clear when they go in for a gank to the top side or on turtle.
Yeah, exactly. So again, he understood his assignment, and late game, he understood his assignment. Go for the backside, either Suns or C-Dubs. Cancel the feather air strike, it's good enough.
He's a good student. He just understands the assignment. Coach or teacher Chico. Chico comes in and just says, hey, this is your homework, this is your shows your credit, okay, you gotta do it. And Cars, you could say he's kind of like a car this game because he was all over the map. But you're right, he brought so much space. Man, Eterna, you've been talking about space so much now. You gotta talk about that space now for Rebellion Zion. It seems like every team has been learning about astronomy now, because space is really the key to victory, I think, here. Cars, before he went and rotated across the map, utilizing his mobility, what did he do? He cut the wave, and it's all the same. It's very formulaic from Rebellion Zion. There's nothing like, they didn't throw any curveballs. They did exactly what this draft was supposed to do. Roam, clear wave, roam, clear wave, and here, we gotta point out Renbu. These decision-making from Rebellion Zion, these clutch decision-makings that they've been able to take has won them the game ultimately, right? Because you can't always just win through default plays that they've been utilizing almost the entirety of that early to mid. Mid to late, they transitioned completely. They made Onyx think that they were a very formulaic, systematic team, but hey, they have a few tricks up their sleeve, and it's this front-to-back lineup that is just giving Highs space. Highs, look at this man. When he gets to be aggressive, when he gets to shoot, he shoots, he's a good shoot man.
Was he ever taken down?
No.
Not once, right?
He was unstoppable.
He got taken down once.
Once?
217, yeah.
Oh. No, not Cars. Highs.
Oh, Highs.
There you go, 506 KDA.
I thought we were talking about
Untouched.
Cars.
With that invisible line that Mirko mentioned. And it's insane, right? Because when we're talking about space, you'd automatically think Boots Uranus. That's exactly what he's built to do. He's built to go into the base as a Uranus, cut two waves at the same time. So what difference was Cars on the Paquito?
Well, the difference is the Uranus gets melted down a bit too quick here, right? Uranus does really well up against compositions who deal DPS, but in this case, Rebellion Zion dealt a bit too much burst for him to handle. Even with the Twilight Armor, you didn't really even see that Twilight Armor do much. It wasn't really like a full impactful item here. Not because Boots built the wrong item, no, because Rebellion Zion are very adaptive in that way. They saw the Twilight Armor, and guess what? Every single team fight, you can watch the replay over again. Renbu is always the one who lands the burst first to take that Twilight Armor down, and then you see two shots from Highs. So with that combination, the Twilight Armor becomes absolutely useless, right? It's not there to prevent that one shot from Highs, and from the itemization, he didn't even go for Sea Halberd or what I expected, the double BOD. He went for a Heptasy, so that's even more damage, and this is a snowball-y build. This is something that you won't see a lot from Leslie's, but when you're this ahead, you can do whatever you want. Onyx, we're definitely not ready for the additional damage from that Heptasys, and all throughout, like the itemization here, aside from Highs, I would say that it's just a standard build. They just know how to use the standard build, the standard gameplay, up till a point that they don't use the standard gameplay.
I mean, that, and let's not forget the dominance from Cars, Audi, and Vincent Baksh's passive. Already the automatic dominance, so yeah, it's very hard for Boots to really extract the Uranus.
No, it wasn't. It was very hard, right? I mean, when Highs is all up on Uranus every single time, just shredding him, melting Uranus, it really hurts, and Uranus wasn't able to take that amount of damage.
No.
All right, so that explains why he was unable to create the space like Cars did, right? So let's take a look at the post-game stats here. Cars. What? Cars is a rich guy? 788 GPM?
That's broken. That's broken.
That's broken, or he's just really good at the game, man. My God, 780. What? Highs didn't get more go. I thought he had full items too.
Untouchable. He didn't die once. But it's still Cars who gets the most GPM this game.
Is it because he was always just clearing the minions?
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about housekeeping, and this guy, he took hospitality as his major for sure. He knew how to just clean those waves
Supervisor, janitor.
Super janitor, we'll say that, because you're right, Cars was just, he was just keeping the house clean all day, every day, clearing out the waves, saying it's okay, you go do your job. He was a housewife that game, right? And the rest of the team was the working husband. They were like, go, you guys work. I'll take care of things. I'm Cars.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. And you can see like Boots struggling with it. Am I a husband? Am I a wife? I'm confused with this role.
What's my role here?
What's my role here?
You know what? I'm just gonna hover around.
But yeah, surprising. So it's 1-0 for Rebellion Zion again. You know, what I really wanted to say earlier on is the fact that Onyx has never won a best-of-3 series that they lost. in
The season.
this season. So it's either they go 2-0 or just 2-0 in the wrong direction.
Ah, that's an interesting fact. Why is it? Maybe it's because after one game they lose their quota?
Maybe. And
need to get
I'm
it quick.
wondering why, because I keep telling them, guys,
got
Onyx, Dunia Games, and Telkomsel, they
Dunia.
have a collaboration.
Whoa.
All right?
Wow.
All right, they even have a booth in the venue
Chefin.
for you guys to get information about. Because if you want to look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and you want to have a good quota running, don't worry, because for every purchase of MLBB vouchers or items using Telkomsel, we'll give you extra savings and an additional 3 gigabytes of data quota. And you know, if Onyx doesn't want to go to the booth, let's say at the arena, they can always just check it out at duniagames.co.id or even the Dunia Games app. Dude, I
Check
told
it
them
out.
over and over.
Check it out.
Oh
Check it
my
out.
god.
So confused.
Gani, what?
I thought that was Chefin.
He's not. Well, he is in the
Cheffin's
crowd.
sitting there.
He's right there. Actually, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
Chefin is in the crowd. But I think I want to bring back the point that you made earlier. What was the Uranus? It just feels like Uranus didn't know what role he was supposed to fill, right? And that's the role of a mistress when you don't know what's going on.
Okay, but I'm also confused, and I don't know what I
Housewife,
want to
husband,
pick
mistress.
between the flip and the fold.
Oh, by both.
All right, help me out. Help me out.
Okay, do you do a lot of work? I mean, you have a book there,
Yeah, I
nerd.
do.
Throw that book out,
All
you know.
right.
Save the planets.
Uh-huh.
Go for the Z fold. You
This
get a
one?
free pen. Yeah, a free pen. You can write things down, and it acts like a tablet and a phone at the same time. You want to make calls? Go
I
on your
can do
Z
it.
fold. Or if you want to just write things down, make it a handy notebook. Technically, put it in your pocket, go around, and it's very slim. It's even slimmer than a lot of phones.
Oh,
But let's say I don't want a tablet. It's too big. I
too
want
big.
it super small because
like it small.
I wear skinny jeans and I need to fit it in there.
exactly.
Boom, bang, bada bing. That's the Z Flip right there. And you don't need to care about it. You would think, so small. What the heck? What's the specifications?
Can I even see on it?
You can.
I can?
It's actually
How?
bigger than most phones because
Really?
it's flippable. It's like it's also very classy. You can just, all the cool kids, they do this. So when you're like, hey, can you check what cars went for last game? What emblem? Give me a sec.
Oh, so very stylish.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the difference?
The difference is one is bigger.
All right, I like it small, so I'm gonna go with the Z Fold, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can too. Don't forget to check it out at samsung.co.id. Whoa, she has such nice hair. How did she get such nice hair?
It's because your screen, Gatot Kacha, Head and Shoulders.
Oh, so she's using the same shampoo as me. But she's using the Tigreal one.
Sorry, okay, what's your favorite Head and Shoulders edition?
Eudora.
Eudora.
It's the lemon one.
Oh.
It smells very fresh.
Lemon smells fresh. There you go,
Very
ladies
fresh.
and gentlemen. Yeah. I mean, Head and Shoulders has everyone. Like you can satisfy anyone. You want lemon fresh scents? You can go for the Eudora one. You want a manly scent? Gatot Kacha, right, Gani?
Yes.
The Tigreal one is the minty one.
That doesn't suit Tigreal.
Well, he's minty. Wait,
Tigreal's
that's weird.
He's a little zesty.
You would know, Gani. You are a Tigreal main. I don't play Gatot. I really wish they would make a Melissa or Wan one.
What would that smell like? Strawberries, maybe? No?
I don't know. I think it will just smell good.
Okay.
Ooh.
But you keep saying that Melissa's not that good.
Melissa's not good. One isn't good too right now, but it's still my favorite hero, so bias.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
It is okay, especially if we're talking about Rebellion Zion.
And Coach Chico, or Chico.
Chico. He is something. Oh, Yeba. Raja Yeba.
Raja Yeba. One of the
He's
best.
not too happy, though.
No, he's a very angry man now.
Oh,
Look at him.
Look at that face.
I've never seen him this angry before. You know what they say.
Okay. I want to ask.
Okay, ask.
Because in the game, I was like, what's going on with Onyx? But you were like, no, this is Rebellion Zion just really performing really well.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
I think for the most part, if you really want to criticize Onyx, it would be, Kyrie definitely making a few of these uncharacteristic plays. You don't really see this too often from Kyrie. But for the most part, it wasn't really Onyx making mistakes. It was Rebellion forcing them back, forcing them in bad spots. like Renbu, Flicker, Spirit Alpha, taking 3 members away out from the Lord, giving them space. Even the Lord dance, again, that happened where Kyrie was super low, had to retreat early because he was super low, because he was knocked in and out. Rebellion knew their assignment at every given moment in the game. Even towards the mid-game, they kept on ganking CW, knowing this is the lane with kill threat. This is a Leslie versus Claude matchup, even though the Claude is not as vulnerable as it was before. Oh, let's talk about that a little bit, though. I wanted to mention it in-game, but I always forgot. Claude didn't go for Brave Smite. Usually when you're up against a counter hero like Leslie who can really just destroy you in lane, you go for Quantum instead of... you go for Brave Smite instead of Quantum Charge. But it was Quantum Charge. So you can see either CW is very confident that he could get out of lane quickly, maybe not get ganked that many times, or it was a mistake.
Okay, so that is a possible reason. But I think the approach from the draft in the second game, don't pick up the Alpha last pick. And I don't think they need to secure Keyboy's hero in the first phase. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that should be the approach.
Wait, so you don't think that they should prioritize Kufra or a Keyboy pick in the first phase?
In the first phase.
Interesting. Well, it's funny, right? Because me and Gandhi were talking about it yesterday as well. The pattern that Onyx likes to do, which is prioritize Kyrie's hero in the first phase, if and only if.
Emergency template. Mage and gold lane picked on the other side, and this situation if it's Onyx second pick.
But in this case, it was Valentina, Paquito, and Kaja. So there was no gold lane pick. So you still think that they should prioritize Kyrie's pick in the first phase?
Or not Kyrie or Sans. Either it's an approach, but I don't think they should. Because Keyboy could go Atlas last pick here, is what I'm trying to say. Going up against Leslie, I think Atlas is the hard counter for Leslie instead of the Kufra. Because he can perfect match towards that backside. But because Kufra was already picked up, Leslie pick was quite free, untouched.
Yeah, the Leslie was definitely untouched. I think they needed someone who can actually dive into the back line. But I'm actually a fan of the Kufra pick, though. I think the Kufra pick there wasn't like we have Keyboy, let's just pick a Kufra randomly. The Kufra does really well against a Pak and a Kaja. So those two heroes are already technically not completely neutralized, but it's an answer to those heroes. But yeah, I think the last two picks, mainly the Alpha. The Alpha's great against the Baksha, like we mentioned, but Onyx didn't really have enough dive to go on the Leslie. So the Leslie...
Wasn't really shown though in that game, no?
Sorry?
Wasn't really shown in that game that Alpha counters Baksha.
It was shown in the early game. Baksha was really falling, like in these team fights as well. He got the neutral objective, sure, but he was getting melted down. He was losing in that matchup. That's why they said, you know what, instead of going for these team fights where Alpha has the advantage, let's use the mobility. What does Alpha not have? He has the Quantum Charge, but he's still not faster than a Shield Unity Baksha who can drive by all the way to the Claude who's in a losing matchup.
I understand that notion, but I don't think it was worth it in this situation.
The Alpha?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That's why it's like that's one of the gambles that they took in this draft. It's either they win early game, they secure all their neutral objectives, and they steamroll Rebellion, which was definitely the game plan that they were going for, or they just lose out in that trio mid and everything falls.
Okay, very interesting.
I would have preferred an assassin pick, honestly, for Kyrie.
What?
I think...
Lance? Haya?
Lance, Ling. I think Haya is a little bit scary. Oh, Ling was banned. All right. So the Lancelot was the only thing open, but that's kind of scary.
Exactly. Going up against Baksha, right?
Baksha, even the Kaja. You go in, it's very scary to face off. That's why I think it's just a very good draft as well.
Baksha ban second phase for Onyx then.
That'd be a good choice to go for. But then you would be leaving the 1-1 and the Harith open. Two heroes that do pretty well. Well, not the 1-1, but the Harith against the Claude. Let's see.
This is fun. I mean, even the casters were discussing about this, we're thinking about this. How would it have been better for Onyx in the drafting phase? And so far, we really haven't found much of a solution. But let's see what the solution is from Coach Yeb here in the second drafting phase between Onyx and Rebellion Zion. But this time, Onyx does have first pick, Rebellion with the second. Kaja, Paquito, straight up banned out here by Onyx. Rebellion Zion, they're gonna go the same route as they did earlier with the Fanny. Are they gonna go for the Ling here, or are they gonna prioritize the Kadita first?
Oh, Kadita. It's going up against Onyx. Usually it's just a little bit too expensive here. So I think Kadira ban still should come through for side of Rebellion Zion.
That's what the Hilda is for, though, right? The Hilda is basically forcing the Ling ban so that the Kadira is open. If they go for the Kadira ban, then it's also a win. Ling picked up, no Hilda. We've seen what Kyrie's been able to do on the Ling, so this is a very, very tough decision to make if you're Chico and Rebellion Zion. Though I would say, I don't know, which one is more counterable? Kadira or Ling? The answer is Kadira, I guess, for Rebellion. Wow. They ban out the Ling, they leave out the Kadira.
Wow, okay. Kadira. Okay, let's talk about alternatives. If not the Kadira, what are the options for Onyx? You don't think there's...
No, it's just Kadira Sans or Kadira Keyboy.
Yeah.
True.
It could be Kadira Valentina. That is an option, but they go for Kadira first. Rebellion Zion, they can take the Valentina here. Along with, do they want Uranus this time around though? Paquito's banned.
Unfortunately, I don't think Uranus suits Cars. He wants to deal damage. He wants an aggressive roamer that can play.
Arlet?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking about. But I don't think the Arlet should be picked here, though. I think if they... Oh, Faramis. Okay. They go for the Faramis for survivability. And technically, they can go for the Beatrix here before he gets picked up. Or even a Claude, depending on what they want. Claude is safer against the Kadira. Beatrix is more of a comfort pick for Highs.
Very good indeed. With this Faramis, though. Okay, it's going to be combined with Grok.
Never mind.
It's a flex pick, EXP or Rome. But Onyx, they have a chance still to pick up the Valentina.
I don't think Audi TZ's ever picked up Grok in that,
not
that
in season
roaming
12.
position. Yeah,
Okay,
not in season 12.
So it's not flexed.
Well, it can still be, but most probably it falls into the hands of Cars at the moment. But let's assume it's still flex. Onyx, there you go. That's my feeling. Valentina and Kadira, they're going to go for that combo along with the Fredrin. Flex again.
Yeah. And this is what's so scary, I would say, because Rebellion Zion, the reason I expected maybe a Beatrix pick here instead of the Grok was because if you go Faramis Grok, that's two very big ultimates that you're showing very early in the draft. And we said it, this Kadira is not a one-dimensional pick where it can only go on the Suns. Now it's a Valentina pickup, and now that's two big ultimates that they can use to counter Rebellion.
How do they do this? What do they do at this point, right? Do they go for just double down on team fight? Go for Claude?
I think they need to double down on early game. Try to win the early game again. Gamble it in the early game.
So Beatrix.
Beatrix, or early game.
Yeah.
Martis, holy.
Oh, that's a nasty pick indeed from the side of Rebellion. But okay, second phase, they will ban on the Melissa. Signifies that they will clump up using the Faramis, using the Grok. Yeah, sure, you will clump up, and Melissa can neutralize that playstyle. But what else here? Onyx, what will they ban out?
I think for Rebellion, they're going to go for the Claude ban too. Knowing that they have a Faramis Grok and a Martis. I don't know. Actually, the Claude isn't too much of a problem, I would say, now that you think about it. The Franco gets banned, though, so still signifying possibly an assassin pick in the jungle. Or just something that can dive into the back line. Maybe even a Masha for Boots.
I think it depends here. Rebellion Zion, they're going to go for the Uranus ban first, denying that pick away from Boots. If Rebellion Zion pick up something like the Masha, like something like the Beatrix, then I think Masha would be such a good pick. But that should be what Rebellion Zion, like they should know that. They should see it coming. I think if they want to double down on early game, maybe Brody is definitely an option here for Highs.
You're right. I think the Brody pick is really good against the Kadira too. Even Fredrin, you're going to be able to just put those stacks in so easily and the execute, that burst execute. Now, if you go for the Brody, then again, that's a decimation and a torn apart memory on top of all the CC that you have already. And it's the Arlet ban. We spoke about this, we mentioned this. The Arlets for Mr. Cars, a playmaking XP laner. But now it's taken out. What the Rebellion want to do? I think now they pick up a marksman just to utilize the Grok into the second or the last pick here as a flex all the way.
All right, let's see what Rebellion Zion pick up here. Do you think they could pick up something like the Harris even?
No, I think so. They can do
think,
it.
yeah.
If Karis goes for a physical damage XP, yeah, this will be good for a Harith. If it's not the Harith though, a safe pick against the Kadita would be the Claude or 1-1. If they want to go, just go for a very aggressive pick. Sheffin would say a ballsy pick. It would be a Beatrix. Just go for it. Heis loves it. You get the space. No, it's safe.
Hey, they're going for the Claude, so I feel like they want balance in their composition, right? Got the Grok and Martis that can cause problems in the early game. Let's stabilize, let's pick up the Claude who can deal damage towards that mid and late. Asking a question, Onyx, what are you going to do? Because seems like Onyx, they're banking on the early game as well, with the Kadita and as well as the Valentina. Maybe what's a good pick here? Going up against a Claude.
1-1.
Leslie, what about Leslie?
Against Grok?
2, yeah. 2.
1-1's the safest, definitely, if you want to get out of the CC.
Oh, wow. Veteran EXP.
Whoa.
Yikes.
Hayabusa.
Against Faramis, remember the matchup?
Yeah, interesting. It's a long discussion about who counters who. Rebellion Zion, though, with one last pick. Do they want to go for... Do they want to put Grok into the roam? I'd flex it into the EXP, pick up something that can really hold down this Hayabusa. I guess since Kaja and Franco are taken out, that's why they banned Franco. Well, what's your next guess? Next bet, Kufra.
Oh, Kufra
Can
would be a
Audi
good choice.
play Kufra? He can, right?
We haven't seen it in a long time.
We have. He's picked up the Kufra before. This season.
Florin.
They're hovering over Florin. I don't think maybe a pick-off hero like a Kaja or a Edith, but okay, they lock into Florin, so they're going for sustain. This is a very good comp from Rebellion.
They're going for just overwhelming the Valentina. It's like, what ultimate do you want to pick here?
It's a tough question to ask. It's a Faramis Florin. This is scary. This is a sustain composition. Looking on at Onyx trend, like you mentioned, Eterna, it's either 2-0 win or 2-0 loss.
We might not see a game 3.
We might not. I mean, the crowd is loving it here at EXO Hall, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys have some time, come on over, feel the atmosphere. Rebellion Zion supporters have shown up in full volume as well. Full force as well. I say volume because I can barely hear myself right now. But anything standing out from the spells before we head in?
3 Purifies.
No, 3 Purifies. I mean, there's a lot of CC technically. You don't see it here. You see the Fredrin and the Valentina, but remember, the Valentina can take a lot of the CC.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Will the Blue Bulls take it to a 2-0 against the Yellow Porcupines with their winning lineup, with their championship lineup? If they do, that's a statement and that's a blow to Onyx confidence.
Let's say indeed. Oh, it's a classic Haya versus Martis match as well. Audi with that Florin pick might cause problems here with the global healing, especially if we're talking about the early and mid.
And even Audi went for Brave Smite. Usually we see, a focusing mark maybe, but yeah, if you want to heal all the way, my guy. Taking a look at the emblems for the rest, it's a basic common emblem for both Claude and the Florin, and it's an assassin emblem for Vincent. So yeah, there you go. He wants to get it done in the early game. He wants to use this additional penetration. Usually when you see in an assassin emblem here, you would expect him to go for at least 100 strike, but Vincent has proven that it depends. He's a very adaptive jungler, and he can go for just a full tank build, even with a Molten Essence to start.
In Indonesia, people say it, don't have half, right? Jangan setengah-setengah, don't have half.
Literal translation.
Literal translation is basically just commit onto your game plan. Don't go half damage, half tank. But here you go, Aditya getting caught.
Good first blood there. Good pick off. Florin even pops a Purify. That's a very, very worth a trade.
I definitely think that this early game is a opportunity for Onyx to utilize and to capitalize over, because Rebellion Zion, they need a little bit more time to get to that power spike, whether it be that level 4 or a little bit more items. And Sans naturally is really good at clearing the wave alongside with the Kadita. So really good mid-side pressure. But right now, both of these teams are going to be centering out. Petrify taken as well.
Oh,
he doesn't die.
Doesn't really matter. He is level 4, but that's info that Florin has no ult. And Onyx, take a look at Boots here. What's he doing? He is delaying the turtle.
Beautiful, beautifully done here by Onyx. The Master Assassin emblem, we got to talk about it here because it basically signifies that Onyx might not want to be going for a lot of these neutral objective takes. They want to try to look for pickoffs around the Whoa, Connie! I've never seen this. Is this a mistake?
No,
what?
This is not a mistake.
Wow!
We might not see game 3. I said it before. Take a look at Audi now. Taken down, though. It's 3v4 in that turtle. So Rebellion Zion, it's not in their favor. Seems like they should just back away here. What are they doing? Hovering, terrifying. Boots finds the kill. Call alter pop by both teams. Rebellion Zion, they do not want business.
Man, Rebellion Zion, they're losing on the objectives. I mean, earlier on you said that Onyx might not be going for objectives, but I mean, if they already have that much killing pressure in the early game and they got that perfect kill on to Vincent,
wow,
might as well, why not? And go for another kill here. 4-0 already in the first 3.5 minutes of the game, pushing Onyx to a 2,700 gold lead.
I mean, at this point, again, we've seen Martis in the jungle lose out in the early game. It was literally Onyx that did this with the Martis against Aura, and it didn't go well at all. When you don't get these neutral objectives in the start with Martis, the hardest fall off of a hero in MLBB. Martis becomes a complete non-factor if he falls behind, and Onyx are doing exactly that with their mid-control and kill threat. The kill pressure is immense, and even with the healing, even with the co-alter, they haven't been able to survive it.
See the gank potentially here. 4 members rotating from side of Onyx. 4v2. Petrify connects. Audi now forced to use the global healing. Oh, good shadow. But it's not enough. Blazing duets from Izamore. Not enough damage. Vincent trying to find a decimation. Oh, good shadow kill. Good outplay. CW finds the kill as well as Kyrie. That's 2 members taken out. Onyx now with the flicker as well. Finding the taunt. Audi TC gets taken out. Kyrie finds the double. Onyx, 4,000 gold lead 4 minutes in.
What in the world is that counter engage from Onyx? And another kill goes to the hands of Sands. This is the Onyx that we know and love, but Sands is definitely going to go down, right? He should go down here, right?
Yeah, we
all right, because if he outplayed that, then that wouldn't be fair. But what Kyrie was able to do there just really changed the course. At some point, Rebellion Zion should have had a little bit more to play around with, being able to get those few kills on the board. But man, Kyrie comes in and just denies that away.
You need to really understand your limits to be able to make that kind of play there. You know, the shadow kill right after the decimation animation has been used up, and that was just Vincent getting absolutely outclassed. I think the real answer here is Boots, who's just zoning.
Shadow kill on towards Cars, forced to use them flicker, but Vincent will be the casualty as alongside Cars. Turtle picked up by the side of Onyx. That's a huge dub again for the Yellow Porcupines.
Dude, I think okay, now if Kyrie picks an assassin, it's Onyx time. Holy moly, I mean, what the heck? This is a completely different person who's playing in game 1 and 2. That Alpha versus the Haya. You can see the level of comfort, the level of confidence he has, and even the audience switched up on Onyx right after game 1. 62% said Rebellion. My lord. Kyrie on Assassins.
It's gross, and it's worse enough that he's so good on the Assassins, and it's even better the fact that Yeb set it up really perfectly, right? The Kaja was eliminated from the hands of Rebellion Zion. Franco was taken out as well. They didn't really have a lot of choices when it came down to lockdown in from Kyrie. And it felt like Rebellion Zion, they just doubled down on trying to out-sustain that potential damage. And honestly, so far, it's not working out for them at all.
It's really, really not, right? We're entering the mid-game, though. See, Boots trying to distract. But man, Onyx, 8,000 gold lead. 7 minutes in.
Just too much to handle now if you're Rebellion Zion. 7 minutes, 8,000 gold lead, that's something we don't see every day. Maybe
This is Onyx.
This is Onyx. Truly is Onyx. As they're utilizing every little thing that they can get on the map, even for Rebellion Zion here. The fact that they're trying to just clear out these waves, they're already turtling in the 7 minute. It's just a display of how dominant they are, and wow.
Good coordination to the backside as well. Shadow kill here. 3 members though, just to poke Rambo to a very low HP. Sans. Now Vincent finding the angle here, but will not commit on towards dealing the damage. Oh, good cancel, good Immortal Coil. But again, Onyx here, establishing a very healthy lead. What can Rebellion Zion do?
They can't do anything at this point. They just have to accept it. They can wait for their power spikes to hit. Vincent, he's already reached his power spike. This is the fall off of the Martis. Meanwhile, for Highs, that's, I guess, the last chance, the last effort, the last hope for Rebellion Zion. If Highs gets his item power spike, but even then, it's going to be really tough. Renbu 0-2. Everybody is 0-2, 0-3. It all lies on Highs right now, and it all lies on Onyx honestly making a mistake. If Onyx overstep, if they give Rebellion Zion a chance to shut these members down, then Rebellion has a chance back in the game. But if they play it like this, if they just go for Lords and deny these team fights away from Rebellion, it might be a 13 or 12-minute game.
It's not looking good at all. For Rebellion Zion, what are they supposed to do?
CW forced to use the flicker. He might be caught here. Good Valentina catch, but Vincent finds the decimation. That's a huge dub already for side of Rebellion Zion here.
Is it huge though? I mean, they get a pick onto CW, great, but
no shutdown, yeah.
There's no shutdown. There's no objective on the board either.
Onyx are very calculative, so even when they make mistakes like this, when they overextend, it's just one of those times where there's not much you can capitalize on. And again, that's why Rebellion Zion will have to try to bank on a team fight when Onyx are looking for a siege, because if they get these little skirmishes here and there, oh, that was a retry from Vincent, and Kyrie actually still took it, and the entire jungle now is being cleared out. Rebellion are not even going to be able to step in their own jungle. Onyx want to control everything.
Remember in the drafting phase when we were asking Rebellion Zion, which threat do you feel is worse, Ling or Kadira? I think both is, it's a catch-22. If you pick Ling, if you pick Kadira, it's bad both ways, because this Hayabusa and the Kadira pick, just the amount of space that was rewarded towards Onyx to get to this dominant point is so huge. I don't understand. It's 10 minutes and this is what we're seeing on screen right now.
That's what happens when you let Onyx steamroll all the way from the start, man. The two winning conditions I would say for Onyx right now is Kadira and Assassin for Kyrie, and so far it's 2 of 2 for Onyx. They got both of those picks, and now it's just clean. They just play it to the way they know how to play it. Let's take a look at the items here. Let's see what creative decisions they have made here. Heptases, BOD into a Melfic, now into an endless battle, I believe. And Sans is doing that much damage just with a Clock of Destiny and a Lightning. So yeah, not even like too many crazy items. No crazy items at all, actually. They're just, it's quite standard, bro. It's just they're 10K ahead.
They are 10K ahead here now. The Lord marching. I'm looking at the high ground for side of Rebellion Zion. They got the Grok, they got the Claude, but with this deficit, they have enough firepower to defend, is my question.
They have high ground, but they don't have range, is what I'm worried about. And when you don't have range, you go against a composition that has good dive like Kadira, that poses a huge threat to when Rebellion Zion want to go for a defense. They need to wait, once again, like what they were able to do before. CW getting a little bit overextensive with his positioning, but at this point, it looks like Onyx, they mean business. They're not taking it slow at all.
Oh, good. Purify by Rebellion Zion. Boots now soaking damage. Gets a little bit pulled. Survive, called Alter Pops. Take a look at the damage here dealt. Kyrie hasn't even joined the fray yet. RTZ in the front side will be able to somehow soak in, but again, 3 base turrets taken down.
We almost never see this nowadays, right? 3 base turrets with the first Lord. I don't think we've ever seen it in MPL Indonesia Season 12 yet. This might be the first of its kind. Oh, they're going in again, but yeah, Onyx, usually it's just value. Maybe in Season 11, Season 10, it was value to get 1 base turret from the first Lord. But now, even with the first Lord, you would expect just tier 2s. I don't even think you would expect a base turret at this point with the whole Lord passive thing, the clear, or the wave clear. But Onyx have just taken 3. They've once again started a new trend here. They've broken a record. No base turrets to 3 base turrets.
Are you allowed to recall that much in the game?
I mean, they can try to break the record. They can try to break the record again. Like, they broke it at MSC, remember?
I thought they wanted to break the game.
I think they are already breaking the game. 13,000 gold lead in 12 minutes against a composition like Rebellion Zion where they actually need to get that early game.
Oh, man.
This is emotional damage.
It is. And even more magic damage as well with Sans picking up the Divine Glaive.
Ooh.
More penetration on top of everything going on. Audi TZ just built in the Athena shield. And I just saw Renbu pick up the Lightning Truncheon. That's how far behind they are.
Yeah, he's on his second item. That's how far behind he is. He has a talisman and a lightning. So he just had to really go for the lightning here. Desperate attempt to try to come back in this game. But a plus side to Rebellion Zion is there's a golden staff and a DHS already built up for Highs. He needs a Melfic Roar though, or maybe even a Corrosion Scythe now to help deal more damage. I don't think it's going to come in time. 14,000 gold lead, and Onyx have an enhanced Lord. Second Lord of the game could be the end.
Let's see, indeed. Onyx manipulating the waves here for a 3-wave push, potentially, but seems like they will focus down on the mid at first. Rebellion Zion delaying. I don't think this is the right move. This might make Onyx, help Onyx. Let's see, Rebellion Zion trying to defend the Lord. Boots jumping in. Keyboy flanking in the backside, finds a Petrify, but good cold altar to delay. Good silence, good knockup. Onyx finding one. Vincent gets taken out. And more with the Blazing Duet, Wind of Nature. Trying to clear, but Boots is there with the Brazil's Wrath. And that is it. Onyx with the wiped out, forcing the series to a game 3.
Welcome to the first best of 1 for Onyx again, ladies and gentlemen, as they force a game 3. I don't really know what to say about that game. It was a little bit too dominant for my taste. Rebellion Zion literally had nothing going for them at all. They were banking on what from their composition.
They were banking on early
game rotation, that snowball that we usually see that the Martis is capable of doing, but they couldn't do that with the Kadita.
They couldn't even get close to doing that, right? In the early game, all the way from the start, Audi TZ made a mistake, and I think the point still stands then. If Audi TZ doesn't get a pick-off hero, Rebellion Zion don't do too well, don't do well at all even. Again, there's no real shot call, there's no real vision, I would say. And usually the vision comes through Audi TZ with an aggressive pick who can actually make things happen on the map. That's why I expected the Edith as a last pick.
I want a Kufra.
Or even a Kaja.
Kaja was banned.
Exactly. So with those two out of the board, with the Edith not even picked up, Onyx completely capitalized on the mistake. Even if Rebellion had a good composition, a good round off there, Onyx executed way better, 9 times better.
And Rebellion Zion, unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize the momentum. And taking a look at the locker room as well. A lot of reparations here. Game 2, they just got stomped. Seems like Onyx. Game 1 was a warm-up game.
It looked like it. It kind of did, honestly. I don't really know what to say. I mean, I guess their lineup is back. It felt like in game number 1, they didn't take it as seriously in a way. I don't know. Was it a draft issue going on too? But like game number 2, that was a different story. And usually when they come back like that, game number 3, it's a quick win for Onyx.
It depends.
It depends.
The English desk curse.
Dude, yeah, it's been so bad.
Game 1,
What's going on?
unanimous Onyx.
Did we do all Rebellion game 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
all
did.
of us, all three of us.
Even Gani, that's why I was so surprised. Gani not voting for Onyx, that's the first I've seen.
Lost my faith a little there, but
Kyrie has brought you back to the religion of Onyx.
I don't think it was losing faith. Maybe you saw the curse happening.
I low-key lost my faith.
Okay.
Game 2.
And then I wanted to like.
He's an honest
defend
man,
you a little
Eterna.
bit.
There's no defense. He's all aggression. He's a Chad.
Game 3.
That's why.
You won't see me voting for Rebellion.
Okay, now we go for Rebellion. Let's see if it's our curse or his.
That's why.
That's how we do it in the English desk. We try to experiment a lot, but in this game, it was no experimenting for Onyx. They
No.
were like, you know what? We're done. We're done. We're done playing games. Kyrie, just...
Even Keyboy.
My lord.
Different
The
Keyboy.
2Ks.
From Game 1 and Game 2, a little bit different. Sure, different hero. Sure, different playstyle, but Keyboy seems more like Keyboy in this
It
game.
felt like Keyboy, yeah.
Felt like Keyboy. More
I mean,
aggressive.
Kyrie is just
felt-
being Kyrie.
It felt more like Kyrie as well. It's not an
Kyrie's
alpha.
Kyrie.
Kyrie's Kyrie, yeah.
Yeah. And
You
then
would expect Kyrie to be
everyone
Keyboy.
needs to be. Everyone needs to play like Kyrie,
Ah.
like on that level. You know what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I
say?
agree. I understand. I understand. I understand.
Keyboy was playing on the level of Keyboy, but the player of the game goes to Kyrie, playing like Kyrie on the Hayabusa. You got it?
Man.
I gotta ignore you for a bit because I don't understand, but player of the game presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z series, the Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Kyrie literally flipped Rebellion in half, and he folded them like a chair or like the Z Fold 5. And looking at the items again, there's to be completely honest with you, there's nothing really too special about the itemization. What's special is the way he executed, the way he played all the way from the start. The Master Assassin emblem was amazing in this game. He knew that, you know what? Enemy team wants to clump up. What if I pick them off before they can clump up? The clump up can only happen in the mid game. Second turtle, a third turtle, maybe even. The best time to do the clump up strat. And Kyrie says, no, I'm not even going to let you get a lead. I'm not even going to let you survive. Audi level 2 dead.
Yeah.
Level 3 dead again. Level 4 survive for a bit. Level 5 dies again. And that's all due to, well, not all due to Kyrie, but the first kill was definitely all due to Kyrie. This guy is Hayabusa. Take off that mask from Hayabusa. That's him. He is
Kyrie.
him.
Actually, I see the resemblance.
looks alike, yeah.
Yeah, the hair too. That's what he's styling. Well, a lot of people say he has the Ling hair, Haya hair. It's just the assassin hair.
That
they
makes
all
sense.
have good hair, head and shoulders. Anyways, this is the highlights. And this is the highlights of the talent prediction. I love that they put it in there. Owawa, now the only one standing. Gio Joshua has been taken out. And the splash of water, it felt like a playful splash. It's just like, hey. And then the guy dies. Lethal splash.
This is where the outplay.
This, honestly, in the highlights here, there's not much to analyze. We just need to enjoy how Kyrie and Onyx dismantled Rebellion Zion.
I'm enjoying.
Me too.
We're all really enjoying this moment. I mean, it's all just, the coordination is perfect. It's like the Onyx we saw yesterday. It's not the Onyx we saw in game number 1. Even here, look at that. Cars, they're supposed to be the frontliner. Oh, Vincent getting a good pick there. No. But in towards the end, just, oh, nobody saw that. It's okay. Cars was drifting.
But yeah, I mean, game 2, man. Onyx finally back in their rhythm. I wonder what Rebellion will do in game 3.
There's a lot to talk about, honestly.
Get a pick-off hero for Audi. That's the first step.
Honestly, don't give Kadita over.
Don't give Kadita, don't give Assassin.
They will switch side again, though, in game 3.
I think Kadita's too expensive.
You know what's too expensive? Giving 2, right? I mean, they tried hack a Kyrie. Well, they didn't try hack a Kyrie. They just kind of forced that alpha pick. And, oh man, this itemization is just sad to see if you're a Rebellion Zion fan. Look at this. Oh man, Renbu. 2 items in 14 minutes. Enchanted Talisman and the Lightning Truncheon. That is sad to see, man. And even Cars, 6,971 gold. Dude, if the Faramis has the same amount of gold as the Roamer, you know the trio mid's just dead.
You can tell from his itemization, he's like, all right, I'm going to go for the Faramis build. Elegant Gem, Enchanted, and then Lightning. I don't have gold. Never mind. Let's go straight for lightning truncheon.
We can't. We
It's
can't.
so
we just
sad.
can't. It is. It really is so sad because there's not much they could do here in the itemization department. Look at that gold difference, 52 to 35.
0 Lord, Turtle, and turrets.
Even turrets, yeah. Onyx game one, they
turret.
got one turret. Onyx were like, you know what? Nah, we ain't taking that. We ain't taking that level of disrespect, my guy. Let's come back here and let's stomp Rebellion Zion, and that's exactly what they did. Oh, but Vincent still climbed his way into that sandbag.
Kyrie, 904 gold per minute.
As a jungler,
So odd. What's going on with the series, right? Because in game number 1, it wasn't the gold laner either.
No.
It was Kars. In game number 2, it was Kyrie.
Gold lane is gone.
might
Like
as
they're
well.
actually gone.
No, not actually gone, but like in the
Marksman lane.
series,
Oh.
they just are not the spotlight.
They're not the spotlight.
Can't blame him. I mean, when Kyrie is in the game,
I'm still thinking about that game. It's so weird. But okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 3, the conclusion to the series, we are going to go on a short break, giving me some time in particular to think about what happened because I can't wrap my head around it, guys. Sorry. So with that, let's take to a break. We'll see you after. Stay tuned.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau.
The final conclusion is upon us here for Onyx as well as Rebellion Zion. Rebellion Zion took the first game, but Onyx forced a game number 3 from game number 2. And with that, let's see how the results come to us today. Welcome back from that short break, ladies and gentlemen. It's still me, Eterna, Goni, as well as Mirko to accompany you through this match. And what a surprise! Game number 2. Okay, was it really a surprise though? I was kind of a surprise. Game number 2 was such a dominant game from Onyx.
You know what? Looking at the history, Onyx, they tend to do this back in Season 11 where they throw, I don't want to say throw, but they lost the first game. And then Game 2, Game 3, they bounce back. But then again, I said this for Rebellion, job's not done. I say this again for Onyx, job is not done as well.
Both of them have to do their jobs right now in game number 3. Yeah, I mean, job is not done technically. You need to go 2-1. That's how best of threes work, ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting.
Why?
That's how it works?
Eterna and Gani. This is a combo, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of duos, though, I will have to say Sans and Kairi in that game, they really controlled the tempo of the game through just the dominance that they have in their own roles. Jungle for Kairi, the way he was able to maneuver around the map with that Master Assassin, forcing a lot of these battles, but Boots was the silent guy, the silent carry. Good guy Boots. A few of these neutral objective takes in the early game that should have went towards the side of Rebellion Zion was actually cancelled not by Kairi, not by Sans, but by Mr. Good Guy Boots. Oh, just tells the team, guys, I got this. Don't worry, you know, don't get too close to that girl. I mean, that turtle. Move back.
I mean, I agree, right? Because in the first turtle, it was Boots that eliminated Vincent away, that paved the way for Onyx to pick up that first objective and steamroll afterwards that. But in the grand scheme of things, after that, how was everything else achieved? How was Kairi, how was it possible for him to go around the map, get the picks off the board? It was because of vision. Who gave them vision? It was very different to Rebellion Zion, who notably is Audi TZ, but in this, it was Keyboy on the Kadita.
Yes, sir.
So far, he's been on the Kaja, he's been on the Kufra. It hasn't really worked out for him, but when he was given the Kadita, that's when things changed, especially when Audi TZ is on a hero like the Florin that was easily countered in that regard. But whoa, what's going on?
Link first pick.
Oh my goodness, you are right, ladies and gentlemen. Onyx first pick, Rebellion Zion second. Kaja, Paquito, Hilda banned out. You can see Valentina, Joy, and Fanny banned out as well from the side of Rebellion Zion with a quick first pick in the link for Onyx. Rebellion Zion respond with a Fredrin as well as a Beatrix. The one thing that I really wanted to note is from game number 2, the fact that they went for a Florin as their roamer. They didn't really have any lockdown for Kairi on the Assassins. Let's hope that there is a change for Rebellion Zion this time around, especially now that they already see a Ling. Does Onyx want to pick up the Angela though?
The Angela is a good choice, but knowing Keyboy, he ain't part of that life,
likes
bro.
the K's, right?
The what?
The key, the Kufra,
the K's,
the
yeah,
Kaja,
okay.
the Kadita.
Yeah,
you're right.
Cangela.
The Ko, absolutely. You know, I think Onyx can do really good on these flashy heroes, and it's just not Keyboy style to go for something like a.
It's not Keyboy's playing
Sans.
it. It's Sans.
They
Exactly.
then they can go for the Cho later on. Not now, though. The Arlet comes through first because they want to use this flex pick, Angela. Okay.
And they also want to deny it away.
Deny it away from
Cars.
Cars.
Exactly, and Arlet is also a flex technically, right? Boots or even Keyboy can pull it off. So all flex, apart from that Ling. Rebellion Zion though, seems like they will take their time. What's a good hero in this? It's gonna be the Faramis, so they want sustainability. You got the Angela, I got the team that can add HP as well. That's Faramis.
The Faramis was a great choice to go for in game number 2, I would say, until the Valentina showed up, right? And the Kadita flex was really shown there. And now that they've taken away the Valentina, I'll have to say again, it's a great pick up against Onyx, who can try to do what Evos did yesterday. Remember crying on that Faramis, a lot of dive attempts from Onyx. That's just how they like to, you know, approach the game. And the Cult Altar here kind of denies that aspect away. Now they need to build on the solid front to back clumped up composition that they are going for.
On top of that, I think that the Faramis is also the safest pick going against the Ling. Obviously, the Ling is going to try and look for kills. I guess it really depends on the emblem choice and the talent that gives us a little bit of an idea of how this Ling wants to play. But if we know Kairi, we know his Ling, we know that it's very aggressive. if they pick up something like the Yves, I think it's a little bit too out there, a little bit too vulnerable, so they go for a Faramis instead, and they try to capitalize over that sustain. Rebellion Zion, they're going to eliminate once again the Melissa, because Cult Altar.
Alter clumped up. Melissa, very good going up against the clumped up composition. But very straightforward here. Onyx, they trying to limit Audi. You're at suppression. Edith taken out.
Kaja, Hilda, Edith, Franco. 4 roamer bans, 4 targeted bans towards Audi. And now what's left for pickoff? No Kaja,
Varia.
no Franco. Against a Ling, Angela? Yeah, no, I don't think you want to do that. I think a Kufra would be better this game. I mean, there's a Vengeance, there's also a Ling. If you want to go, technically, there's another hero that does good against dashes who can also hook. Minsathar. We haven't seen Minsathar in a long time because it's just fallen off of Prio, but against an Arlet and a Ling, if there's a time to pick it up, maybe it is now. Maybe this is the time. I don't know if they want to pick it up right here. Kufra is the safest choice, as expected. The bouncing ball kind of does the same, cancels out the dashes.
That's exactly what Rebellion Zion needs. They need a hero like the Kufra who can also be that shining light at the end of the tunnel, opening up the vision, opening up the map as well. Huh?
Go Atlas for Keyboy.
Atlas for Keyboy?
Do you not like it? Going to bring Kufra, Faramis.
It doesn't start with a K.
Doesn't start with the K.
It's the Catalyst.
It's the Catalyst indeed, and the Harith. So they're going for the... Yeah, going up against the clumped up hero again. Shaman Force. It's going to be nasty. Oh, combo.
Yeah, it is. And the fact that the Harith should do well in lane against the Beatrix as well earlier on, it negates that winning lane from Highs, which is one of the keys to victory for Rebellion Zion. If Highs is shut down, how are they going to play around this? Now, the question is this going to be a Fredrin in the jungle for Vincent, or is it going to be a Fredrin in the EXP lane for Cars? Cars has yet to pick it up, so I think they are going for a different route here. I see a Grok.
Yeah. I was holding my breath there. I don't want to see the Hellkirk here up against the Harith, instantly purified out. There's also a lot of survivability, so the Grok pick makes more sense. Though, it is still a bit of a... I don't know, though. This bouncing ball now has so much value. Harith, Ling, and Arlet, right? But yeah, that Atlas is definitely going to be a problem for the Beatrix. They're going to have to somehow try to split up, but also clump up, if that makes sense, because they have a Faramis within their comp. It's what they want to do. Arlet Atlas, this is a disgusting combo, man.
Truly is a disgusting combo, but that is going to be the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn. Last game.
Last game, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Because surely the audience are. Both of these sides are chanting for their respective teams. And I like the draft coming in from Onyx.
Same.
It's a very one-a-moment type of composition, however, right?
It's a 3-moment composition.
It's really banking on Keyboy, though.
Yeah, and Boots. Boots can go for a final slash. That's why I said it's a 3-moment, because it can come through re-engages and re-engages.
There's a possibility that it doesn't coerce with one another. So let's see, it really depends on execution. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 3, the final game of this best of 3 series between these teams. And going back to that point, right, because there's always a possibility Final Slash and the Fatal Links, they don't connect properly. That disrupts that momentum that Onyx needs with the composition that they build.
You're right. So there is going to be a sense of coordination needed. Synchronization.
And now it gets really scary for Rebellion, because with their composition, well, with Onyx composition, you would expect a lot of Purifies, but you're on a Beatrix who can't go for Purify, you're on a Kufra who it would be weird for him to go for a Purify. Vincent Carr speaks for itself as well, so the only real Purify that they can utilize in their kit is Renbu, right? So with one Purify, the Atlas was an amazing pick, a phenomenal pick. But remember, Renbu now with the Purify has a way to get out of the call of the Fatal Links and to save his team with that Call Altar. So there is already an answer. Taking a look at the emblems as well. 2 Weapon Masters. Wow, even for Cars here, they really want to go for that damage, for that additional damage. And I think this means that they might be playing towards the mid game. They want to go for that mid-game power spike. They want to try to abuse it here. And for Keyboy, it's just the cooldown. He wants to go for a pull yourself together here, helping him get a lot more of these engages. And even with the concussive blast, faster clear.
Okay, going all in towards Keyboy. Good approach. Now Tempest Blade towards the backside. Renbu's not level 4 yet. No call alter, but good cancel by Audi. But wasn't enough. It has no damage just yet. Final slash, Audi forced to use the flicker. Take a look at the turtle already initiated by Rebellion Zion.
Definitely worth it right now for Onyx, but on the other side, it's actually worth it for Rebellion Zion. The fact that they were able to feed a kill onto Highs in the early stage of the game in that losing matchup, it does give the Beatrix a little bit more to work with in her respective lane. Rebellion Zion with that space, with the deny kill from Onyx as well, they are going to be able to pick up that turtle. So now Onyx, they're falling far behind, but why? Because they weren't level 4 just yet.
Oh no.
And let's hope it's not because of this.
Oh my god. If it happens again, this is literally exactly as game number 1. It's only Gio, solo, Rebellion Zion. So far, if there's one guy who predicts a different team, that one guy will always win. Let's see what happens here. Rebellion are starting off strong with their composition. But Cars now good. Ooh, good wild charge. Beautifully done by Cars here. And Carry can't get close enough. Cars has the flicker, gets out. Easy peasy escape. Now for Onyx, I'm trying to look at their... I think they're trying to just, again, match up a lot of these different... Wow, wait! Hyde is doing great against CW. One whole level ahead of CW.
Okay, good catch. Good catch on towards Keyboy here. Fatal Links, though, will not be popped just yet. Kyrie in the backside will find Audi TZ. Call Alter still there for Renbu. Tempest Blade popped as well. Highs does not get the snipe there. Oh, Wesker, rather. Let's see here, it's still a 1-4-1.
And that's it, right? The fact that they were able to feed that kill onto Highs earlier on in the game, it's making that much of a difference. If we take a look at the item, there you go. 500 gold lead for the Beatrix, almost at BOD.
And this is what gives Rebellion Zion their strength. Remember, in the Keys to Victory, we mentioned that Highs is a very aggressive gold laner. He's a gold laner that actually cares more about the team than he does of his own lane. He will prioritize team fights and playing with the team over his lane. So that's what we saw from him earlier. And now we can just continuously see that from him. On the Beatrix, it gives him even more power, right? You can clear and rotate, clear and rotate. That's why... That's his comfort pick. That's why we've seen so much success from Highs on this hero. But if it isn't team fights that he's looking for, it's always ganks from Audi TZ. Now 2v2, San CW, Highs Audi.
Looking at the turtle area though, Audi TZ misses his revenge outside. No clear damage, just, yeah, synchro vision, but turtle taken by Vincent. Kyrie misses his reti. Good fatalings on towards Zero. No clear fall of damage though. Now Prez's Wrath will help Keyboy to take him out, but Kyrie finds a trade, a roam for EXP. Let's see, the taunt connects. No appraisals right this time. But Kyrie will not be able to escape as Highs and more is there.
Oh man, that was such a good rotation coming in from Highs. They're looking for another pick on the board onto Suns. They don't necessarily get it just yet, but they get a tower in that mid lane. Value, value, and value for Rebellion Zion. Meanwhile, CW going to be able to get that turret. Like you mentioned, the way that Highs prioritizes these team fights, and it's actually nullifying Onyx kill pressure.
We say it and Rebellion just executes it. My lord, Highs loves team fighting, loves to just be on with the team. And that's what he did. Cleared out that bottom lane, instantly rotated into the mid lane, and Onyx was just not ready for that movement now. Fatal Links.
Flicker, Fatal Links on towards Highs, gets taken out instantly. That's a good pick off again, bottom side. Rebellion Zion, they somehow lost their lead now.
It's still I'm thinking about it, right? In this rock, paper, scissors kind of situation, despite Highs getting 2 kills because of those rotations, if he loses the tower as a compromise for Onyx, is it worth it? Is it worth to get picked off like that?
Well, I think it's still worth it nonetheless earlier because they got a mid lane tier 1.
Oh, Vincent now isolated, trying to find the escape route, but no, CW is there to secure the kill. Tempest of Blade just to somehow secure more swords. Seems like now Audi TZ charges, does not commit turtle, the last turtle in the game, will spawn here. It seems like Rebellion Zion is in nowhere to contest.
Yeah, I think I'll answer your question earlier, your concern. Highs gets rid of his lane, basically ignores his lane, but as long as he's able to find objectives, not just kills, like the mid lane turret, it's worth it. But now, Onyx are utilizing the kill pressure they have in the mid game, that mid game power spike, to actually stop Vincent and the rest of the trio mid from going anywhere. And even down below, Sans is able to actually keep this wave at bay. You can see it beautifully done. Look at Keyboy's position though. Heiz reveals himself another time, and this might be a collapse. Lig is coming down.
Let's see, Heisamore has the flicker this time, but not enough time. He gets taken out instantly with the help of that hard guard as well. Kyrie secures the kill. Audi Tizzy now, no flicker. Forced to use the rage, no follow-up. And he gets stunned, frozen, everything. Tempest of Blade will secure the kill. Kyrie grabs his 4th kill of the game.
Again, right? We saw it again. He loses his life, but he gets a tower on the bottom lane. Again, is it worth it? Because of the fact that Kyrie rotated towards his bottom side, you can see that Kars was able to get another tower. So Rebellion Zion, they're playing more for the objectives as compared to kills, which is what Onyx are doing.
Well, mid lane tier 1 was different, right? He got a kill and a turret. That's why it was value. They got more gold in return, but this, I don't think, was value. Heiz needs to farm up to get more items, and right now he's only sitting at a BOD. He needs that Melfic Roar before he can actually, well, before he achieves that power spike. So now he's being slowed down from that power spike, and no, it's not value, to answer your question. In that bottom lane, that turret for the kill, definitely not, because they lose so much map pressure with both Heiz and Audi down. Mainly Audi though. If it's Heiz, just Heiz, and it's gold for turret, whatever. Audi has so much presence on the map because he can actually be a tool to deny a lot of these dashes and engages. Because he was dead, Onyx were able to find a lot more moves in the map, a lot of new invades, and now Vincent is behind as well.
So even in the early game, it's not worth it. Because despite Onyx getting that kill, there's no objective on the board. There's nothing that they could have converted on. And now you can even see that in terms of economy, it's equal.
It's equal, but the gold right now is favorable for Kyrie, who's 4-1, right? So it's still worth it for Onyx. This is what they want to utilize. This is their power spike in there, and what their composition was built around with the Angeling. So as long as the Ling does well, they should be able to find a lot more.
Let's see here, Lord Dance, final slash on towards Rainbow. Purify wasn't pop, call alter pop though. That's info. Keyboy, perfect match. Finding Frederick, and Rainbow in the backside gets taken out. Heisamore finally shows in the map as well. The knockup from the Lord was impactful in a sense. Audi catching CW, no clear follow-up. That's a huge resource wasted. Bracel's Wrath, Audi TZ very low, immobilized, gets taken out. Fatal Links was used. Vincent now grabs the Lord. That's a huge dub for Rebellion, but they will lost 2 members. And finding the kill. Rebellion Zion with a huge dub in this Lord Dance.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, you're right. Rebellion Zion. They win the team fight. Okay, they don't necessarily win the team fight, but they get a pick onto Kyrie. And who was the one to kill Kyrie? It was Heiz. That's a lot of gold given to Heiz there. Plus, they get the Retribution battle for Rebellion Zion. That's definitely worth it for the Blue Bulls.
And again, it just feels like Vincent has Kyrie's number. Every time he's on a utility jungler, especially the Fredrin here, my lord, Vincent has been able to get a lot of these great retributions in the 50-50 battles. Let's take a look at the build setup comparison though. Both 53% win rate on the Cooper. Let's see a fight though.
Good cancel there with the final slash. Audi does not connect with the rage, but Audi TZ punished as well. Rainbow will not be able to escape. There's an overcommitment there by the side of the Blue Bulls. Take a look at Keyboy. He was shown here with the lead though, so he isn't able to make the flank. Renner's apathy does not connect, but the Lord will be cleared by the side of Onyx.
All right, we have a pause. Finally, we have time to talk a little bit about what's been going on here, because even though it's 10-5 kill-wise, like you mentioned, Eterna, it is pretty equal when it comes to the gold. And earlier, Kyrie had a pretty good gold lead going for him, right? The rest of the team may be behind, but as long as Kyrie in the mid-game holds that power, holds onto that gold lead, he should be able to make these plays happen. But if he gets shut down like that, and especially if Heiz is the one who gets the gold, this is going to get dangerous. Hyze needs to go, like, as long as Hyze gets Wind of Nature, that backline threat won't really be present, okay? He needs to just be careful about the Atlas. That's it. Kyrie can jump in and he can just pop the Wind of Nature. Meanwhile, for Harith, he's going to be more of a front-to-back hero. And even then, there's a Kufra to kind of deny that. So, again, this is where a lot of the problems lie for Onyx that has been finally exploited by Rebellion. It's when Hyze gets that power spike, when he gets the goal. So the shutdown that they did early on, the 2 deaths onto Hyze, now it's gone. Now the Hyze is back again to equal or maybe even ahead of CW.
And that's why it negates our entire conversation, our entire discussion about whether it was value or not to trade his own life for something that's permanent, like a tower, that in the long run gives them more vision in the mid-game.
Yeah, it gets them more vision in the mid-game, and that's what we're seeing now,
Exactly.
right? The build-up. It has to come down to a few mistakes from Kyrie, though. That definitely happened earlier.
Exactly.
And Cars, gotta give props to this man. That wild charge was perfect. He timed it with the Tempest of Blade just when he drops down. And these are little things that you can utilize to capitalize Onyx aggression. They're always a very aggressive team. I've been looking at a lot of their games, even at MSC. The reason that, you know, sometimes they're just equal and then they suddenly win the game is because of that aggression. But it can also be said that they can get countered. If teams start to understand how they're aggressive, when they're aggressive, they can get completely punished. And I think that's what Cars was waiting for in that bush.
It could be a factor of Cars with the play, or Kyrie underestimated, miscalculates that the Grok was there. So again, it could go both ways. Just a build-up, setup, comparison here.
Yeah,
Okay.
you didn't get to finish earlier on because of that fight from Audi TZ. He got actually a really good pick. But
Audi doesn't want me to
continue.
finish. He really doesn't. Let's take a look at game number 1 first, okay? Because Keyboy, looking at the drafts of game number 1, they had a Kufra and a Farsa with an Alpha, right? So with the Farsa, already very good clear. That's why you would try to utilize it more, or utilize the Kufra more to go with the Quantum Charge for more mobility. You want to try to match the mobility that Rebellion had. Remember, also there was a Baksha and a Valentina and a Paquito. So that was why the Quantum Charge was used in the first game. Still the same though for the Tenacity emblem, both of them going for that. What's interesting is the firmness. 6 extra physical and magic defense instead of vitality that usually Keyboy goes for. Whenever he goes for an attack, he always goes vitality, tenacity, even on Cho, Kufra, multiple times. So this just shows you that he was really aware of the Paquito, Valentina, and the, well, not the Leslie, but Paquito, Valentina combo that could really haunt him in the game. HP, definitely not as important as the defense. Meanwhile, in game number 3, the reason a Concussive Blast was chosen was because they need this map, they need this clear. Against an Angela plus an Atlas, well, against an Angela comp anyways, right? You want to get better clear in the mid-wave to try to pin the Angela down. Just constantly shove the wave so that the Angela won't be able to rotate around the map. And so far, I think in the early game, that's what has enabled Audi and the others, the trio mid, to get these neutral objectives. They get to it first because of the faster clear. They even caught Keyboy in the first minute or second minute because they were able to clear first and because Keyboy overstepped his boundaries.
It's funny though, Concussive Blast, despite the fact that Hyze still is actively roaming towards that mid lane to clear.
Hyze doesn't come to clear. He comes to clear, but he mainly comes to follow up. Look at how Audi is playing. It's very interesting because as a guy with Concussive Blast, you would expect him to just stay in the mid lane, but he uses it just in the early game, level 1 up until level 3 or 4, and then he starts rotating, playing for Hyze. He plays for Hyze because the Concussive Blast also helps, not just in the mid lane clear, but also in any lane clear. He uses these abilities to help Hyze clear out against a Harith, who usually can clear faster than Beatrix, or actually can force Beatrix out of the lane, right? With the trades. And that's why Hyze has been so free. He's been given space by this Concussive Blast, mainly because of that help with the clear, or just help of getting some pressure down.
Still talking about the Kufra though, I think the approach from Audi this time, this game, needs to be more of a cover, especially the situation.
You
I think that's what he was doing though, right?
Good, exactly.
Because we saw, was it the Lord fight earlier on or was it the Turtle fight? Was it Lord? Are we at Lord yet?
we are at minute
I forgot.
number...
But anyway, they were centering around a particular objective, whether it be Lord or Turtle. But we saw, remember you even mentioned it when you're doing your play-by-play, the fact that Audi TC came in, used his entire combo onto the Harris, but there was no follow-up. But he was actually there to do that to protect highs.
Okay.
We're at 11 minutes, by the way.
Okay. So we're at Lord.
Yeah.
Practically.
Around the Lord. I think you're right. I think the cover strat is going to be better for Rebellion. They need to be reactive. If they go proactively, the Angela and the sustain that Onyx has within their kit is going to haunt them. Remember, it's all about re-engaging as well. Technically for Onyx, they can go for these engages, but they also need to try to bait out some resources with the sustain. If Angela goes onto the Ling will most probably go first and use that Tempest of Blades to try to bait some of these resources so that it's open for the Atlas to come in, and then the final slash, and then the combo happens. It depends. Whoever, Harith or Ling, these are going to be the baits with the Angela to try to force that engage and to try to force Rebellion to clump up. So if Rebellion, it's weird to say, but if Rebellion split up in a way where the Grok can come in and stop the full combo coming in from Onyx, that's their key.
Speaking of the Atlas as well, you mentioned the Atlas. Keyboy, if you really take a look at this gameplay, this game, he doesn't show on map. He shows map during perfect match, going for an engage. That is a very good Atlas gameplay. You don't show on map unless you're on your perfect match.
So he's basically playing the Atlas like he would a Kadita.
You can say, in that sense, yes.
Interesting.
He's going bush to bush, doesn't look for open maps, doesn't look for open vision. Suddenly, Atlas is in your flank, on his perfect match, ready with flicker or without, regardless, ready for that.
Boom, bang, bada bing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With
it
that
happens.
boom, bang, bada bing. But let's take a look at the top three junglers here.
Ooh.
Vincent, Kyrie, and a Super Ken. Vincent still at 100% Lord rate. Turtle rate, it kind of varies because it really depends on how far their team is. But, I mean, we've seen it. Going head-to-head against Kyrie.
Yeah.
One of the best junglers in the world.
The best jungler in the world.
IT dubs.
All right. I think best assassin jungler
best
in the world.
jungler in the
but
world.
the best jungler in the world is still kind of debatable.
The best jungler in the world for
The
me.
best assassin player
Right now.
In the world.
in the world.
Vincent, yeah, I think he's been stellar. His retributions, my lord. It's giving me, or maybe Kyrie, a bit of PTSD to when Carl TZ won, I think, 7 neutral objective takes with his retri at MSC. Kyrie mentioned in the interview, I can only dash, it's fine. I'll win the game through dashes. And that's what we're seeing now in this game. Ling, he needs to be the executor. Neutral objectives won't go his way almost most of the time. Fredrin definitely has an advantage when it comes to neutral objective battles. But I think it comes down to the team as well to try to set up Kyrie to get these retributions. Because for Fredrin, you can just be solo. You can walk up and steal the Lord, take the Lord, and even start a Lord dance. On the Ling, you're not there. You need to try to fly by, right? You want to clear out the side lanes. You're kind of the main tool for split pushes and for far lane pressure. So that's why we're seeing it from Vincent here, because he's actually transitioned. He's grown up. He became an adult. Yeah? Something that some other junglers can take note from. Vincent was a Fanny player. He was a bombastic assassin player. You can see him on Lancelot. You can see him just flashing around with these very flashy heroes. But
this season, no Fanny.
Vincent is a man. He's turned from a boy to a man. And
Very
now,
peculiar stat though.
very peculiar stat, like his turtle rate. But
Turtle rate very low.
But this week,
100.
his turtle rate, I think, has risen so far up.
It's increased.
It's increased by a lot. By the way, the reason you're seeing 16% is because that is only week 2 stats. So not accounting week 1. It's not week 1 and 2. It's just week 2. Yeah.
Just week 2.
Just week 2. So in week 2, Rebellion just didn't like early to mid.
Oh, the Marshal is here.
He's ready. He's ready.
He is definitely ready. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into the game where we left off. 12 minutes have elapsed. So earlier on, it was the Lord being cleared out by Kyrie in that top lane before the pause did happen. And so we're coming in here with 25 more seconds left on the next Lord take. What are things that we need to note here? Housekeeping is going to be very important.
Let's see, will Cards be able to replicate what he did in game 1? being the janitor supervisor. 10-5 total kills though.
I don't think you want to be the janitor/supervisor for the lanes this game on a Grok, right? You want to be the guy who just, well, you want to clear the wave still, but you want to try to just join the team fights as much as you can, and it's actually Sans here. The global presence from Onyx that is quite disgusting. They can put Sans, they can put the Ling, they can control both side lanes and not have a problem at all. So Rebellion need to try to force something to happen in a 4v4 or even a 5v5 with cars.
Let's see if they can do that here. Vincent already there in the Lord area. Boots opening up vision, looking for the time to strike. Remember, you mentioned if Kairi wants to go for this 50-50, there needs to be some disablement onto Vincent. And I think that's what Boots is planning here with the rotations coming in. CW going to be able to clear that mid side, so that top lane is going to be cleared by the Angela. Rebellion Zion, they don't really have really good housekeeping going on.
E-Boy can still play towards the backside flicker. Fatality's onto it too! Kyrie will oblige for the kill. Boots taking AudiTZ down. And with that collapse, 4 members taken out by the side of Rebellion Zion. Onyx. Wow.
The entire discussion we had during the pause, what Onyx needs to do, they were like, okay, we got you, bro. We got you. We'll go in, we'll wait for that re-engage, we'll wait for Heist to show himself out right as Ling shows up with an Angela hard guard. They literally did it exactly how we said it, my lord.
It's insane, and now they're pushing on all 3 lanes. Lord is marching down in the top side. All inhibitor turrets are down. Vincent still not back into the game, but it doesn't look like Onyx want to go for an engage just yet. But look at Keyboy, this is scary.
Yeah, he did this, the Lord dance earlier with the flanks. Finds highs, no follow-up, but it's just to buy time. Cold Ultra popped as well. Now Kyrie, he wants to shine, waiting for the right moment. There you go, the stun, the kill! Rambu picks up on towards Atlas, but AudiTZ will be taken out. Double kill, triple kill for Kyrie. Will he find the Maniac? But it seems like
Savage?
Base. Oh my god, Maniac, the Savage!
Oh my god, please
Rambu,
give him the Savage.
No! But Onyx, despite all that, will find the reverse sweep.
The winning lineup, MSC champions, they still reign supreme over their fellow Indonesian brethren. And this is it. This is the Onyx that we know and that we loved and that we've missed so much. And they finally show up here in a 2-1 victory against Rebellion Zion.
Wow. Man, before the game started, remember, it was 2-2. It was even. Maniac, 2 highs. 2 Maniac for Kyrie. Now it's 3 for Kyrie. He wants to break all the records this season with Onyx. They are definitely scary, dude. 2-1. I think there's no doubt in mind as to who that player of the game is, especially after that. Wow. Kyrie, the best jungler in the world.
No doubt indeed. And this is why when Onyx is tested, is challenged, it's where they will be more composed and deadly.
Yeah, it's a good platform to learn, especially if, you know, Kyrie has been saying over and over in his interviews the fact that he really wants that M5 trophy. The fact that they lose over and over here, it's good. It's learning. They're getting challenged. They're just put to the test, and it's a good way to utilize all that experience and bring it over to when they get that M5 trophy. When? Let's hope.
I think if they perform like this, if they continue to improve as well, it's definitely going to be a chance for them to go back to back to back to back. The first ever 3-peat in MPL Indo history for Season 12 as well. Kyrie adds his Maniac collection by taking down the Bulls in Game 3. The Matador, it seems like his red sheet was taken off of his hands, and the Raging Bull just went in, no direction, and Kyrie was able to take that Bull down. Highs, even with the Wind of Nature, we said it, there was not going to be as much kill pressure, but if Kyrie just simply waits for the Wind of Nature, it's still the same.
Definitely. Well, I guess Onyx is back.
Onyx is definitely back, thanks to you, Eterna.
Why?
With your win against Onyx, finally Onyx.
I didn't win against Onyx.
Well,
Aura on fire. Aura on fire.
Aura on fire won against Onyx. And then Onyx said, you know what? No more playing games. Let's bring the championship lineup.
They woke up the sleeping porcupines. It doesn't sound menacing. It sounds very cute.
Yeah, it doesn't really.
porcupine.
But with that, let's take to the interview with Bude Clara Mongstar and Onyx.
Dengan kemenangan yang mendebarkan 2-1. Tim Onyx, gimana pertandingan kalian untuk menutup minggu ini? Cukup puaskah dengan match kalian hari ini, Boots?
Alhamdulillah puas, menang.
Alhamdulillah, tapi mendebarkan gak sih ngelawan Rebellion untuk hari ini?
Mendebarkan, soalnya kalah duluan tadi.
Gimana nih? Kan kita ngeliat kalian kalah duluan tuh. Tapi game kedua, kalian tanpa ampun galak banget. Apa yang terjadi di sela-sela abis game 1, terus ke game kedua itu, Boots?
Yang pasti ya kita udah tahu cara ngeriset lah ya kalau misalnya lagi kalah. Dan kita ngelakuin itu.
Cara untuk ngeriset ya. Dan mungkin bisa di-spill nggak sih? What happened di game yang pertama? Karena ini banyak banget yang terjadi. Wow, ternyata Onyx yang di game pertama bisa dikalahkan juga. Padahal bisa dibilang bahkan dari prediksi itu megang ke Onyx mayoritas.
Takdir.
Takdir ya, pasrah sekali ya Babang Boots. Ini menarik banget, tapi menutup match ini dengan Maniac dari Kairi. Kairi Link dilepas. Wow, you can play your Link again in this game. Are you happy? You playing with Link again. Are you happy that they let you to play Link? Oh, and how important is it to have a good retribution to battle up, to have a contest objective for you? How important it is to win a contest objective contest? How important it is to win the objective contest?
Dapat Lord terus kita menang.
Dia dapat Lord, senang. But how about your battle, your retribution battle against Vincent in this match? How about the battle? Bisik-bisik dulu, tanya Boots dulu ya. Artinya apa tuh? Ya, yeah. How about your battle against Vincent? Lawan Vincent gimana sih tadi adu retri sama Vincent?
Gak mau rematch because tadi retri gue cukup.
Mau rematch bareng Vincent nih. Jadi kamu mungkin Budi bakal lebih bertanya lagi sih. Ini penasaran ketika namanya jungler pasti nggak lepas dari yang namanya retribution. Dan menurut Kairi, battle atau mungkin siapa sih player yang punya retributionnya tajam juga, on point juga selain Kairi di MPL Indonesia? Apakah Vincent tadi atau ada nama lain? Berpikir dulu nih, kita kasih waktu Kairi 3 jam lah ya buat Kairi mikir ya.
Mungkin nomor 1 dari menurut gua Gilang, Sans.
Bentar ya, coba. Sans itu terakhir megang retribution udah season berapa? Udah lama banget. Ada nama lain selain dari Onyx? Albert, makanya diambil ya dari RRQ ke Onyx. Menarik sekali ya cara untuk Kairi. But iya, ini dari kita melihat pertarungan Onyx, kita lihat ada yang 2-0, 2-1. Kiboy sendiri lebih suka match up yang mendebarkan dengan 2-1 atau yang 2-0 bersih sih Boy?
Ya sebenarnya pengen 2-0 biar cepet. Cuman gamenya 2-1 ya udahlah ya.
Ya udahlah ya. Ketika kalau match-match mendebarkan itu buat kamu apakah menaikkan adrenalin ataukah ada hal lain Boy?
Ya lumayan sih di regular season, cuman playoff lah baru.
Playoff lah baru ya, ini dari regular harus tenang dulu, santai dulu.
Ya lumayan regular.
Lumayan ya, ini semuanya pasti bikin deg-degan karena dari game mereka kita bisa melihat, bisa menang, bisa kalah dan semua tim terlihat cepat banget untuk beradaptasi. Kalau Kiboy ngelihat tim lain sekarang sampai minggu ketiga gimana Boy?
Udah berkembang banget sih, udah pada jago-jago semua. Pada apa ya? Ya itu udah pada jago-jago semua lah, udah setara semua lah sekarang lah, kuat-kuat banget.
Sudah sama-sama kuat, jadi perkembangan di setiap
tim di MPL itu sangat cepat. Tapi siapakah kira-kira yang bisa dibilang menarik perhatian di game kita, bahkan match kita sebagai player of the match? Dari 2-1 ini siapa kira-kira Sobat Onyx? Bentar ya, Komeng main apa ya? Kenapa pada teriaknya Komeng? Gak ada Komeng. Gak ada, Lomang kali. Siapa? Oke, nggak ada. Kita cek bersama-sama aja ya. Superfans, siapakah yang akan menjadi player of the match? Let's go, kita cek bersama-sama. Inilah dia, player of the match dari tim Onyx. Kairi become the player of the match again and again and again and again. Everybody will look up for you, Kairi. Any tips for a good jungler from Kairi?
Nonton YouTube Kairi Official.
Tipsnya biar jadi jungler yang baik dan juga jadi player of the match terus-terusan nonton YouTube-nya Kairi Official. Subscribe semuanya ya. Iya, senang banget pastinya dan kita juga melihat ada permainan yang berbeda dari Onyx di match kita penutupan. Apakah kalian lagi nyoba-nyoba game plan baru kah seperti Sans pakai Angela? Lama banget gue nggak ngelihat Sans pakai Angela. Apakah ini mencoba game plan baru?
Enggak, emang dikasih coach. Kita juga ada latihan Angela juga. Kebetulan ada latihan Angela juga. Ini dikasih.
Jadi dikasih aja?
Ya.
Seneng gak Sans pakai hero yang baru?
Hero Angela.
Iya, hero Angela atau mungkin hero...
Seneng. Cuman clear terus masukin.
Clear,
masukin teman, ulti.
Ya iya ya, bersama teman ya. Sama Kairi ya.
Kairi, cewek, boots, boy.
Oh semuanya ya. Tapi kalau jadi Angela gitu, teman-teman yang minta atau kamu yang aku yang ke kamu ya, aku yang mau masukin kamu ya atau gimana Kak?
Ada komunikasinya. Ya aku yang kor-kor aja masukin. Kayak Kairi, cewek, yang ada damage.
Ya ada damage ya. Ini dari Onyx memang punya game lane yang sangat baru dan sangat fresh juga. Dan mungkin terakhir di sini udah rame banget yang bergabung di sini. BAB juga sudah pada hadir, Super Onyx juga udah pada datang. Ada yang mau mungkin salam-salam untuk yang di rumah juga boleh, yang ada di sini juga boleh. Silakan. Cewek, Yue.
Yang pastinya dari kita ngucapin terima kasih banyak yang udah datang di stage. Tanpa kalian ya kita mainnya mungkin kurang semangat lah. Cuma karena ada kalian ya kita performnya lebih oke gitu.
Performnya lebih oke dan makin semangat. Dan semangat kalian sebenarnya harus terus membara karena minggu depan itu udah house season dari Onyx sendiri. Kita tahu season lalu kalian adalah house season champion. Season ini bakal gimana we? Akankah masih optimis dengan house season champion untuk season 12?
Kalau dari gua sih nggak ada sih yang namanya house season champion. Kalau ya champion di playoff nanti.
Champion ya champion. Kelas ya. Tapi optimis akan dari performa Onyx akan naik terus berarti.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, bismillah.
Bismillah. Insya Allah ya. Semuanya langsung doa-doa dipanjatkan untuk tim Onyx. Sekali lagi ya tim Sobat Onyx, kita sorak-sorai untuk tim Onyx. Penutupan minggu ketiga yang sangat luar biasa dari Onyx. Kita akan langsung bedah saja seperti apa permainan dari mereka. Jadi para caster, please.
With that win from Onyx against Rebellion Zion, that means this entire season, up until this third week, Rebellion have only won 2 matches. One against Alter Ego earlier on, I think it was the first week, and against the old Aura before Aran, pre
Kimura.
Aran Aura.
It's a very different Aura. It was an Aura with a very easy to punish XP laner. That Rebellion were able to find multiple times, but yeah, that's an interesting stat. 2 wins in the first week, right?
Yeah.
And then just, not a good performance by them right after that. They will have to make some good adjustments, but honestly, we can't take it away from Rebellion. They still had a very good performance against Onyx. This was not what anyone expected. 2-1?
No.
Everyone expected 2-0.
2-0.
But player of the match, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Was there any doubts? No. When you put this man on an assassin, he is him. Now, when we said Hayabusa is literally Kairi, it's the same. What the heck? He just looks like every assassin. GPM even higher. He topped last game.
Exactly.
905? What? 908?
Earlier-
965.
Now?
965 now.
Now
yeah, it's
965.
965. And itemization, same goes. He goes for the Corrosion Scythe and then into the Berserker's Fury, into the Windtalker. This is exactly what you want to go for on the Ling. I think this is the standard build now. It's so interesting to see every Kyrie game because the items are so bland. Except when he goes for like the juggling, right? Because he just goes for the standard. It's how fast he reaches the item power spikes is what is crazy, because here we will take you through the heat map. What the heck was he able to do against RBL? 5 minutes into 10 minutes, he was all across the map. On a Ling, when you get purple buff, you do this. You just absolutely invade. And remember, with the Angeling, you can invade into the enemy jungle. Look at how many times he actually crossed over to enemy territory here in the purple buff area. He always wants to check if there's a purple buff there, if he can steal it away. And I think we'll see it later as to how many purple buffs Onyx were able to take ultimately in this game. But we'll take a look at the highlights first. These were the highlights. Rebellion, wow. This first blood was absolutely amazing. They really punished Onyx. And even throughout the next few neutral objectives, they were able to secure it. But I think they took a bit too many of these fights, ultimately giving Kyrie a bit too much gold. And this is ultimately how you lose out. But fortunately for Rebellion, they always had highs, right? That could have been so bad for them. But highs just, I think he's a weapon. He's a tool of destruction for Rebellion in both ways. He can destroy enemy team, but he can also lead to destruction, to the destruction of Rebellion Zion, because a couple of these times are all the team fights that they lose, it's because Highs gets picked off. That's the nature of their composition.
Man, it's just good execution again here though. Cars with the wild charge outplay, neutralizing the momentum that was trying to be established by Onyx. This is where it all crumbled.
And again, throughout these team fights, you can see, again, with Kyrie and with the Angela, there was not much burst, there was not much disengage. Rebellion needed to pace themselves in these team fights. They can't handle a full all-in from Onyx. But it seems right after that pause, they just completely forgot about that because they kept on going all in. Really, they used all their resources. Instead of pacing themselves and using the Grok as a disengage and then re-engaging later, they just fell down, all ins with the Angela, giving the hard guard properly. That Savage could have happened, but unfortunately for Kyrie, we'll have to settle with just a Maniac, which is, hey, not bad at all.
It was close, it was close.
Close.
But he's then now the holder of
3.
the most Maniacs.
This season.
3 Maniacs. Well, how do you feel about this, right? Because Kyrie has 3 Maniacs, but Heis has 1 Savage and 1 Maniac. So does a Savage trump 2 Maniacs or not?
I think so. I think it's harder to get a Savage than it is to get 2 Maniacs.
It all depends if you're into individual achievements, but I would rather take 1 Savage.
So it's still Heis then,
You compare it.
holding the trump card
No.
of the Savage Maniacs.
Yep.
All right.
Doesn't
There you
matter
go.
because Kyrie won the game anyways, right?
That's
so like
true.
individual, like you said, yeah, it's good statistically, but Highs is still, I think the power of Rebellion has yet to be like, they haven't really found the best combination of how they utilize Highs because he's still very aggressive and he gets caught.
Yeah, they also haven't really found the best promos
Ouch.
that you guys can find on OVO, because there's important news for MLBB fans. If you guys want to buy data packages, don't worry, just use OVO because you guys have a special cashback promo of up to 5,000 OVO points when you utilize OVO. So check it out. If you want more information on that, you can scan the QR code down below, Mirko, over there. As well as this one too that you guys can check out, because who doesn't want to play with a pro player? Everyone wants to play with a pro player, right? But who doesn't want to play with the pro player?
Who is the pro player?
It's Lemon.
Whoa!
Ixon Lemon?
Yeah.
The legend of RIQ?
Yeah, that Lemon. And it's so crazy because you guys have a chance to do that. All you need to do is hurry and register at payovo.co/MPL and tell us why you want to play with Lemon. And then the coolest person is going to be chosen with 20 others on early October. That's all you need to do.
That's it.
Yeah.
That simple. Just play
it's
with
literally
lemon.
That's all. That's all you need to do.
I'll do it.
Check
right
it
now.
out.
Right
Yeah.
after the break, I'll go do it on the Z Flip 5, bro.
All right, let's all do that right after this break. And with that, before we get into the last match of the day, the last match of the week, actually, we are going to go on a break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Don't you wish your phone was fun like this?
Don't you wish your phone looked more like this? Don't you wish your phone could flex like this?
Don't you wish your phone could fit in here? Don't ya?
Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. Pre-order now.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it. Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy. Leave me out of your squabbles. That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Di dunia game, stock up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Waktunya para caster juga mengaktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang sana dibuat Indomie membuat EVOS langsung coba di sounding out. Kita best to red dari Onyx 10.000 gold di persaingan dari milik Onyx yang mengambil seperti lagi tapi melepaskan Onyx belum ada yang masuk mereka tahu dan satu akan recall tapi barusan dengan pergerakan keyboard langsung menggila dengan cukup cepat pula barusan dari satu lagi belakang langsung dikeluarkan kabunyi langsung menggila pula Karja untuk kali ini lejap tapi sekarang double kill berhasil diciptakan triple kill looking for bad yang untuk Hais akankah mereka berhasil untuk bisa menorehkan satu poin kill lagi ataupun satu kemenangan aktifkan Inspire di mana sekarang di Jasman Rasinya tak dapat memori keluarkan di portal udah mulai pecah tapi sekarang dia langsung aja mulai lompat lagi dengan satu dari saja juga Tyron tidak konek tapi Rasinya tidak mendapatkan apapun karena di pada berbeda ada satu ke atas langsung dikeluarkan pelatihnya mencoba untuk mundur dan juga selamat dari yang tersebut tapi Sally Boy mencoba untuk bisa mundur ke bagian belakang pada saja konek karena beberapa player dan juga Sally Boy masih tetap di area tersebut WOS Paijan lejap bercampur dihilang tapi Sally Boy dan itu menjadi
Dan seperti yang Pulung bilang tadi, kenapa dia pick Dewa, ada late game insurance.
Yap. Final Slash sudah dikeluarkan. Duelo, ada flicker tadi terlihat yang tersebut. Dan peperangan kembali terjadi. Karja hilang, tempo sampai dikeluarkan. Tapi Vincent masih berarti.
Terkena satu damage. Cutthroat menuju ke berat. Objektif game terjadi. Double kill from Pulung. Dan Fluffy terbelakang besar sendiri. Tak ada menemani. Dan bahkan Kapten Marky belum. Best to red dari Onyx 10.000 gold difference akan menjadi milik Onyx tapi di depan sana mereka tidak bisa mendefense bersama dengan seorang baik Kyrie Tikti buka permain Tikti buka meskutan damage ya Kyrie langsung menghilangkan Dino ini bencana Onyx benar-benar memporak-porandakan mereka masuk mereka tahu dari seorang Ray bisa bermain dengan kabelnya. Dia menunggu momentum Rian menunggu momentum, tapi nampaknya belum ada momentum yang dibuat oleh seorang Rian. Dan Kyrie pada telat! Bus menggagalkan semua, menghilangkan bad dragon. Free hit, double kill, bagaimana double kill, para Anda, Hende Matana!
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari 2 emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas 2 hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game-nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang weapon master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari 2 emblem yang selain weapon master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys. Kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu. Kayak knife nih. Kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya. Dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita make God Lane bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Bergen Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, nggak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Nggak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana ya max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian. Tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update project next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja. Karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana? 12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game. 1 basic common emblem, and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya. Karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Explorer setelah ada patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot. Karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Dari yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys. Karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lo bunuh musuh, efeknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gue seneng banget? Karena yang dulunya gue di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lo bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys. Karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys. Dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga, gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini, ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede, lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Constructive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau
kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan berlari terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's a great night here in Jakarta, in Indonesia, as we welcome you all back here to MPL ID Season 12, the last match of week number 3. Remember, only one more week left until we enter that half-season point. And on the caster desk, once again here, it's Eterna, Connie, alongside with Mirko. But before we get into the last match of this week, we want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 12 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Our official sponsor is Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Our official gold partner is UBS Gold. We also have our partners in esports, Blee, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, as well as YouTube. Our official broadcast is on Maxstream, as well as Teferi Sport and Video. Suppliers, Innomart, Mineski, Samsung, and of course, MPL ID Season 12 is supported by PBSI. Here we are, the last match of the day, the last match of the week, and it's gonna close out with the two animals in the White Tigers up first.
Yeah, let's instantly welcome here with the WCG lineup, EVOS Legends!
EVOS Legends coming up on the stage here to prove a point that the WCG trio can be contenders for the title. I think they proved it yesterday with a very good performance up against Onyx. Though it was a 2-0, it was a very, very close 2-0.
But on the other hand, we've got to welcome their contenders into the ring.
Let's welcome into the stage the Red Dragons, Auron Fire.
I think you did a little bit of a typo there.
Oh.
Aura Fire.
Okay.
It's okay. It's easy to forget because of the impact that man has had on Aura Fire. With Auron stepping in, finally, we see that Aura Fire has exited their lose streak, coming to a back-to-back 2-0 against Bigatron as well as Onyx. They're looking to find their third one against EVOS Legends.
EVOS Legends with now their new drafter, Caleb. I think it's been spectacular. Understanding the fundamentals of the draft and understanding the strengths, the core strengths, specifically for the trio mid that he handled for such a long time, since MDL Season 7 all the way to WCG. But on the other side, Coach St. The Lucas here, I think, is a stellar addition to Aura Fire. We know now that even though it took a while to adapt into the style that Aura Fire has, into what is comfortable truly for their players, he's found that jam now, and that's why they're so scary. Let's take a look at Auron here, because as an XP laner, you wouldn't really expect an XP laner to have a high GPM, but yet Auron proves us wrong. Number 3, highest average goal per minute, because he stays in that lane constantly, sometimes even ignoring his team. A very selfish style, but it ends up being selfless. Let's take a look at the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z series here. Don't get distracted by Aran. Focus on the game plan. I think for both Big Chan Alpha and Onyx, they were too centered around Aran. Maybe more so for Onyx. Going for the Paquito and the Uranus ban. Though these two heroes are amazing, we've seen that the Uranus is counterable. Do not give him that much respect. Funnily enough, deny the B-Tricks from Kabuki. In all the 4 games that Aura Fire have won with Aran, it hasn't just been Aran, it's also been Kabuki on just the B-Tricks. So this is a very big hole that EVO's Legends can try to exploit. You deny the B-Tricks away, what will Kabuki play?
Exactly. And that's why Aran's stepping in. He's a really good distractor in the drafting phase, even in the game. So let's take a look at the keys to victory here for Aura.
Van winning the matchup against Sutsujin, this is going to be core. Because sure, you can have an amazing XP laner, but if Van falls behind, if Van doesn't win these 50-50s in the jungle, in the retribution department for these neutral objectives, that's how usually Aura Fire are able to control the early to mid and then transitioning over to Kabuki. Dictate the movements of EVO's Legends' mid trio to avoid Kabuki's lane. How EVO's Legends with this WCG trio controls the game, that dictates the tempo of the game, is through this trio mid. Sutsujin, Krite, and Van Strong. When they get the better clear, when they get the better matchup in the mid lane, they transition it over to Brands, and it's very adaptive because it's not always on to Brands. This time, I would expect they will try to do that. They want to try to shut Kabuki down. So as long as Aura Fire deny that, match that movement, and help Kabuki as well, then it should be a bit more 50-50, and it should give them much more space, or much more of a chance to win.
Which is a very tough task for Zin in that mid lane, right? He needs to balance and step up, going up against Krite, who is known that is a very aggressive mid laner. But let's check the head-to-head.
By Head and Shoulders, 58% game victory rate. I do want to take a look first at the first blood rate though, because again, Aura Fire, in a lot of their games, this trio mid has been phenomenal at securing first blood, mainly high. Why do they have a higher first blood rate? I would say it's because they get the game going much faster. They do not need that ultimate in a lot of these times because High plays the poking roamers. We've seen him on a Novaria, we've seen him on the Arla. These two picks especially, you don't really need to go and get the ultimates, though it does help, to go for first blood. You already have so much kill threat, you already have so much poke threat. Meanwhile, for the side of EVO's Legends, they thrive in the late game with the previous lineup, with Taz, Dreams, and Hijume. Now, it's all about the early to mid composition that helps them towards that goal. And with Van Strong, I think the hero pool has significantly been multiplied, or been added, increased. With Dreams, you expect Franco Kaja. With Van Strong, you can expect everything in the roaming department.
That's why I think in the data that we saw earlier on, one of the main disparities between these two teams was hero pool. Aura Fire, I can write the amount of heroes that they've utilized on a hand. Whereas for EVO's Legends, it's a little bit more creative, a little bit more varied. And so we'll actually see that come into play here as we enter the drafting phase for game number 1. Aura Fire with the first pick, EVO's with the second. And from the get-go, they already take away Van Strong's Kaja. We saw what it was able to do earlier on, I think yesterday, giving space, giving information, and as well as finding really good opportunities for pickoffs before they go in for neutral objective takes, and EVOs respond with a Yve ban.
Well, this is the first time I feel like we saw Yve today, banned or picked, right? It was neglected in that first match. But let's see here, Kadita banned out.
I think with the Kadita ban, you can see that Aura Fire are trying to limit that early mid control. No Kaja, no Kadita. That means not much early game kill threats. Trying to take that away. Meanwhile, for EVO's Legends, they're trying to take away the wave clear. So with wave clear versus kill threat. And with the weave ban, you can expect some similar bans to come through as well. I don't know if they want to prioritize the Farsa here though, because that is a hero that has just been spammed by Sin if it's not the Yve.
If not the Yve, Paramis is also an option for Sin to actually pick up. So there is a little bit of flexibility between those two picks. But EVOs, they go for the Joy takeaway. And I think, man, this Aura ban, it's respecting. It's respecting the keys to victory, which was to disrupt that mid lane trio coming in from EVOs. So do Aura Fire want to double down on that, or do they want to go for prio bans instead? Paquito is still open up, unless, of course, they want to pick it up themselves in the first phase.
Oh, my mistake, double-checked. I double-checked earlier with my data. Yves was banned from the previous match. So yeah, it seems like in this match, I mean, in this current week, especially Yves is very, very expensive, but the Uranus ban comes through. Do you like this? So it's somehow, is this a distraction from Iran?
It's a way to put EVO's Legends in a place where they cannot handle Aran. Again, maybe that's what they're going for. But again, this could just be a respect ban. Remembering, Fluffy was part of Aura Fire. Fluffy was one of the pillars for Aura Fire back in the day. The 3 heads to carry was either Fluffy,
from season
Kabuki.
6.
Well, I'm talking about season 10 mostly. Season 9 and 10. Season 9 and 10 where they got 3rd place. Fredrin though, okay, good respect onto Van. So again, both teams respecting the trio mid, but Aura Fire put a little bit of spice there with the Uranus ban, and they will certainly go for the Paquito, the highlight pick for Aran.
Aran effect. EVOS Legends, what will they bring to the table here? They could and perhaps will prio that Beatrix, but to accompany that Beatrix, what's a good hero to synergize? Perhaps will they pick up a hero early here for the mage as well? Valentina. Yeah, Valentina Beatrix.
Yep, Valentina Beatrix is going to be their choice here. Interestingly enough, because usually Evos, they go for a Fredrin first to flex it over. But we do have a comment here from Kabuki, the gold laner from Aura Fire. I want to face Fluffy, and I hope that you lose today. That was actually in his interview yesterday when they won against Onyx. So very interesting.
Very personal.
Very personal, very personal. And even Aran himself, he's like, you know what, Fluffy, bring it on, because I'm ready for you. I hope you are ready for me as well. There's a lot of just, you know, blood coming in between these two teams. A lot of history, and we like that. Aura, they're gonna go for what they know best with the Farsa and the Arlet, realizing that Fluffy has really popped off on the Arlet in their previous run.
This is one of the wins or keys to victory as well for EVO's Legends. Remembering, denying the Beatrix away from Kabuki is going to be on top of their list, and they have successfully done it. Maybe that's why they went for red side instead of blue side, getting a bit more pressure to play for. And now it comes down to EVO's Legends. What do they want to pick? This Arlet, this Paquito? I think it's safe to say that Paquito will go to the XP and the Arlet will go to the roam position, but you can never be too sure. Do EVO's Legends want to go for something like a Terizla? Yep. Terizla. They want to try to just have a good lane matchup.
And also it denies Aura Fire's potential to, well, they have the Paquito, but it's still a flex technically, right? I mean, going up against a Beatrix going up against a Terizla is what I'm trying to say is a hard counter. So, you know, denying it away. Second phase, banning out the Fanny.
On top of that, the Terizla pick is a huge, huge hero for Fluffy. We saw Fluffy pick it up beforehand, and the fact that he has like it's kind of readable in a sense what he's going to do, right? In these team fights, he's going to ignore everything, and he's just going to go straight into the back line, which is for Aura Fire, it's going to be the Farsa. And it kind of forces the Farsa at this point to pick up something like the Purify, honestly. Because if you counter that, it's easy to maneuver around Terizla and Fluffy's usual movements and how he likes to play it. Second phase, you're right, Fanny does get taken away. Franco is going to be the answer back from the side of Aura Fire. EVOS, what are they planning here with the Fanny takeaway?
I think they're planning to just, again, kind of deny the mobile assassins from Van. Maybe
does he play it?
What?
Does he play Fanny?
We haven't seen it in a long time, but I do believe he should be able to pull it off. Maybe even the Ling here next could be the ban, taking away these side lane pressure heroes, these heroes with a lot of mobility, as Aura Fire has been seen playing those heroes before. But again, for me personally, I think I prefer Van on the utility with his absolutely phenomenal retries and map control.
Yeah, you're right. We might even see Alpha from the side of Van here today. It's going to be the export here, respecting again the Iran in this game. What will they go for? It's going to be the Grok ban here. So, you know what? Edith might be a potential pick here for Van Strong.
Perhaps. I mean, looking at Aura Fire, they always want to dive deep. They always want to go for the all-in, so the Edith definitely is a good answer to that. With the Kaja Franco banned away, maybe EVOS might actually want to go for something like a Kufra or even a Ruby here to try to deny some of the dive attempts from Paquito and Arlet.
If they want to do that, why not go just Minsatar? Is that not an option?
It is an option, but it is a very risky option. Mintatar has become a bit too one-dimensional now. It's like literally just all-in team fight, so they will actually hide the roaming tool that they will use later, and they'll secure a Martis after denying a Fanny and a Fredrin away. So it puts Aura, and especially Van, in a tough spot.
What will they bring here? It's gonna be... So what are the options here for Van?
It really depends.
I'm thinking Lancelot and Carry.
So you don't think that this is Paquito jungle?
I don't think so. I think they should utilize it where Aran has been able to win, you know, in the XP lane. If they go for the... Maybe they can go for Esmeralda if they want to put the Paquito in the jungle. But there you go, it's a Baksha. And a Claude.
All right, so they're trying to match the rotation, the early game presence that Amardis can do from the side of EVO's Legends. And EVO's now, all they need to do is to close it out with a roamer. Edith is still an option here for Van Strong. He's picked up the Angela before, but in this particular case, I wouldn't recommend a support hero for that roaming.
Or you know what, they can take something from Onyx, but Atlas is also a good option here. Even though going up against Claude, it's very hard, but the other 4 heroes are quite juicy.
Yeah, personally not a fan of the Atlas pick here because of the Purify that will most probably be taken away by the Farsa and the Claude. And yep, it is going to be the Edith that comes through. It's a great pick, to be completely honest with you, up against Aura Fire here, who wants to go all in. But remember, it's never truly all in with a Aran pick in the XP lane. Aran's going to try to stop this all in from happening.
That's interesting. Okay, so EVO's Legends with the composition, they're banking on that early game with a Valentina, good clear, Mardis, good potential in the neutral objective takes. Paquito has a lot of work to be done to create the space for the team. Farsa and Boxia also has really good mobility, really good wave clear. It's scary. I think this early game is going to be chaotic.
It's going to be very chaotic. It's going to rely on the Martis and the Baksha to go for these neutral objectives, and that's why the trio mid that has more pressure in the early game should win this. Edith, I think, might be able to win this out against the all-in pressure from the Arlet.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 1. EVOS going against Aura Fire. The White Tigers knocking on the door of the Indonesian Hydras, looking to take away their win streak, looking to take away the performance that Aran has really built for himself in this next match.
Let's get it indeed, boys and girls. EVOS Legends and, well, Aura Fire, they started with an opposite buff. Rotation-wise, it's quite... will they meet bot side then?
Oh, it's very interesting. Looking at the emblems, right? A lot of agility on the board. They're looking to utilize the fact that they can mobilize around the map really quickly. Hopefully, they get to do that.
What's most interesting is, look at Jin. He went for killing spree on this Martis, so he really wants to go in. They're really banking on that early game now. And I guess that's the confidence they have in their trio mid with the Edith picked up as well. This is what they want to do. Now it's all up to Aura Fire. Whether they want to do the same thing and collide, that's what they go for.
Chilled Unity forced Van Strong to use the flicker, but seems like a re-engage from side of EVOS Legends. Van Strong, low HP, Van pops at the push taunts, but no threat from both teams. Oh, never mind, stunned. Right here, still holding on to that flicker. Good dodge.
Van earlier on, he actually used the Retribution as well here.
Yeah, using the retreat now is still not too much of a... There's not too much of a threat of using that retreat right now, because it's only 10 seconds off of the turtle. So we'll see what he can utilize now. He's gotten back to full almost. No, he's still at full HP here. So it's going to be a 50-50 coming into this. He has his retreat back in. Aran has actually rotated in, and Sin and Kryder are both level 4.
See, okay, good. That's penalty zone here. Aran gets taken out. It seems like another member, Van, will be taken down as well. EVOS Legends, very healthy early. And take a look at the domino effect, taking the Lord and invading the purple buff.
EVOS Legends, very aggressive already here. You can see that because of that, it's, like you mentioned, a domino effect. Being able to get a lot on the board as a Town's prediction is a split. 3v3. Miracle the only one for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, the trio mid has been detrimental for Aura Fire and even the Beatrix. So with the trio mid matchup that EVOS Legends has, it's a better trio mid matchup for the early game that can continue to snowball, and they also took away the Beatrix. So they've taken everything that made Aura Fire a threat in the last two matches.
But what about the EXP lane? How is that going?
This matchup is good for Aran because he's more mobile, but Fluffy definitely has more lane pressure when it comes to the trade. So the Paquito can try to clear, but he's going to get chunked. He's going to get punished.
All right. Let's take a look at any disparities in gold here. It looks like Claude and Beatrix on quite an equal economy, but Van Strong goes in.
Oh, good flicker and in. Forces the flicker, even so he will be taken out. Take a look at the backside high. Quite isolated. Sitsujin will pick up the kill. EVOS Legends pulling the trigger here.
Which is really bad for Aura Fire because Baxia being behind is pretty difficult, pretty challenging to execute, right? And that's why this composition that both of them brought 50-50 for both of them, right? If Aura Fire wins that early game, it's difficult for EVOS. For EVOS, the same thing. And right now with EVOS picking up the tempo, controlling the map, because so far Aran really hasn't had a say at all in all these things going around because of Fluffy. It's challenging, but...
Slight mistake there from Van Strong. Good pull as well from High. It seems like EVOS Legends will pay the price before Turtle. This might be Aura Fire's chance to equalize.
Definitely could be their chance to equalize here. Sin, we mentioned that the Purify would be a good option to take, but this game he went for the Flicker, and so far it has worked to EVOS Legends' favor. But because of that little mistake, because of the little punish that High was able to do on Van Strong, it's just a turtle. And this is something that EVOS Legends does really well. With Sutsujin in particular, when he knows he doesn't have as much pressure, he doesn't even try to force it, right? So he's a very calculative jungler, and he even used Retri on his orange buff. You can see that. Oh,
go to Flicker, penalty zone, and take a look at the collapse.
Wow.
That's a good read. Zen should clear with somebody that can accompany him. It seems like now High and friends and Van will try to deny the push. Succeeds, but the mid tier 1, very low.
That's Fluffy for you. That's all he does when he's on the Terizla. He looks for opportunities, he clears his lane, and in these team fights, in these little skirmishes, in these pickoffs, that's all he does. Flickers in, penalty zone, and if you don't bring the Purify, then that's basically, you're a sitting duck.
I'm looking at Aran right now, and he should have a little bit of a gold lead. He's building towards... Oh, wait, Van Strong?
Carmel Wrath has been popped. High, quite low as well. Take a look at damage. It's time. Will they commit? Oh, good mount, good pull as well. Flickers away. Van in the front side trying to soak in damage. Tutsujin doesn't find a decimate, but finds the kill instead. So trade. Van Strong engages again. High gets taken out. Van Strong, oh, it's a bloodbath. 2-4-2 now. But nothing much more. It's an equal trade, no?
2-for-2 trade, but Kabuki was the one to fall. And because there's no neutral objectives on the board, I'd say that it's worth it for EVOS Legends.
Yeah. Definitely, I think so too. It'll definitely halt Kabuki from getting that power spike. Meanwhile, again, for Beatrix, this is just normal for the Beatrix-Claude matchup. Beatrix will get to that power spike a bit earlier if it's always just equal trades. The fact that Claude has died, you can see Brand's taking the lane slow. He's trying to just deny as much XP and gold as possible from Kabuki, who now doesn't have a Purify. That was just really good from Sutsujin, man. I thought it was a bit of a miscalculation, but he ends up getting the better trade.
Indeed, and now here Kabuki with the golden staff already collected, right? Second turtle will join here, it seems like. It's stun, shield unity, feather airstrike at the backside, good penalty zone on towards 2. High gets taken out, but it will be traded. Take a look at the turtle, it will fall to the hands of Sutsujin. Puissance was bobbed as well in the backside. Aran finds the mid turret. Wow, that's a huge trade. Good compensation.
good compensation, and Aura Fire, they're translating it over the bottom side as well. So all 3 outer turrets for EVO's Legends have fallen, but it's EVO's Legends picking up most of the kills. Little deja vu to what we saw earlier on, as despite everything that's happened in that laning phase, Aran still trying to create that space for Aura Fire on top of EVO's.
So far, he's doing a good job at that. Little by little, he's actually gotten a bit of a lead against Fluffy, right? At first, it was equal, even the gold, but now you can see that even in levels, he's ahead by a bit. So now 1 level, that's definitely going to help out Aran in the future, especially if he wants to continue playing alone in these side waves. Having an XP advantage over your lane matchup is going to help you have more presence. Therefore, EVO's Legends will have to send more than just Terizla over to the Paquito. And here we have a game fact by Grab. Susujin with the Martis helped bring EVO's Icon their championship win in WCG 2023 in Busan. 안녕하세요.
Where he was able to get a Savage in the game as well. So definitely a power pick here for Sutsujin. It's reflecting into what we see at the moment, but so far Aura Fire, they've been really good at staying composed and looking for the trades as well, being able to clear, get the vision, hold on to the map pressure as well. As again here, Oran looking for yet perhaps another pick onto EVO's.
Not sure if he can get a pick though. I think he's just again trying to create space. But EVO's Legends, they open up the map really well with Van Strong. That's something that EVO's Legends have going for them. And they're going to ignore Aran. They're going to go straight for the Lord. They're going to go for a 5v5.
Oh, penalty zone on towards two. Fluffy now. Soaking damage. Good final slash. Combined with Feather Airstrike. No damage, but Kabuki the backside. Wind of Nature blazing duets just to poke as well. Aran now with the sprint. He popped the sprint now. Sprint now to relocate. But it seems like nothing comes to fruition. So it's Sujin, it jumps in, a final slash again. Aran looking for the flank. Renner's apathy, standby. It seems like High will be able to zone them out. Aura Fire with a comfortable low take.
Yeah, Van still is able to get that retribution out and secure that objective. But man, Aura Fire, they're caught super low, forced to retreat, and EVO's using that as an opportunity to take away the purple buff away.
Amazing 50-50 there by Aura Fire. They trust Van so much and it paid off. Now, yeah, wow, 500 gold lead from Kabuki, the guy who was slain earlier, compared to Brands, who's 0-0-3, and he has hit that item power spike with a golden staff pretty quick in this game already, and he already has a win in nature too. That's something that I didn't expect. Usually you get the DHS golden staff, but in the 10 minutes, the fact that you already have a win in nature, that's what really gave Aura Fire so much more room to play with against EVO's Legends, with Brands still prioritizing damage. He has the Malefic Roar, but he doesn't have anything to defend himself from the onslaught of damage coming in from Aura Fire. So he's still heavily relying on the front line from EVO's Legends. And Aura Fire now are just utilizing that Lord to create more pressure, more space for themselves, and it will benefit Aran as well. Look at that damage.
Oh, that's evident indeed. Kabuki will focus down to taking the turret though. He succeeded. Only tier 2 in the mid. Oh, take a look around, very low, gets taken out. Feather Airstrike wasn't able to help him. But EVO's Legends finds a good kill there, despite losing 2,000 gold.
Yeah, it's definitely a trade, and the problem is, if Aura Fire go in for the siege like that, they don't necessarily have someone to initiate that fight and dive into the backline. So I'm not too worried for Brands, the fact that he's going full damage, because if in that position, who's going to be able to touch Brands anyway in the backline?
Yep. Fluffy caught. I don't think this is the right target here, Fluffy, but then again, Aura Fire looking for creative plays as well. Still, comfortable lead though. 2,000 gold.
I would say this is a very small 2,000 gold lead though, because as we saw from the itemization earlier, the guy who's holding most of the gold here, oh, wait a minute, High goes in.
Oh, engage it. Oh, take a look at the Feather Airstrike at the backside, and Van, oh, good penalty zone as well. Ron gets taken out. Brands, with an inverse fashion, was able to take him down. Let's see, will Aura Fire engage again? And the answer is no.
the small gold lead, to finish my point earlier, they only have they have a 2,000 gold lead. It looks big, but most of the gold is on the hand of Aran. It's actually on Aran. So the fact that he's 0-3-0, he hasn't been able to utilize this gold lead much. He's been able to mount up a gold lead because he's always alone, but that's it. If he's not able to translate it to more objectives now, if he's not able to translate it to winning team fights, then that gold lead is literally going to be useless. And that's what EVO's Legends are doing right now. Most of the gold lead now is going to be held down by most of the EVO's Legends member, and it's only Aran who has that lead. Not really going to be good for Aura, but we'll see how the next neutral objective battle goes for Aura Fire. This is usually where they thrive with Aran split pushing power, but it seems like, again, he's playing not into the far lane, but into these team fights.
Quite uncharacteristic. Oh, conceal play on towards Aran again. My goodness. Aran now low. It's a 5v4 practically. Let's see. EVO's Legends, penalty zone on towards Van. The damage is there. The crowd control chain. Oh, Individual smash in the backside. Cause problems. Van gets taken out high. Dies as well. EVO's Legends reclaiming their control.
Definitely. It's bad enough that Van is a level behind Sutsujin. It's bad enough that they were in a 4v5 situation, and then things get worse because of that really good stun engage coming in from EVO's Legends before they decided to commit onto the Lord. And here it is, that gold lead just completely shifting for EVO's Legends.
Now it gets really, really scary for Aura Fire. They've hit their power spikes. It's not like they do not have their power spikes. I think it's this fight. There's a lot of doubts here from Aura Fire. This all started because they took a fight that was just not within them. You gotta remember here, EVO's Legends are a team who likes to team fight 5v5. So they usually even win 5v5s. Even up against Onyx, they were able to win a couple 5v5s. The fact that Aura Fire tried to win that team fight 4v5 with the guy with the lead in the bottom lane who was already low, that was just forced out by EVO's Legends. That Lord Dance was beautiful and it baited Aura Fire out. A bit too perfect for EVO's Legends.
But man, even despite that, Aran still not standing idly by. He's trying to get those lanes pushed up as fast as he can.
Lord, 5,000 HP will be taken care of, but EVO's Legends will grab the base turret bottom side. A very good trade indeed with the first Lord. And take a look at the shift. 3 minutes ago, it was Aura Fire with a 2,000 gold lead. Now, EVO's Legends, 3,000 gold.
And now it's a big 3,000 gold lead. Remember, that 1,000 gold lead, the reason it was small is because of the guy who was holding the gold lead. EVO's Legends, I think most of the gold is held down by Brands now. And I'm going to look back real quick at his items. Yeah, he has the Hunter Strike. He's building to a Haas Claws. He's about to be unkillable soon.
There's no engage tool from Aura Fire. What are they supposed to do, right? Because from EVO's Legends, at least they have Terizla to dive into the backline. We see that Sin going... That Sin gets taken down quite a lot.
Vulnerable, yeah.
In that sense. And yeah, I don't know what Aura Fire should do here.
I think for Aura Fire, what they should do is they should try to just play it a bit more slower pace, these team fights. Because usually, at least from the victories against Onyx and even Bigatron Alpha, Aran was able to create space for them, and they were just playing back and forth. And they never really committed to an all-in, and that's what Aura Fire have been doing this game. Again, look at that. 2,000 gold lead for the XP laner. You see what I'm getting at all the way earlier, and this is what has created such a problem for Aura Fire in this game particularly, because they're not letting Aran utilize this gold lead into the side lanes and continue to push. They are trying to fight, but also have Aran in the bottom lane. It's kind of like the opposite. Usually, when Aran goes in the side lane, it is accompanied by Kabuki and the rest going back and forth. But now it's Aran in the side lane and Aura going for all-ins.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the situation right now, I feel like Aura Fire should play more responsive than proactive, right? I mean, they have a good... you're right, Eterna. They don't have a good engage tool, so all what they can do here is just play reactively. And with EVO's Legends, they minimize the chances of Aura Fire, it seems like.
I have a feeling that because EVO's Legends are banking so much on teamfight, that their plan now is to look for a split push. Similarly to what they did to Onyx with Aran. And there you go. See, do you see his positioning in the bottom lane?
Yeah. What's that info though? Oh, around now.
Does it feel like Evos are overcommitting though? Like it really feels like they're calculate. Wait.
Okay. Placing duet and as well as Wind of Nature pops early. Kabuki will survive, but Cry gets taken down. Good penalty zone. Kabuki very low. The Lord, let's see who will take it. Brands quite free hitting now. On towards Aran, who is quite low, gets taken out as well. Sutsujin, very low, gets taken out, and the Lord will fall to the hands of Van.
Brands.
That's a 3-4-2. Oh, another kill. Only Van survives. EVOS Legends, they lost the Lord, but they win the fight.
Yeah, 4-4-2 trade. And again, right, EVOS Legends, because of the fact that Aran was slowly pushing that bottom lane, they sent Fluffy over, and then they got distracted. But in return, EVOS, with winning the team fight, can they end?
They can.
They can, 5 seconds.
Yeah, oh yeah, 5 seconds. The Van has the Immortal as well. Puissance hasn't been popped. Will be taken out, no problem. But that's a base turret. Taken down as well. EVOS Legends. Goodness, good team fight again.
These team fights have been the bane of Aura Fire's existence, man. They're starting to bank on it, and Aran, it just feels like he isn't able to have the same impact that he did against Onyx and Bigatron Alpha. He's not able to find the right targets, and now he goes in once again. He's just trying to look for a desperate little, engage to help Aura Fire and to set them up for success. But the space that Aran has been buying hasn't been space. It's due to EVOS Legends never truly committing to sending people to Aran. They know Aran's just a distraction. They send Fluffy down there when the turret is at threat, that's all.
But I think it's value.
For?
Because value for Aura Fire to do that. Because in the grand scheme of things, in these team fights, Fluffy has a bigger value because of his crowd control compared to Aran. So the fact that they're able to distract Fluffy is value, in my opinion, for Aura Fire.
I would agree. But the thing is, it's always in EVOS Legends' hand. Like we mentioned, there's no engage tool. If Aura Fire had a proper engage tool, then yes, with Fluffy out there, they can go for an instant 4v4, but they don't. So it's all in EVOS Legends' court. They can decide when to go in and when to disengage.
Good final Shalash to reveal. High disengage. Take a look at Kabuki. He does not want business here, it seems like. Oh, good stun! Oh, High loses Immortal, loses his life as well. Kabuki, blazing duet. Oh my goodness. That's a 1-for-0 again. EVOS Legends with the 5-man conceal earlier. It was messy, but they made it work.
But housekeeping, again, is an issue for EVOS Legends. We saw it happen to them against them yesterday, and they lose a turret in the top lane because of it. Aura Fire, they are known as a team who can capitalize over that, so they need to still keep an eye out for that.
Definitely. They need to be very careful about these side lanes. Right now, like I mentioned, Brands with the Haas Claws, it's going to be very hard to take him out here. They're going to have to go for one full burst onto him if they want to actually even threaten him. Because with one Bennett basic attack, it can get all the way to full HP. Well, so far, I think the housekeeping won't be a problem anymore now because they have cracked that top lane base turret. And with 3 base turrets, this is where Aran is going to struggle. He's trying his best to try to cut the waves now. But he has to be careful. Some members are recalling. This can actually be him caught out. This might be a mistake.
Let's see.
It is a mistake.
Yeah, let's see. Levan is on the Lord though. It's formation 2v1. Oh, they're pulling the fight. Fluffy, very low, survives with the Immortal as well. Sutsujin, airborne there by the final slash. Trying desperately to find the play. Conceal with Brands. Van Strong finding one. Good stun. Van soaking damage. Still surviving. High trying to soak in the damage. Van Strong loses his Immortal. Take a look at Aran. Looking for the flank as well. Doesn't commit just yet.
Wow.
And that's a reset.
Beautiful by both teams. Really beautiful. Aran, I thought it was a mistake, but it was all planned. He was able to bait out and it almost looked like literally the same thing that happened against Bigatron Alpha. Bigatron Alpha, same Paquito pick as well. He was able to just run across the map. This time he just went back and forth in the top lane, buying so much space for Aura, and they were almost able to fully collapse. But again, here lies the problem. They have no real engage potential that can really just stop and pin EVOS Legends down.
That's why it's important that Aran keeps doing this. And there's a reason why he brought Sprint as a spell on a Paquito. Usually we see Flicker or something like that, but he goes for Sprint. Why? Because he wants to play more regarding the map. He wants to play the macro game instead of these team fights. super value being able to distract 3 members because, like we mentioned earlier, there's no engage tool. The only thing that they have is the final slash coming in from High, but that's not a lockdown. That's just a temporary displacement.
Yeah, High though caught here. He's a tank. Doesn't care. Take a look at Iran already clearing 2 waves at the mid and the top. So that's a relief. Forward side of Aura of Fire. Will they pull the trigger to fight here is the question.
And due to that, Fluffy has to respond as well. On a Terizla cutting the waves. He's very immobile. So again, if he does this, if he continues to do this, Aran will be able to get into these team fights faster. And look at that discipline by Aran. He knows there's no real reason to go in. I'll just go back and cut the waves. And Fluffy has to do the same. And this is going to be very frustrating for Fluffy because he's not a hero that's meant to be doing this. He's a hero that's meant to be team fighting. So the longer the frustration builds, it might actually force Evos to make a desperate move, a mistake that Aura Fire are desperately looking for as well.
And Sin is just that much more free in this regard, but they gotta pay attention to that mid lane. Aran can only clear so many waves. With information that Sin is in that mid, they might just go for a 3-man gank onto Aran now.
This is good for Evos because Sutsujin is holding on to the Lord right now. Fan, beautiful! He took aggro, and this might be the all-in for Aura Fire. Up top, Aran, what's happening?
Oh, he gets taken out. It's a sacrificial lamb, but they want the Lord. Sutsujin will lose his immortal. Fluffy jumps in with the penalty zone. But Sutsujin finds the Lord! He will be taken down, though, alongside Fluffy, who will lose his immortal. Aura Fire, what happened?
That was huge, huge gamble coming in from Aura Fire. It nearly worked out for them if and only if they were able to secure the Lord. Fluffy knew exactly what he had to do. He went in for the penalty zone, that knock up onto Van. And Sutsujin, before he died, he was still able to get that Lord. And now, look at this, Evos Legends. They're knocking on Aura Fire's gate.
Oh, let's see. Krat is on the final slash alt. Will he engage is the question. Feather air strike in the backside to clear the waves. Van very low, but still surviving. Lord 9,000 HP. Need to be taken care of here. And High will not lose his immortal this time. Van trying to hold the waves. Van Strong finds the stun. Will lose his immortal. Quiet here. Pokes. Gets taken down. That's huge. And now with that kill, Evos Legends will not be able to keep the pressure. Wow. 24 minutes in. The minions? The minions!
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Almost.
That was definitely a shocker. Holy moly. I didn't even expected the minions to do that much damage. But again, yeah, it was enhanced minions. It was empowered minions. And Aura Fire almost just lost to the minions. Jeez.
That was a little bit too close for comfort.
Way too close.
Okay, my heart skipped a beat just a little bit. It's like after all that defense, you lose 2 minions. Not like this, please. Because we're already in a 25-minute game. Things are even more intense than ever. You can feel the tension building for both of these teams, especially the EXP lane. Again, we knew coming into this match that the EXP lane would be so highlighted. And even now, we see the impact. What has Aran been able to do? How Fluffy has to suffer and just kind of swallow an ego pill with the way that he likes to usually play by having to mirror the movements coming in from Aran. It's beautiful. I love the dance from both of these teams. They're adapting on their feet really well.
Yeah, it's been done better by Aura Fire, I would say. The execution of this macro game and the split push threats. But that was when the far lane was in the top lane. Now the far lane's down in the bottom lane. Aura Fire, that was their chance to get back at the game by securing the Lord, by the space that Aran was able to buy for them, to create for them. Now that the far lane is in the bottom lane, Aran can no longer threaten an end. And Evos Legends will not have to care that much, will not have to maybe cut all the way in the front. They can actually just clear it out with the turret, giving them some more room to go for a 5v5 team fight in the Evolved Lord. So again, it's just going to be slow pushes all the way in that bottom lane. We'll see what Aran decides to do, if he decides to go for the team fight or if he does the same thing. So far, it does seem like he is going to be sent down below again.
Here, with this situation, what can Aura Fire do, or Van do in this case, is just to, delay the Lord, trying to play the aggro. as the bot side will be managed. But it seems like, a conceal because Xin shown in the map. They're trying to force a fight here. Pride takes the final slash. No real proper engage though. As Xin is still busy. Good engage on towards Van. Will they go all in here as Aran jumps in as well? Sutsujin, half HP penalty zone on towards Kabuki, who will escape with the BMI. Xin is in the party. Feather airstrike high, quite low. Look at the front side, Aran trying to flank with that sprint.
Look at where Aran's going.
Strong, losing Immortal. Fluffy, in the backside, Kabuki! In the backside deals the damage with the Blazing Duet with Aran as well! Aran finds Baranz, as Baranz will be taken down. And EVO's Legends dismantled minute 27.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? EVO's Legends, they utilized all their resources a little bit too early, and that was the information, the opening that Aurafire was looking for to go all in. With Brands taken out, Van Strong as well, this is actually a really huge green light for Aurafire to go in for the Lord. But the problem is, again, like you mentioned before, Mirko, that wave in that bottom lane, the fact that there is still a turret for EVO's Legends, that inhibitor turret, that means that they have to go for and do housekeeping on that first.
It's so beautifully done by Aurafire, and I gotta highlight Aran, man. His KDA definitely doesn't do him justice, because his angles, the angles that he's attacking from, really enables Kabuki to be able to dish out as much AoE damage as possible. I mean, earlier as well, you saw that the back line from EVO's Legends was basically non-existent because of Aran. He was always just going into the back line, forcing the back line to technically be a front line for EVO's Legends. And if he continues to do this while also simultaneously clearing the bottom lane while Brands is still down, this is going to create even better than a 4v5. It's going to be a 3v4 for Aurafire. Oh, 1v1!
Feather airstrike towards Krite, who has Immortal. Xin, no wings by rings, it seems like will be juicy target. Oh, the penalty zone will make him lose the Immortal. Xin, still no wings by wings, taken out! Sutsujin finds a decimation now high, isolated, but Van will find the Lord as another member will be taken out. Is it worth it?
That's 70 seconds on the death timer here.
I don't think it's worth it. I really don't. I think in just normal conventional Lord fights, where it's team fight over Lord, it's team fight who wins usually. And now it's two members. That is one of the zoning members. Kabuki will have to pull off a miracle with Aran if they want to win this battle, because this is a battle that is favored to EVO's Legends. The Lord is only going to be spawning in one of these lanes, and look, it's already going to be taken care of.
Let's see here, the defense but offense from side of EVO's Legends. What? Lord, 30,000 HP and taken care of. Oh, that's a huge kill on towards Van Strong. To clear the backside though, Ron will lose his Immortal and as well as his life, trying to delay. But it will come as well. Kabuki trying to Blazing Duet the minions just to buy enough time. 10 seconds for the Farsa to jump back into the Land of Dawn. And it seems like it worked.
It's no issue, it's no issue. Kabuki can still go in like this because he does still have the Purify. Remember that. So he's going to be able to clear a lot quicker. Sin already back into the fray. And we're back to a stalemate. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes. It's a 30-minute game already here between Aurafire and EVO's Legends.
Oh, EVO's Legends tried to do everything that they lost in that siege. They try to clear out all three waves while simultaneously trying to end the game. I think if they risked a bit more there, if they risked the Lord pushing up to the top lane and just clearing out the two lanes in the mid and the bottom, they might have been able to just go full all in into that base and maybe able to go for the end there. But the thing is, they went for all three lanes. They tried to clear out the Lord, which is evolved, by the way, does so much damage to you and has damage reduction all across to the other members. So it gave Aurafire kind of a chance to win that team fight, to defend that. And that's ultimately what happened. For the itemization, everybody's at full items at this point. And my god, around 4,000 gold ahead of Fluffy.
That was an interesting item that he just picked up. What was that for?
Who are we talking about here, Eterna?
It was after that.
We're talking about Aran?
Yeah. They picked up Queen's Wings.
Oh, Spell Vamp.
Some
damage
more
reduction as well.
Some more survivability. I think, unfortunately for Aran, actually, they actually were able to take the base turret in the bottom lane, so he can do exactly what he was doing previously. Let's see. EVO's Legends need to go for a pickoff at this point. They can't handle two waves, two side lane waves. Oh, they did spot a run.
Oh, 4v3, isolated. Seems like no clear engage again. Lord is up here. Both teams playing it very, very carefully here.
Yeah. Aura Fire will not pull the trigger if they don't know where Fluffy is. That's the main threat for Aura Fire right now. And the problem is, earlier on, it looked like Fluffy went all in on Kabuki, and he's learned and kind of changed the target. He's now going in for Sin instead, because that was the problem. That was how Aura Fire were able to win that previous team fight. EVO's Legends banked on the fact that Fluffy could take down Kabuki, but Kabuki still had that Purify, but here we go.
High, quite low. Van pops the Poissons. Take a look at Terrify. High! Loses Immortal, quite free hitting. Oh, Fluffy! With the penalty zone, managed to catch the Farsa. And that is not a good sign. He will go down for 70. Van now isolated as well. Kabuki forcing you, pop the Blazing Duet. And things are not looking good for Aura Fire as they lost the Lord and the fight. Aran, Kabuki running for the hills. Aran now.
Wow.
Trying to buy time, but I'm sure EVO's Legends, they know how to deal with this. Let's see the defense with just 3 men defending.
This is a disaster. This is a huge disaster. Kabuki, High, they're the only one left standing. You can see that Aran is trying to buy as much time as he can in the top lane, but it's inevitable, ladies and gentlemen.
It's just 2 men defending, 1 man, and EVO's Legends, the White Tigers. They will have a say in this first game.
The White Tigers strike first in that 30-minute game after the dances that took forever. That was it. That was the adaptation that EVOs did to win it. They changed that targeting, which is what I mentioned right before that team fight happened. Being able to take the Farsa down, that was it was the green light for EVOs to steamroll through the other members and take Aura Fire down one by one.
Man.
The battle of endurance for both of these teams. My God, 33 minutes and 40 seconds. One of the longest games in MPL Indonesia Season 12. My goodness gracious, man. We gotta really talk. I need some time to process everything that happened there. I don't know where to start to talk and analyze, but I guess we'll start with the last fight that just happened there, because holy moly, that fight was absolutely beautiful for EVO's Legends. Like you said, Eterna, the main threat was Fluffy, right? If he's able to dive into the back. And this is why the Lord Dance is so important. And EVO's Legends, with this trio, with the WCG trio, they are so good at just pulling the Lord and setting things up for greatness. Because as we have said many times before, if Aran clears out on the bottom lane, yes, it does buy space. It does create space for Aura Fire to look for an engage, to look for a 4v4 because Fluffy's not there. Thing is, the engage tool was still in EVO's Legends' corner. It's always the Edith who goes in first. And because the Edith can pull the trigger, Aura Fire are always lost. Aran was clearing out a lane with 33 minutes super minions, right? So it's no longer as easy as it was earlier in the first or second Lord. I forgot, I lost count of the Lord, but you get what I'm talking about now. And because Aran has to spend so much more time clearing out that wave, EVO's Legends simply took a 4v5. Fluffy didn't even care about that bottom lane. It wasn't cleared out. They went for it, they pulled the trigger, and they won a 4v5.
I agree.
It's just the little things that, you know, they have to adapt and have to learn, adjust as they go, and EVO's Legends pulled off a spectacular win.
A very good display from Fluffy. Consistency is key, and it seems like, again, early, he did his job. Mid, late, he adapts, he adjusts, and very consistent penalty zone flicker he displayed throughout the game, finding the right angles and targets as well, which opens a lot of options for EVO's Legends to capitalize. And we saw that Zin, that fight, Zin popped the feather airstrike. Fluffy knows where to go. Penalty zone flicker, canceling feather airstrike is perhaps his main objective, but getting the kill, why not?
They realize that Sin, he's such an aggressive mid laner. Of course he would choose the flicker over the Purify in that kind of situation, and he paid the price for it. The entire team paid the price for it because of this guy. The player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5 was Fluffy on the Terizla. it's insane. I don't understand Fluffy, right? Because naturally when an EXP lane has a certain playstyle, then no matter the situation, they'll play like that. But this is not what we saw from Fluffy. He adjusted really well to everything that was thrown at him by Aran on the Paquito. Okay, Aran, you want to go for clear? Let's clear. You want to go for cut? Let's cut. Because at the end of the day, I know my particular job. He's still able to be in the team fight later on, come at the right time after most of the resources are wasted, and still take that prime target in a Syndrome in the Farsa.
It gives you a sense of why experience is important, and Fluffy definitely has way more experience than Aran. So when Aran has a plan initially, it was already great. Look at how we're starting the highlights in 17 minutes. I don't think we've ever seen that, but due to the game being this long, we've got to just see what Fluffy was able to do this entire game. Firstly, I just want to say, it's kind of crazy that Sutsujin survived for so long here, giving Brands the the proper time to actually dish out as much damage as possible. Because again, for Brands, the main problem for him in a lot of these skirmishes against Aura Fire is that he just cannot keep up with the mobility of Aura Fire. They're able to maneuver around it so many times, and this, oh my goodness! The reason Van lost that was because of a penalty zone flicker. So even in that red tree 50-50, it was a 50-50 that was more so prevalent for Fluffy. And as you can see, this is one of the examples of Brands just getting outmaneuvered, right? He doesn't know where to hit, and because they keep on juggling, because they have better mobility, Brands needs the team to create a space for him to deal damage, to buy enough time. And in a lot of these skirmishes, when he is able to dish out damage, EVO's Legends just obviously have much more pressure to play with. This was one of the pushes where, again, I said, they went for the safest route possible in the siege. They could have let that Lord go in the top lane. Sure, it was risky. It could have actually given Aura Fire away to end the game. But if they wanted to end the game themselves, they need to take some of these risks. And in the final fight, it was still the same. EVO's Legends didn't take any risks. They made calculative investments. Very small, but it built up to a point where Fluffy was able to get a penalty zone flicker. Why? Because Aran was late. If Aran was there, if Aran wasn't in the bottom lane, he would have been able to open it up, giving Aura Fire information. And in a game that goes all the way in 30 to 33 minutes, information and vision is the most important tool you need, that you can have for a team.
Are you not loving this match already, though?
I love it. I love
that EXP lane matchup again. Huge highlight. Just really, it sets the tempo of what we see in the game, depending on both of these players.
And again, it's Fluffy going up against his former team, getting the POTG as well. And man,
Gani, have you ever seen a 100,000 gold game? Holy moly. Yo, they rich. They've been investing UBS gold since they were born or something, man. I want that much gold. Oh, man. Again, though,
damn.
I think for the emblems, this killing spree ended up being so good. That triple kill that Sutsujin got was due to the Martis getting the passive of the execute from the decimation plus the killing spree. You know how fast he is just with the decimation ultimate when you get an execute? Yeah, add a killing spree onto that, add some more HP. It made Sutsujin technically unkillable. And I gotta give props to Krite here. This is something that we don't usually see for a Valentina. Inspire Valentina. That really helped him with the cooldowns. Even towards the late game, he was much more, he could spam much more efficiently without, you know, having to burn as much. Meanwhile, I am still not a big fan of this flicker from Sin. He's a very risky player, very mechanical, so you can understand why he went for that flashy route, but
not against Fluffy, man.
Not against Terizla, Valentina, and Edith. Everyone can CC except for Beatrix. And Kabuki, he made it. He made it to the late game. That's where Claude actually has, you know, a lot of damage to deal because he's AoE. He can deal to more targets better. But DPS-wise, if it's single target, Brands will always win. And I think that's why Kabuki kind of faltered into the late game. If, again, EVO's Legends create a proper line, then this Claude will never be able to dive into the back, even with the Purify, even with the Wind of Nature. Because Krite, all he needs to do is burst him down.
You know what I think now? In that game, Xin costed them the game.
I don't know.
The feather airstrike in the mid.
That's
you know what I'm talking
said.
about? Yeah, you mentioned this, right? Feather airstrike, awkward area to feather airstrike. And the collapse happened.
It's not his fault though. He didn't know where Fluffy was. Again, they had Aran in the bottom lane, no? Like, we just came in.
It's just unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. That's
It's-
what it is.
It's a need for Purify.
And caffeine.
Okay, Purify doesn't get you out of
And
damage.
caffeine.
That last mistake, I think it wasn't Purify. But the mistakes throughout the game, yeah, maybe.
I think it kind of was though.
I
Because if
think
we
it
didn't
built,
get caught
it
out.
built up through that, yeah.
So I don't know. Do you want aggression? Do you want more something
Safety.
safer? Do you
Yes.
want more points?
Yes.
Maybe?
Yes.
Just
Yes.
yes to everything?
Yes.
All right. So I got you guys. Indomart Point Cool. Become a member at Indomart, one of the most prevalent stores around Indonesia. And they even have a booth in here as well. If you guys purchase something, you guys can, stack up your points. Like Aldo stacks up. Who else stacks up?
Cecilion?
Cecilion stacks up.
Layla?
What?
No, I'm messing with you. I thought you
I
would,
was
I
like-
thought you would just go with it.
And that's why, guys, you also can stack your points because these points can be traded out for a lot of things as well. And there's a free 37 diamonds that is waiting and available for new members that register today. So what are you waiting for? Register now. Because
Why do I need to register?
you also can get point coffee, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Point coffee, but you don't even drink coffee, Eterna.
I drink tea, and Point Coffee offers splendid tea as well.
We're talking about
It's
the
a-
iced brew tea.
No, I have one. I finished mine. It's already half. That's how I get through the day, man.
I rarely drink matcha.
Don't worry, we can trade.
Oh, you have matcha?
I guess.
Please trade.
Oh, man. Oh, my God, please don't trade.
Please don't trade.
The casters were fighting over the coffee because, it's fresh quality coffee made with 100% Indonesian coffee and made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. And this time, you guys can actually utilize the promo code MAUKOPIPC on
Copy.
your Indomart Point Cool app and get a 30% discount on the matcha latte,
Yes.
the caramel macchiato that you usually have, as well as the lemon tea.
I usually go for the pandan. Pandan coffee.
Yeah.
Pandan
Sorry, it
latte.
wasn't.
It's okay.
It's not there. So
Here's a straw,
I mean,
Ronnie,
you get-
because you suck.
But with that, you guys can also grab the promo code that Grab has to offer, MPL ID X Grab, and you can get a 50% discount on Grab Food and a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab
90?
Car
Whoa. That's
throughout
like-
the event.
So you only have to pay 10%.
Exactly.
It's basically free.
That's 100 minus 90 equals 10%.
Damn.
Well,
you guys
that's how
can
math
scan the
works.
QR code down below if you
Check
want
it
an
out.
easy way, but Eterna, you want to tell them, don't take the easy way in life.
No, you can take the easy way in life now.
I like how the Australian came out with a
No.
Okay.
No.
Nar.
No. So go ahead and check it out yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, at grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code down below. Meko. I don't know what accent that was.
You overdid it.
She overdid it. Okay, it's fine. Because do you think Aran overdid his style there? This is
Because
why
I don't think if he didn't do it, then Aura Fire would have lasted that long.
Yes, but in the last
That's just Zen.
Lord fight, he was in the bottom lane, I think, for a bit too long, and he didn't adjust properly like Fluffy. Fluffy adjusted. He was like, you know what? I don't care. It would take too long for me to clear anyways. By the way, can we talk about how crazy it is that Terizla built full damage and dealt that much damage? How is a hero like what?
He's that confident, man.
No, you have confidence and you have the power of the buffs, man. Maybe of great shampoo.
Head and shoulders.
Whoa.
That's how you get perfect hair. You want, if your hair is black, if your
Whoa!
hair is
That's a biggest juke!
What?
Oh my goodness!
I could have sworn.
Mans has fabulous hair.
Could have sworn.
Oh my lord. I thought that was a turn up for a bit.
I was almost rushing. Almost.
Almost. Oh my god. You got good hair, my guy. I thought you were a girl, really. I think Sheffin would have thought that was a girl too. Sheffin would have just been glued to the screen, but he would have been jump scared.
Is that what he usually does?
No, okay, so I will.
Because
Okay.
yesterday I was asking,
Yeah.
I was like, what's going on with this hair cam and Sheffin
So
thing?
this
So I
is
don't
this is
understand.
what happens when usually there's a
Okay.
girl. This is Sheffin. by the way. That's what Sheffin does. And me and Gani has to take over. It's like, hey, Sheffin, stop. I mean, it's normal, but
Is it though?
he's a guy. He likes ladies.
Do you do that? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, a best of 3. Game number 1
perfect cut.
was taken by Evo's Legends. Man, Aran has a lot to prove here. Remember?
Oh, the whole Aura team has a lot to
No, but
prove.
Aran in particular, because he's like, Fluffy, get ready. And then he lost. And then Fluffy was POTG.
True. Fluffy, man.
It's not like Moreno.
Not like Moreno.
You know, Moreno
The
talked the
PH
talk
Slayer?
and then he walked the...
Yeah.
No, how does it go?
You talk the talk and you walk the walk.
There you go. But now it's just talk.
Oh, I don't think it's just talk though. Come on, Aran won 4 games and he got 4 MVPs, right? Like, I think he built his own hype train. No one really expected him to be to be a star in his debut. He did that all by himself. So we'll see if he can do that again here, replicate that same style and become a headache for Evo's Legends.
Or will Fluffy prove to his ex-teammates that it was a mistake to let him go? We will get to that answer soon, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into the drafting phase here for game number 2. Evos and Aura have swapped sides. Evos with the first pick, taking out the Eve. Aura with the second, taking out the Joy.
Oh, let's see. Indeed, they will switch sides. So, Evo's Legends still banning the Eve out. Seems like they will go for the same approach. Valentina first pick should be the approach for the White Tigers here.
And there's the Paquito ban. Whoa, this time is from Aura. Wow, they really. Wow, I just got distracted. The Paquito ban is such a good ban here from Aura Fire. If they don't have first pick, it's most probably gonna be picked up by Evo's Legends, stolen away. Someone would say.
Okay. Let's not forget the Kadita here. Kadita, is it a viable first pick option for the side of the Evo's Legends?
Definitely. I think so.
Quite very aggressive.
Exactly.
Good mechanics with the Kadita, but yeah,
Very
there you
different.
go.
Very different to Hijume.
They're shaping up to a Kadita pick here, right? Banning out the Angela. Skin question, what are you going to ban?
Oh no, there you go.
There you go. So Valentina.
So Paquito taken out. Valentina is left open here for Evos to choose once again. I think it was a really good pick for Krite. There were a lot of moments where he was able to utilize that final slash against Aura Fire for cover and even for initiation if the Edith fails to get that Earth Shatter on the important members.
Okay, so I think now, if you look at the drafts, it should still be the Valentina. It gave Evo's Legends so much prior. But if it's not the Valentina, what do they want to go for? I think now that Aura Fire have second pick, do you think it's too expensive to go Beatrix first pick?
I was about to say.
Yeah, right? Because Beatrix, Kabuki, that's one of the win conditions. 4 games, 4 wins. I think if that was a Beatrix,
Oh my god, it's Beatrix. Oh my god.
told you, it's too expensive. It's not just Aran creating space, but it's also Kabuki on that Beatrix that makes it work. And they go, oh, but Valentina Fredrin works as well. Signature pick for Mr. Vandrin.
Also, it was banned out in that first game. Now, it's left open, so why the heck not? Evo's Legends. With this, what will they respond with? Perhaps they might respond with a Feramis? Do you like the Feramis? Krite's Feramis?
It works. It works for cover. They're looking for a team fight, but first phase, I kind of don't like it.
Okay. So what do you prefer?
At this point, I would look for a strong hero for Fluffy. I think he's an anchor to Evo's Legends. I think it's important that he wins that lane. So instead they go for the Farsa, which makes sense. Oh, they don't do that. They take the Boxia instead. They're doubling down on that early game.
All right, wow. Farsa and the Boxia here. It's a good pick against the Fredrin. And I think I think they know that the Fredrin will never go to the XP lane, knowing how Aran plays. That's why they're like, you know what? It's not going to be an alpha. You're not going to pick that up. You're not that guy.
Let's see here. With this, what do they need? They can pick up a marksman early.
They could, but let's take a look at the comment here from R7 first.
The new
The new player,
Aran.
Aran, immediately making split push moves like that is quite terrifying. The opponents are not just an ordinary opponent. They're dominating the ESL runner-up Bigatron.
And
They
the ESL
won
champions.
2-0. And the ESL champions, you're right. Damn.
Damn, the two SPS grand finalists got schooled by Iran, but EVO's Lions, the WCG champions, they're not getting schooled right now. They are, they're actually schooling Aura at this point, right? The way that they're playing. Kaja banned out, Arlet pickup, to be expected now. I think for High, he's found his comfort pick. If it's not banned, he'll always pick it.
Or this time, will it be flexed?
I don't think so.
No, you don't like Iran. Iran.
You don't like Iran?
I like Iran. I just don't like... I think High doesn't play anything else right now.
Okay. That's fair. Second phase, Kaja banned out. Claude is going to be responsible. Okay, 2 suppressions banned out. So they're really banking and hoping that the mobility...
But why take out suppression?
Assassins.
Van Assassin, what is he going for? He went for Hayabusa before? Ling?
I don't actually think it's not about an assassin pick. I think it's because they want to get a mobile pick on Iran. Maybe something like an Esmeralda's not going to work out here against a Baksha, isn't it? But a mobile pick nonetheless. I've never... It's been a long time since I've seen a Benedetta, exactly, but hey, if your style is to clear waves and to just, be a nuisance, I guess it would work. Heck, if you want to go for a full split push, technically Sun, we haven't seen that in a long time.
Sun.
It's a crazy pick, but he's played Badang in MPL, so hey. Badang, wait.
No,
right?
Last pick maybe.
Yeah.
So if they want to back on Dong, they might pick up okay, Mark, yeah. So it might be XP last pick.
Oh my god, I'm getting PTSD seeing this.
What?
Kabuki on the carry. Remember what happened to Blacklist?
Yeah, they got wiped. At SPS challenge season.
Scary. And it's good to try and go for the counter on towards the sustain from the Boxia. Don't know how it will do in lane though. Once again, it really depends on that mid trio. And for EVOs, it's looking quite strong with the Farsa and the Boxia. So what do they go for here for EVOs? They need a roamer?
And EXP. Honestly, does Yuzong work here?
For Fluffy?
For Fluffy.
Why not Terizla again?
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Terizla pick here. The Ruby comes through. And Edith, well, Ruby XP or Edith XP? Still flex towards the end even. Very good though. They formed literally just a front to back comp, right? They are playing to cover Farsa and Beatrix. But this will give an opening to Aura. If they want to play the split push composition again for Iran, this is it. Oh, it is Arlet XP. It's Nova.
Okay. Novaria Rome. Arlet will be flexed.
This is a tough game to predict, man. This is a very, very good trap from both of the teams. They have solid win conditions here, but what I do know is Iran, he's not an XP laner known to go for these team fights.
Maybe
and he
not
is
yet.
Not yet. He hasn't shown it. And this is a team fighting hero. Arla, definitely very different to the style that he usually plays, soloing in the XP lane.
Oh, this is so tough.
I don't know. My prediction mostly has been wrong today as
Yeah,
well.
mine too. I'm just gonna double down on it. All ins.
Let's see. Spell check. Oh, it's a flicker party.
This is for everyone. Everyone went flicker. No purifies at all. And I think it's a wise choice, especially for the carry here, because you do have a lot of CC, but there's too much range. You gotta get out of that.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen, for the White Tigers. If they want to break the Aura Fire train, will they be able to stave off in this next game? That is the question. EVO's Legends, Aura Fire, and already huge aggression coming in from EVO's. That's what I was afraid of. That mid trio. Look at that. Iran. He's getting punished so severely for just being in his lane.
Yeah, and to that Cry and Fluffy now level 2. That's a rotation mid, and as well as the XP roam clear mid. So all 3 members are level 2. That's something to note.
I think if we look at the emblems here, it's very interesting to see Sutsujin on the Impure Rage. He went, whoa, Thrill as well. Oh, he wants to really clear fast. Season Hunter and Thrill. Okay. Wow, Thrill, and it's still the Inspire for Krite. I think he just really likes cooldown on his mages here. Okay, so it's two very interesting choices to go for the side of EVO's Legends, and that's a Retribution used up by Van. Went for Firmness and Season Hunter. Yeah, aside from that, there's nothing really too interesting.
It's actually quite aggressive, right?
Very.
For Krite. He goes in for Weapon Master as well as the Inspire. There's not much sustainability in this early game, but why does he need it if this happens?
Oh, let's see. It's a gank on towards Van. Appraisal's Wrath was used as well. Not much resources. Krite finds the first blood. Ron will be able to escape this time. Bad at timing, as it will be turtle spawning.
It will. And this is what EVO's Legends' comp was built for. That early game, the rotations, the pickoffs, the ganks happening through and throughout, but oh man, no way.
Yikes. Oh, a good trade there. Krite caught top side pre-turtle. And it seems like with that kill, Aura Fire will be able to equalize and have initiative for his first turtle.
Looking at it here with a vision as well, it should be a free one for Aura Fire. So Jin wants to go for the drive-by though.
All gets done. Good red tray. Iran caught. Good knock-up onto it still. Iran. Whoa, taken out. Whoa, he survived. A low HP. Aura Fire wins the turtle and no casualties.
Wow, well played. Aran, beautifully done there. Kabuki doesn't have Purify, but he should be safe here. What's interesting is the carry is actually winning in lane against Brand's Beatrix. This is the lane that you would expect Beatrix to have a little bit more of an advantage. And here you go, Town Prediction. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Series. Eterna and Gio Joshua with the Aura Fire prediction.
Not surprised, right? It's tough, I believe, in their composition if they are able to push it into the late game and they're able to utilize that poke that they have. Because at the moment, Hai can only give vision. He can't really give that much damage. But later on, when Carry gets the power spike, when Hai gets the power spike, it's a little bit more difficult for EVO's Legends to go in for the siege.
It's a bit too hard, I would say. And right now, Aran's being a nuisance, but I think he pushed way too far.
He overextends, punished. Good rotation from Krite there, helping him out. Take a look at the bot side now. 4v3 technically. Good ult from Navaria, opening up possibilities. It seems like Aura Fire does not pull the trigger, and EVO's Legends will also disengage.
Okay, so looking at EVO's Legends' composition, their win condition is if they're able to snowball through this trio mid while shutting Aran down simultaneously, but Aura Fire have adjusted as well. Now they're playing for Kabuki, a lane where for Aura Fire, I think it's more about weathering the storm, right? They have a Novaria and they have a carry, so they can play it a bit longer. They can just hold their ground as long as they keep the gold lead less than, I would say, 3K, then they should be all right. If they have a lead, if they actually are able to mount up a lead or even win out in a few of these neutral objective battles, then it's a bigger win for Aura Fire. That mid game is going to be good though for EVOS.
Yep, good pull and knock up from Fluffy. On towards High here. Oh, good cancel. Feather airstrike at the backside. But Sutsujin will be taken down in the process. Kabuki free hitting now. Targeting Fluffy, force him to use the recall, or flicker rather.
Wow.
Was the team wasn't able to find the kill, and Turtle will fall to the hands of Aura Fire again.
See, that's not supposed to happen. With EVO's Legends' composition, they should be the one dictating how these team fights go in the first 5 minutes of the game, and yet we see the exact opposite. Sutsujin was taken out earlier on. It's a huge win, plus they get more in this bottom lane.
It's a scattered team fight from Aura Fire, and they win with a scattered team fight. They have more single target damage with Kabuki, so they can melt down the tanks faster than, let's say, Brents can actually melt down the tanks from Aura Fire. And therefore, as long as they're able to isolate some of these members, in that case it was Sutsujin, then Aura Fire will win out in these team fights. And we gotta give props to Aran here, because not only is he isolating and scattering EVO's Legends' front-to-back composition, but he's also surviving somehow, dealing damage as well. Good poke.
Ooh.
And EVOs are just struggling to find the right formation, the right front to back to make it work.
That can be adjusted though, right? So Aura Fire, in that sense, if they're confident enough to think that they can scatter those team fights, sure, go for it, but that could have ended really badly for them. remember what they're trying to do is just stave off that storm in this early towards that mid game. Wait for Kabuki and wait for Hai to pop off. But they're not doing that at all. They're playing super aggressive into the jungle of Evos even.
The plan is to weather out the storm, but Aura Fire are fighting the storm. They're ending it. They're trying to end it as fast as possible. And again, if Aura Fire gets the lead here, this is going to be scary. Whoa, Flicker from Brands down below. That's how much pressure Iran has, despite already using the final slash. That's a big resource, man, and it's 10 seconds off of a turtle. It's valuable information from Aura for Aura.
Definitely, and on the opposite side, right, Kabuki 1-0-0 already, getting a lot on the board there, getting a lot of gold as well, just really catching up to that power spike that, like you mentioned, that they're trying to build for themselves just as fast as possible, as it looks like Hai already opening up the map.
Wow. Oh, Bronze, no flicker. Will he be able to escape this time? Nibiru's passion. Van very low, taken out. Good job by Fluffy. Aranda will pay his friend's death by taking down Brands. And Aura Fire now leading 1,000 gold.
And it's that displacement again, that final slash from Aran. Now he knows there's no flicker for Brands. He actually burnt it earlier, so he's able to scatter him from that formation, and because of that, Aura Fire just took that team fight. It looked good for Evo's Legends, but that trade, gold lane, definitely value, and now even a turtle, so it's double value, a double win for Aura Fire.
1,700 gold lead here for Aura Fire in the 7th minute of the game already, as they're looking to find more on the board. But displacement.
Let's see, feathered airstrike as well. Seems like Iran will be able to soak in damage. Oh, a potential re-engage, but Evo's Legends backs off.
That was so much. That was a lot of resources just burnt to take down Iran, who in the end was not able to be taken off the board.
Now this gets real scary, right? Because you thought, well, we all thought Aura Fire, especially with Iran, it's kind of a one-trick pony. He can build up space, he can play in the side lanes, but in team fights, he's gonna get caught here.
Good catch. Instead taken down. Good rotation as well. Iran there wasn't able to retreat in time.
That pick onto Iran, sure, it's going to hurt Aura Fire, but what's the trade-off, right? Evo's Legends have yet to be able to punish Kabuki, who now is sitting at a gold lead in comparison to the Beatrix. Aura Fire go in.
Good path onto his crotch. He gets taken out, though, then taken down as well. Still, I feel like favors Aura Fire. No more Farsa.
Yeah, no more Farsa, and it's worth it. Van for the Farsa, for Krite, it's definitely value now. There's no neutral objectives to be contested right now, so Sutsujen as well can't really farm up to get a big lead over Van. So Aura Fire definitely just took a dub. That's a lot of threat gone in the mid-game.
9 minutes in, it's only been 9 minutes.
Definitely feels longer than that, knowing that both of these teams have just been going at it, full action. But now that now that the game is slowed down, you have to look at Kabuki. He has 2 items now. Golden Staff and the Corrosion side. He's on the way to that DHS, and once he gets that, that's going to be the big power spike that Aura Fire have been waiting for, right? They wanted to weather the storm for that item power spike, but it doesn't even seem like they have been weathering the storm. Again, they've just been attacking, and Kabuki's still been able to farm quite well. Primal Wrath, whoa.
Okay, Iran now in the backside isolated. Take a look at the front side as well. Kabuki pre-hitting. Oh, good taunt by Van. This might be huge. Van strong, soaking damage, gets taken down. Brands Nibiru's passion does not mount to anything. Again, Aura Fire wins the fight here, as they will be able to grab the space to take down the Lord.
Oh man, a 2-4-0 trade. Evils, they're falling so far behind. It's insane because before that team fight occurred, I was like, okay, now Aura Fire, they need to be careful because France just picked up that Malefic Roar. So in these team fights, that's a lot of damage. But of course, that damage doesn't matter if he gets zoned out time and time again. Should there be a different approach by Vanstrong or Fluffy? Maybe utilize that CC to provide cover for Brands this time?
I think right now, it's not really about just providing cover for Brands, but it's just, funnily enough, trying to evade from Iran's final slash, because again, the stagger has just been stopping Evo's Legends from really getting any of these proper front of backs in these team fights. And we've seen it from time to time again. with Fluffy taken low earlier, forced to use that flicker, Aura were able to just fully crash to the other members. Edith is one of the members from EVO's Legends who can actually be a tool to disengage or even to fight an all-in. But if their front to back doesn't work out, again, they can just do things like this, Siege, and the final slash.
Oh, on towards 3 as well. Take a look at the taunt, that's huge, but Iran will be taken down first. Good pull, Kabuki taken out. That's a mistake, 2 for 1 now. And Susujin finding the shutdown. Now the Lord will be taken care of. My goodness, what a defense there by EVO's Legends.
You think that it was in favor of Aura Fire because of that, but I think the issue of range of Kabuki on the carry just makes him very open and vulnerable to all these CC coming in from EVO's Legends. So now things are even more even. Brands picks up that Haas Claws, but Kabuki also the DHS. At this point, who has more firepower in these team fights?
I think it's very situational because it's mostly the team setup around these two heroes. I think for both the Beatrix and the carry, they have a lot of individual power. I think if it's a 1v1, Brands might be able to win it. But again, when it comes down to shredding these tanks, Kabuki does better.
Okay, let's see the offense from Aura now. Right, pops the feather air trap, but Susujin will be taken out. Oh no, he survives! Good pull by Fluffy! Brands though will find the kill, will be traded back. Both gold leaders now taken out. Oran with the flicker maneuver. It seems like now Zen will be the target. Trying to find space, trying to find cover, but Van Strong finds the flank. Wow, good pull? Question mark? No, he will be taken out. As Aran was a little bit late to the party there after finding the final slash though. Finds the straight, 3-4-3. Fluffy gets taken out. Right with the feather air strike. Oh, it's a wiped out! Aura Fire finds the wipe with the dynamic duo of Hai and Aran.
Massive wipeout for Aura Fire. And the hype train hasn't been derailed. Aran proves that he's not a one-trick pony. He can play in the side lanes alone, but he can also team fight. My goodness! Perfectly played by Aran there to win out the team fight for Aura Fire and what looked to be EVO's Legends' big win.
And that's why it was really weird. Why did Sin go for a re-engage? And I think it was just to buy a little bit more time for Aran to come back and give Aura Fire that wiped out and a free Lord in the 13th minute of the game. What a monster, Aran. Rookie monster of the season? Question mark?
Maybe. Maybe indeed. Perhaps he is shaping up to get that title. But Aura Fire, with this firepower, Mirko, can they really end? Can they force a game 3 is what I'm trying to ask.
They can definitely force a game 3, but it has to rely on the execution. Again, like Eterna mentioned, Kabuki is a low range, very small range marksman, so it's very easy to punish. Heck, we even saw Fluffy 1v1 take him on. So if Kabuki can stay within his range and go in at the very last second to try to clean up, or if he's just given space by a good pick up by Aran, a good displacement, like that will be good.
Okay, Fluffy, no Immortal will be taken down. Flan jumps in again. Reprisals Wrath deals no damage for now. Our Fire still hovering around the bot side. Base turret number 1 in that area will be taken out. Good taunt. Seems like our Fire here taking it slow.
Getting an inhibitor turret though, very worth it for Aura Fire, especially a kill as well onto Fluffy. Because they forget, in these team fights, Fluffy is not just a displacement. Oh, look at that damage, Hai.
Oh, good final slash on towards Susujin. Oh, Zen with the pull, finding Till. And this might be it. Brands off HP, trying to retreat. Susujin will lose his life as Kabuki will focus down on the turret. Good airborne to delay. Blood Kabuki will flicker out of the way though, and this is it. Aura Fire will find another wiped out perhaps. Top side will be cleared though. Let's see. 15 seconds for Quiet to come in. This feels like GG. Aura Fire forced a game 3.
And here it is, the Indonesian Hydra strike back. Game number 2 fall into their hands. And there's just so much to talk about the game. The adjustments that Aura Fire did from game number 1 into game number 2. And it all really started from the drafting phase as well.
Now it gets real scary. The one trick is not a one trick. He's revealed himself to be more than that. My God. I thought this mythical creature, his hype train would finally be derailed, right? With all the hype building, it almost seems like it's inevitable for him to fail, for the haters to win. But the haters be damned, man. All the hate towards him doesn't matter. Aran stands in front, and I would say this was an MVP performance from him. The displacements, the wipeout, the ultimate save of the game for game number 2 to force a third game in the series. It was Aran.
Definitely, I also agree. It's gotta be Aran. I think it would have been super different if that wiped out didn't happen.
And to add to that, with and if Aran gets POTG, both EXP laners will grab both games.
Oh, you're right.
One Fluffy, one Aran, both of the XP battles.
And so that third game is literally going to be the tiebreaker for not just whoever wins the series, but
the bragging right.
The bragging rights, exactly. Oh, I love it. I love it.
And Aran is taking down these XP lane titans one by one, man. It was Chorizo first and then Boots. The two best XP laners a lot of people have been mentioning, right? And then, now it's Fluffy, another one of the best XP laners up there. And then he's going to be looking for Pi, then maybe he might be looking for Banana.
Real quick,
Yeah.
right? Because you would think that Onyx would be the final boss battle. But it looks like Fluffy's giving them more of a hard time than Boots.
Yeah,
But that was the MSC champs. I don't understand.
I think it's due to the styles, right? Styles makes matchups eternal. I like the little thing, because Gani definitely was impacted by that. It feels like a punch in the gut earlier. I saw that facial expression, Gani. But yeah, I think it's just a clash of styles. I think styles makes matchups, and Aura Fire definitely have the style to take both Onyx and Bigatron down 2-0. But EVOS right now, they have the style to actually take Aran on with his split pushing prowess, but his team fighting, I think, was not what EVOS, Age, Caleb, Taxum were expecting.
Not at all. And
no way.
It's
5 games.
Oh, it's official?
1-1. POTG by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5. It's Aran on the Arlet. He picks up a different hero nearly every time he goes into a game, and he never disappoints.
You know what, this guy reminds me of Diablo, his face.
His face or his hair?
Very similar. The hairstyle, the unorthodox hero pool.
Appearance.
I can see the hair, right?
I'll just leave you guys to have that conversation, man.
Let's talk about this though. Brave Smite, but a common emblem.
Yeah, common emblem to spam as usual for the Arlet now. We know that his mana is actually quite, I would say not sustainable. For the way that he built here, it's, again, not really too crazy. It's just the standard build all around, but he did prioritize Athena's shield because of the magic damage that he will be receiving for the most part against his lane matchup, Fluffy. So it's very good adjustments from him to be made. But this is it, 5th minute to the 10th minute. If this was Paquito Aran or Uranus Aran, it would be one lane. He will be in an island. He is just in the XP lane.
Maybe a little bit to the mid. Just a little.
No, a little bit to the other side. And then he'll just play. It's just 2 lanes, yeah? And then the mid lane is not a lane that he steps foot in. It's forbidden for a Paquito to walk in there if it's Paquito Aran. But in this game, this was literally just... This was a team fighting XP laner. I think a lot of us expected Aran just to be like a very, okay, you do good in the split pushes, my guy, but I don't know about the team fighting. That's why I actually doubted him and actually voted for EVOS this game. I didn't know if he was able to pull it off, but this game showed that not only was he able to pull it off, he could pull it off as good as some of the best team fighting XP laners we have in Indonesia. And this guy this is still like his first season. This is his 3rd match in MPL Indonesia. He still has so much room to grow. So still, it's just super impressive. And again, just look at when he decides to go in, to escape even, and it's just absolutely phenomenal. The little things that he was able to do, flickering out to safety there, created the chance for this to happen. I've been reading the chat and a lot of people were like, oh, Aran, noob, oh, bad XP. Yeah, if you psych, nope, Aran is him, bro. You hate him, he talks the talk, he walks the walk, like you mentioned, Eterna.
I think it's crazy what Aran was able to do, but let's give a little bit of a pat on the back for Kabuki.
That's it. Sure.
Because we mentioned that Kabuki, what can he do without the Beatrix? He's come up with the Claude, he's come out with the carry. Sure, the Claude kind of lost 0% win rate for him in particular, but that also means that there is a certain flex into his kit. He can still perform even without the Beatrix. And again, it was very tough, that composition for a carry. And in that 1v1, he was still able to win it out against the Beatrix. So these things just really build onto one another. That proves once again that Kabuki is still one of the main anchors for Aura Fire. And yes, Sin, give him a hero that he can outplay on, not something that stays in the back, that flaps her wings and is very stationary and is very difficult to be aggressive on. But the Valentina, I think, suits his playstyle a whole lot more.
I think he is a very, flashy mid laner, yeah, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think I still like the Farsa. I like the Farsa on Sin. He's a very good Farsa, but I agree. He's definitely more flashy on the Valentina. You can just sidestep a lot of things, and that Ruby ult steal, man. That Ruby ult flicker.
I'm offended.
It's like he transformed into Wijanarko for a second with that Ruby flicker, right? Mr. Starboy himself, the Ruby God, as a lot of people would call him.
Does it not remind you of Godiva?
Godiva,
Ruby Rome era?
That was like a week.
What?
Lasted like a week.
No, he actually used it quite a lot.
Okay.
All right, Godiva. And Godiva, we have a Godiva fangirl and Godiva hater. Anyways, let's move on to itemization here. Or the emblems. Inspire turned out not to be the best here, I would say, for Crichton. I think the Flicker as well turned out. Both Farsas who went for Flicker. I think mainly Flicker, not Inspire here. That caused problems. So much CC plays on the Farsa. Farsa was not able to use like a proper full feather airstrike. Aran's always up in that business, going in, final slash, canceling it out, and sometimes not even using the final slash, just using the vengeance, getting close, and that's it. Done. Crichton has to pull back. Crichton has to get away.
That's why I don't think it's worth it to go Inspire for something like the Farsa, because you're gonna deal damage anyway, and the cooldown's not too bad, to be honest. It's not groundbreaking, the cooldown. So I'd rather go for something like Tenacity. A little bit more, it's safer, and Agility.
Okay, Agility, okay. But let's not forget Highest pick, Novaria.
Yeah.
Good ult, because a lot of potential engages. You got Ruby, Edith, Baksha, who is very honest when they come in.
Very honest.
And then with the ult, spotted.
Yeah. I really like the wordplay there. They're very honest. I like that because you're right. It's very easy to read. It's very straightforward. You see him rolling, he's going to try to hit someone. You see a Ruby. I guess Ruby is a bit more multidimensional because he has Flicker, but that's it, right? I mean, like Flicker, Conceal, etc. But there's just so many more answers for Aura Fire to disengage, to even utilize the tools that EVO's Legends have. And I think it's a bit too one-dimensional for the front-to-back aspect, right? It was just front-to-back. If this doesn't work, we're done. And it didn't work.
So it's basically Aura Fire's issue from the first game, the lack of tools, you can say. So whoever has more tools.
You need tools, man. I mean, what can I say? If you want to fix something, you need tools. If you want to win something, just a hammer?
Maybe a nail.
Screwdriver.
Nail is in Geek Fam.
True.
Man, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break before we get into the finale of this match. And with that being said, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere for more Mobile Legends action.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back from that short break. Again, we are at the precipice of seeing the conclusion to this match between Evo's Legends as well as Aura Faya. And of course, on the caster desk, it's still me, Eternal, alongside with Goni. And that one.
Mercs.
You call him Mercs now?
I always call him Mercs.
He's been calling me Mercs since season 7.
Mercs.
All right,
I've been
Frederick.
calling him Albert.
Why though?
All right, Frederick. But if you guys missed it, this is back to a 1v1 best of 1 from a best of 3. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but that's where we are right now, with Evo's Legends picking up that first game, Aura Fire striking back, and now it gets even more intense. A lot of things that both of these teams need to prove, with Fluffy going against their ex-teammate, with the words coming out from Kabuki, as well as Aran, and this battle of who is better on the Samsung Galaxy Z Flips and the Z Fold. Let's not forget that, because man, the Z Fold, I still don't know how to choose between them, because the Z Fold, it boasts an immersive 7.6-inch AMOLED Dynamic 2x main screen and is equipped with the latest chipset 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen for 2 Galaxy, delivering incredible smooth performance for gaming, watching, and working all at once, and not to mention that battery capacity of 4,000 mAh. But on the other side,
That's on the other side, you got the Flip 5.
Exactly.
Z Flip 5.
Walk us through the specs for that one.
Larger cover screen,
Okay.
that's 2.7 times bigger than the previous version. Perfect for capturing the best selfies. Stylish design, aesthetic, fits comfortably in your hand, and has no gap in the folding hinge. So what are you waiting for? Pre-order the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 now, or Z Flip. Just link in the description or check it out, samsung.com/ID. Installment available. 2 years of screen protection, check. 1 year Samsung Care Plus, check. TNC apply. Get ready for the ultimate gaming adventure. Join the Flip side, check.
Check. I love the checks Igani does. I
So
love
many
the checks.
checks.
So many checks because it's a
Check,
W
check.
phone. It's a W product, Eternal. Where can I buy this W product?
All you need to do is check out the website samsung.com/ID.
Ouch.
For more information.
Final slash.
I think I gotta go there as well to finally decide which one I want.
The final slash ID. I like that. I like that reference, Gani. It's a very nerdy reference, but yes. That's what we want right now. And people around the world have been waiting for that final slash. Did you get it early?
Around the world.
Around the world.
Huh?
Around the world.
Around.
Why do people around the world?
Around
Oh!
the world.
She's a bit slow. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Because Aran Aura Fire, right?
No. Aran is
No?
on Geek Fan.
I'm so confused right now.
All right, we'll have to move on. Eternal, you figure this out. She's going to understand it later when she gets home.
Hopefully.
Let's move on to game 3. Hopefully next week.
Okay. Well, anyway, back into what we saw from game number 2.
Yes.
We saw that there were adaptations being made. The fact that, Arlet was being picked up a little bit more just engage
Flex
or
as
a
well.
fire. Sure, flex, but at the end of the day, it was the engage that they were looking for, right? For Aura Fire, which they severely lacked in game number 1. And they had a different game plan going on. They were banking on the Novaria as well to give them vision that they severely lacked as well from game number 2, seeing the playstyle from Aran.
Indeed. And in game 3, what are the adjustments from both teams, right? Because EVO's Legends in that game, we thought that Kabuki on that carry can be vulnerable, especially if we're talking about the early game, can be juicy target. But no. The Novaria last pick, I feel like they made it work with the vision, the walking magic sentry was able to caught EVO's Legends out.
Exactly. So the last pick for Evos, it was Ruby. Was that effective or not?
I don't really think so. I think that Ruby pick was a bit of a... I think it makes sense with the synergy of the team, but I think it made... Well, it was okay as well up against the opposing team, but that Novaria for the Novaria last pick, I think, was just too much of a force to deal with the Ruby, right? The Ruby does really well in ambushes. When you don't really see the Ruby coming, that's when she strikes. And you always see it coming with the Magic Sentry, the walking Magic Sentry, like you mentioned, Gani, that astral echo that just echoed throughout the Land of Dawn.
Man, patterns, right? Game 1, red side. wins the game. Second game, Aura Fire red side also. They won that game. Third game, will it be another red side win?
Ooh, I mean, patterns were made to be broken.
Ouch.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase here, Kaja Kadita banned out. Paquito taken off the board as well. A very similar style here. But are they going to prioritize perhaps a Yves ban once again here for the side of Aura Fire?
Maybe. Yves was banned in the first game and the second. But now will it survive? Aura Fire, what are they cooking?
I think it's a bit too risky to leave the Yves open. Something so stable in the hands of someone like Aura, Sin. I think the big problem of the Farsa was because there was no real sustain when you pop in the Feather Airstrike, right? The Yves is basically an answer to that. That's the sustain that you need in these skirmishes. Evo's Legends can try to leave it open here to try to force Aura Fire to go for the first pick Beatrix. But now, remember, the whole consensus that Beatrix is the secret ingredient to Aura Fire's victory, it's no longer the real answer. Now they can even go for something like a carry, and Aura Fire knows that. They want to go for the first pick Beatrix, it seems, maybe. And so they ban out the Yves.
A good ban here. They are trying to stabilize here with that Yves ban. Asking the question, are you going to ban out the Valentina or the Beatrix?
Oh, Beatrix first ban?
I mean, they first picked it in that second game. They know how expensive Beatrix is on Aura. Seems like they're discussing it.
If it's not the Beatrix, do you think the Fredrin can be banned down here too? You know, Van, he found success on that Fredrin, was able to sustain and was able to secure a lot of the neutral objectives through that Fredrin. Like, really good farming and good execution. But it's the Arlet. I like this, double value, right? Because when the Arlet gets picked up for Aura, you don't know where it's gonna go.
And the fact is, it's peculiar. We haven't seen an Arlet being banned on the first phase for a very long time. Super respect coming in from the side of Evo's Legends. Aura Fire, they go for the Fredrin flex pick, or maybe it's just for Van in particular because of the way that he was able to find success, like you mentioned earlier on. And now Evo's, they're free to pick up the Valentina as well as the Beatrix if they want to. But they don't. They go for Beatrix and Angela instead. All the combos. There's so many. There's Ling, there's Boxia as well. That's going to be an issue that Aura can counter if they pick up the Esmeralda like they did before.
See, but if you get baited into picking up the Esmeralda early here, then it gives Evo's Legends much more prio to try to deal with it. So the Valentina and the Uranus gets picked up. Oh, Aran's going back to his signature play style. It's the stay in one island lane. It's just one lane, one man, Aran.
To add to the Angela pick, right? It's a flex pick. Yeah, will it go to the roam? It's possible. Going to the hands of Pride as well. So it adds more depth to the composition that they have. Now, they might secure a, I don't know, I feel like they should secure a hero for Fluffy here. But no, they went all in. Another sustainable unit. Baksha in the series
0%.
3 times and 0%.
But this is Boxia Angela now.
True.
So a lot more sustain.
So they might ban the carry. No. Okay, Navaria.
I think so. I think the Navaria ban comes through here. They go for it. So now both the heroes that Hai has been able to find success on is gone. It's taken out. No Navaria, no Arlet. Next in the banning list would, I think, just be the carry, right? I think the Brody would be much more okay here. It's, do they want to go for the Claude ban or the carry ban? Which is actually more of a threat? Looking at the way that Aura were able to win last game, I think the carry presents a greater threat than the Claude.
I agree, especially if this drags into the late game like it did before. I mean, a 33-minute game, that's what was able to be achieved. Aura, they go for the Franco takeaway, maybe signaling that this Angela could actually be for Pride. I don't know, I feel like it's a waste for Pride.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Pride, he likes the bursty mages.
But I think it would be even more of a waste for Van Strong, a guy who needs to go for these initiators to set up for the team. It's a big move where whatever they decide, they're gonna have to leave someone commit onto Angela on one of these playmakers, man, whether it's Krite or whether it's Van Strong, but the forehand does come through. Wow. Never seen the high pull off the floor before, but maybe they've seen this in scrims. And with the Edith taken away, do you still think Van Strong should get a playmaking roamer?
So what's left? Kaja, Edith, Angela. Okay, we have Kufra. Franco's been banned out. What else does Van Strong play? If it is for Krite.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at it, it should just go to the roam position, I think. Yeah. They've banned out so many Aura Fire, and now they're leaving it open for Krite. So Krite can still go for something like a Farsa, technically.
Yeah.
But there's no real backline yet, and there's, to be honest, a very good amount of die from Aura Fire, like even the Uranus here. So they go for Terizla first. Okay, they're still hiding that flex pick all the way to the very end.
Which I feel like it's a good approach, right? They understand, they use the flex, they want to see what Aura Fire picks first as well. Aura Fire, what do they need here, right? They need DPS, and I feel like either, yeah, I mean, the Claude doesn't really do well here, especially if we're talking about today. But what is a good option? Harith? Does Harith work here?
Not for Kabuki.
Yeah, it should work in theory, but I don't really mind the Claude.
Okay.
I think Claude had a really good time, and Claude was able to pick up the Purify to juke away from the Terizla.
Harith Atlas, like Onyx did?
They don't have enough physical damage to pull off the Harith either. I don't think it's going to be a good Harith pick this game.
What?
Selena. First time in MPL Indonesia Season 12. We mentioned that he likes the poking damage heroes, the roamers. So it's usually Arlet or Novaria, but when these two are banned out, then you get things like this, the Selena roam. We saw this in a previous tournament, even in the grand finals against Bigatron Alpha of Hero, the Hero tournament. And now with Carry, honestly, it's pretty good for the single target, but this will have to, this is a big pick. This is a very risky pick. It's high risk, high reward.
It's a bold pick indeed. But I don't know, I low-key dislike the Selena pick here at the stage. They can add another tanky hero. Kufra, go. But no. It's going to be, they're banking on the damage.
Oh, I kind of like it though, right? Selena is not necessarily dependent on that level 4, so that early game is going to be really tough for Evos. And plus, it's paired with a Valentina.
It's all about comfort. It's all about prio. So for comfort, I think Aura Fire have gotten a pretty comfortable draft. They know and they enjoy all the heroes that they have picked up. But again, does it work in the highest level here up against Evo's Legends? A very good Evo's Legends with a WCG trio here today. Oh, this is a tough one to say, especially considering there's so much mobility, so much sustain. Will there even be enough burst from the Selena in the mid game? Early game, no doubt.
Yeah, that is my concern as well, and perhaps the Selena can add more vision, right, with the traps. So if they can really utilize that, perhaps they can have an edge.
There's definitely potential in the draft here for Aura Fire. It's risky, but it's high reward. Let's see if it's gonna pay off. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion, the finale to both of these teams. Who is going to come out on top? Is it gonna be Aura Fire or Evo's Legends?
Let's see, let's get it.
Oh man, both of the junglers starting an orange buff here. Obviously, Fredrin's gonna have a better time at clearing that out for a bit, but again, let's take a look at the emblems here. And what always draws me to Sutsujin is his very interesting emblems. He always goes for the emblems that are not really, standard. He always goes for Lethal Ignition, even for Ling, and usually for heroes like even the Fredrin. I think he was one of the first to go for the Quantum Charge, and now even Impure Rage. When Van and most of the other Bakshias go for the tanky options, seems like for Sutsujin, it's still Impure Rage. You have, it's pretty interesting, but what just happened?
Selena just happened, right? I mean, a good catch there. And Van Strong needs to bite the dust. First blood, forward side of Aura Fire.
And this is exactly what the Selena was built for, that pickoff. And even despite that potential, that kill pressure coming in, Pride goes in once again for a very damage-based, very aggressive emblem and talent choice. Again, with the Weapon Master as well as the Inspire. No tenacity, no agility either.
This pickoff combo is going to be very scary for EVOs if they keep on getting picked off like this. Yo, High is pretty accurate. Even earlier, that was just out of range, and it would have actually connected onto Van Strong. And he's a very, very vulnerable target. It's a lethal ignition for High. Looking at the other emblems for High, I want to check it out as well. He went for Weapon Mastery and Rupture, so there's going to be a lot of damage from this guy.
Good penalty zone on towards Van. No clear follow-up though. Both junglers just hovering around. Bracel's Wrath and Retribution will find the first neutral objective of the game. Good take.
I feel like the penalty zone earlier on was used a little prematurely. If they really wanted to go for the contest on the turtle, then he should have done it right before that perfect timing, right? To deny that Retribution, but High just really having fun.
Oh, take a look at the combination here in Bruce fashion, but oh, it's a forward feed too.
Similar to what we saw earlier on. It was actually Gyo Joshua who was Aura Fire as well beforehand. I like the courage coming in from Aura Fire. I like their drafts. It has potential. Sure, that window of opportunity is slim, especially for Aura Fire here in the early game, but like you mentioned earlier on, Miracle, Weapon Master on a Selena. Right? We understand that the Selena falls off dearly in that mid towards that late game, and they're trying to change things, give a little bit more opportunity in the late game by using Weapon Master and just banking on the damage.
I agree, it does give him more presence in the late game, but I think it's still going to be him falling off. I think it's more so for the mid game here. When he gets the item Power Spike, he's going to have one-shot power. He's going to have one-tap power. So the burst is definitely going to be even bigger of a threat to Evo Sledges now with the Weapon Mastery.
Oh, let's see, indeed. Seems like both teams rotating towards the bot. Good shield unity. Zin caught off guard there with the puppet string as well. Sisajin finding the kill right now. With the help of Hallguard, will be able to reposition himself. See, no Feather Airstrike, there you go. Feather Airstrike will be popped. Van will be taken out by Van Strong. Ouch.
Beautiful, beautiful control from EVO's Legends. Just really taking it back into their own hands, picking up the tempo with 2 kills on the board. They should have the numbers advantage if they want to go for more just presence on the map. It looks like Sutsujin are going to be focused on his own buff first before he even thinks about going for that engage onto the neutral objective. Turtle.
He needs to. He's 1 level down. Now he's finally caught up with Van, but still, it's a lead for Aura Fire nonetheless. Remember though, for Aura Fire, it's kind of the same thing that's happening in game number 2. For Aura, they need to just weather out the storm. They just need to wait for Kabuki to get through that item Power Spike. For EVOs, there's much more pressure on them to control the early game. And if this continues, Aura Fire will have a very similar game to game number 2. EVOs need to find an opening some way, maybe through ganks in the side lane, because if that doesn't happen...
Oh, good taunt. Pride was even confident that he will be able to get out. Take a look at Uranus though. Okay, I thought Uranus was going to flank, but no.
Yeah, not just yet. Audience prediction though, but the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5, very close between both of these teams. Very different to what we saw earlier on, but here it is, the Power Spike coming in for Bronze. Picking up that BOD. I wonder how far Kabuki is in with those items, because remember last game it was Kabuki having a slight gold lead in comparison to the Beatrix.
He's doing really well now as well. He's already on the way to that golden staff. Soon he's gonna get that golden staff, and I think he will have a similar start, or maybe even a better start compared to last game. So that item Power Spike is gonna come quick, and Sutsujin, yeah, he's not really gonna have a fun time in the front if he gets picked off. This carry will do so much. I think what helps EVO's Legends is that hard guard to get him a bit more sustain. But now even Van is putting some pressure on Fluffy.
Nope. 4 members rotating. Penalty zone on towards Kabuki. But take a look at the backup. Forcing Fluffy to use the flicker. I don't know if he will survive or not, but take a look at Sutsujin in the backside. Finding Kabuki. Let's see here. Combined with the hard guard. Wasn't enough. Fluffy gets taken out. So Sujin and Angela now caught. Oh, that's not a good sign. Aura of Fire. Oh, they will not pull the trigger. No more resources, it seems like.
But that was wasted, right? Evil's Legends, they couldn't get that pick onto Kabuki, which is what the point of the hard guard and Sutsujin was for. And it was taken away from them. Sure, Kabuki wasted a flicker, but in the grand scheme of things, getting a pick plus a tower in that top lane is super value.
Oh, Van Strong might be caught, forced to use the flicker.
Oh.
Good catch by the arrow. And it seems like penalty zone will be popped as well. Van will be taken out pre-turtle.
That'll give a free turtle. It's going to be conceded over. And this is the time for Evo's Legends to secure and to control the game. The mid-game power spike is hit mainly for Brands. He has that BOD, and he's building up to a Melphic Roar.
All the while here, no, I was wondering, right? Because Iran still giving the space, building it for Aura Fire, being able to get another turret in the bottom lane. The trade back, once again, is insane by this man.
Ooh, gold difference by Ube S Gold right now. Kabuki's actually behind of Brands, but he's still going to hit that power spike quite quick. Iran going to be engaged on.
No, penalty zone all in here. Take a look, Iran taking out Van. Oh, this might be a mistake. No, Van is still able to escape. Take a look at the mid side though. Already Aura Fire occupying that mid, trying to give pressure. And yeah, finding compensation, no? Okay, good Nimbus Passion to clear. Van now isolated. Will he be able to escape? Seems like yes.
Yeah, there are no more. Oh.
What's off-camera kill? Kabuki caught by Sutsujin.
And just like that, Evo's Legends have taken control of the game. Even Van in the bottom lane was forced back around, and Sutsujin will be able to claim the purple buff because of that. And now that Evo's Legends have room to make plays with the mobility that they have on the map with Baxia, the Shield Unity, it's going to favor Evo's Legends in these even objective battles, not even neutral objective battles. So Aura Fire will somehow need to look for a cheeky little pick from time to time, but I don't think this arrow has been too reliable. It's been hitting mostly to the frontliners.
Oh, penalty zone combined with Beatrix. Oh, the Beatrix Passion popped. Brands finding the kill. Occupying mid. Sutsujin trying to zone the members of Aura away as they will try to take down the mid tier 1. They did it.
They did it, but they did it for a trade, right? Once again, Iran getting another tower there on the top side, getting a little bit more pressure in that lane. Now he's cutting that mid side to give his teammates a little bit more space. Evo's Legends, sure, there's presence in Sutsujin, but for how long, right? Kabuki now, he's really catching up to that power spike as well. Let's take a look at the EXP levels for both of these junglers. Van level 11, Sutsujin level 12. So now Aura Fire, they need to get creative in this.
Vision is power for both these teams, and they know where high is. That's why they've been evading from these abyssal arrows quite easily. And as long as this is a fact, this is true for Evo's Legends, then they will not be threatened.
Penalty zone. Let's see. In the backside though, there's a trap for Krites. Nimbus Passion hitting the bush only. But it seems like no casualties for now. Fluffy made it out, Iran. Very low cost of concentration. Brands with the flicker play. Finds and secure the kill.
It's huge. That's Arana taken out right before this. But wait a second. Evo's Legends. It doesn't look like they're going to just blitz it. It's still a dance for the Lord.
They're taking their time. There's no real need to go for a 50-50, especially when they have one member fully down right now. They can just continuously poke down on Van and use Van Strong up top.
Good penalty zone on towards Kabuki. Top side pushed as well. Hard guard! Oh, Kabuki caught here. Immobilized, but not enough damage. Van in the front side here. 1v5 practically. Very low, gets a stun, gets taken out. And that's a huge green light for Evo's Legends to go at it at the Lord. Good arrow, but it mounts to nothing.
Absolutely beautiful, clinical play from Evo's Legends. The way they were able to just again, maneuver around these abyssal arrows and play around these abyssal arrows despite it hitting to core members. It was all good for EVO's Legends. And Sutsujin, a classic move from him. Whenever you give Sutsujin an inch, he takes a mile. You give him a lord, he takes your purple buff as well. And now with a 900 gold lead on this Baksha, he is online. There's a Haas Claws being built. He's going to completely ignore the Wind of Nature. Brand secures the Haas Claws, and now this is a big problem for Aura Fire. Brands can melt the front line and cannot be melted down.
Ow! SOS, somebody come save Zen. And now EVO's Legends will go again. Nibiru's Passion just to poke. Base turret still up for the side of EVO's Legends, but then they will lose all the tier 2s.
It's difficult, right? In these team fights, Fluffy has been just doing a spectacular job at making Kabuki busy. He doesn't necessarily have to take him down, just get him low enough. Let's see, there we go.
Empty zone again. Deja vu as game 1, and Van will fall. EVO's Legends walking with the Lord now, looking for that base turret in the mid lane. Kabuki trying to clear the Lord. Will he be able to do it? It seems like for now, EVO's Legends' agenda will just be the base turrets.
And now Kabuki's actually picked up the DHS, so he has a little bit more say in the damage. As once again, this mid lane is still pushing in. Iran trying to do his best to just absorb all that damage here.
Base turret now. Again, the agenda of EVO's Legends. All base turrets now taken out. EVO's Legends, full offense, Aura Fire, full defense. No one hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. He's looking for opening high. Flanking, does not get it.
Fluffy has his ultimate though, so I think they're waiting on that right now.
Okay, Feather Airstrike. Not cancelled though, the taunt comes in. Brands finds the kill, Iran gets taken out as well. As EVO's Legends, Fluffy has the final say. As Aura Fire lost to EVO's Legends.
The White Tigers walk into the Dragon's Den and walk out as victors with a dragon head in hand. And that is a huge statement from EVO's. And it must be painful for Aura Fire to lose to Fluffy.
Not to EVO's, to Fluffy.
To Fluffy.
Though you can say it's Fluffy, you can say it's Aran, I think in game number 3. I think it was Brands. You gotta give props to Brands. The way he was able to play, he's been Mr. Bombastic in the bad way for a lot of different moments for a long time now, but I think Brands pulled his weight, more than his weight. He was a menace in the last game.
The shakes, the handshakes rather, the sportsmanship. Fluffy.
Amazing, amazing performance.
Very
Brands
good.
played well. I feel like Krite did his job as well. Fluffy was also really good at shutting the damage coming out from Kabuki too.
I agree, but that Selena pick, man.
That Selena pick was way too much, I think. And honestly, not just the Selena pick, even the Uranus pick there, it was fast, it was quick, and instantly there was a Baksha pick to negate that. And because of the Baksha pick and the Beatrix, that Uranus just became a non-factor, I would say, right? Because it doesn't matter how much farm you have, it doesn't matter how many items you have in the game. As long as there's a Baksha there, the Dominus Ice effect, the anti-regen will just be placed down onto you. And with a Beatrix who has found that mid-game power spike so early into the game and instantly was able to find a snowball right after getting the first BOD, I think he won a team fight where Brands got two kills, I believe. And then it transitioned over. The Melfic Roar, the Hunter Strike, and the Meltdown. Full penetration. The XP lane battle proves that Fluffy is more ferocious than Aran. The Terizla being the main answer for Fluffy.
Definitely. Over and over, time and time again, Fluffy. The impact that this guy had.
He ain't fluffy, that's for sure. He ain't soft.
No, he ain't. Definitely not. And it's crazy. Back in Aura Fire, we saw that he was one of the anchors as well to the gameplay, moving into a completely new team an EVO's legends that continuously shift rosters, he's still able to remain consistent and he's still able to remain on the same page despite all the roster changes, right? WCG roster EVOs,
Yeah.
Taz EVOs, and it doesn't matter to him.
Nope.
He's still able to perform at that level.
Doesn't change anything. It seems like, again, for the WCG trio, they're a menace.
They are. Let's hear what they have to say about that match, especially for Fluffy. And with that being said, let's throw it over to our host, Bude Kelara Mongstar. Take it away.
EVO's Legend, mereka menjawab tantangan dari Aura Fire dan inilah dia 2-1 match penutupan yang begitu indah untuk sang macan. Congratulations, penutupan match yang begitu mendebarkan. Gimana buat kalian match penutupan di minggu ini? Mau langsung aja nih ditanyain yang mau ditanyain.
Cukup senang sih, senang match hari ini. Lumayan ngelawan lah.
Lumayan ngelawan. Ketemu sama Aura Fire, Fluffy pegang mic-nya. Fluffy ketemu Aura Fire di MPL, bisa dibilang untuk kali pertama juga. Bagaimana rasanya melawan mantan?
Gak tahu.
Kangen nggak sih sama mereka?
Apa?
Kangen. Kangen tapi gimana rasanya sebagai, biasanya kamu berjuang sama mereka, kali ini kamu harus melawan mereka, Fluffy.
Biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja sih
Iya,
ya.
gak ada apa-apa.
Tapi kamu terbakar nggak sih ketika melihat sekarang EXP lane-nya diisi oleh Aran juga, dan Aran ingin juga nih untuk membuktikan diri dan ingin melawan kamu juga. Bagaimana kamu melihat Aran di match tadi, Fluffy, dan mungkin untuk 2 match belakangan ini juga?
Gak tahu.
Aran di Aura Fire gimana, Fluffy?
Gak ngerti sih.
Tapi kalau Aran gimana? Mainnya Aran gimana?
Jago.
Sama Fluffy jagoan siapa?
Jagoan dia.
Tapi Fluffy yang menang.
Ya nggak tahu.
Nggak tahu. Susah ya. Tapi menarik ya. Tadi ada momen apa nggak yang Fluffy paling ingat? Di game manapun boleh. Momen yang paling kamu ingat deh. Atau kesan apa di match ini untuk Fluffy?
Gak tahu, Kak.
Gak tahu. Ada yang bisa kasih tahu Bude nggak? Fluffy gimana sih tadi di in-game? Pansong ada bisa kasih tahu nggak Fluffy? Ada sesuatu nggak?
Tadi sih Fluffy on fire banget sih Fluffy.
On fire. Tetap ada fire-nya di Fluffy ya. Panas. Tapi kita ngeliat juga ya, Fun Strong. Kali ini kayaknya tugas Rom di MPL Indonesia season 12 lumayan dagdikdukser, apalagi dengan hero pool yang kayaknya makin banyak untuk hero Rom ya. Selena muncul. Kemarin ada Saber, Edith pun juga bermain. Banyak sekali hero saat ini di Rom. Kamu ngeliat Rom sekarang gimana sih?
Ya sekarang lebih seru sih soalnya hero-nya lebih beragam. Jadi kayak gameplaynya banyak lah. Jadi kayak gamenya nggak bosen gitu, seru lah.
Seru ya, kalau dengan hero-hero yang, apakah ini semua hero dari Rom bisa kembali lagi nih di season 12 menurut Fun Strong? Semua hero kayak tadi Selena dan ada Saber juga.
Ya bisa, tergantung power dari setiap tim.
Tergantung power dari setiap tim. Menarik ya. Dan menariknya lagi pastinya, siapakah player yang akan menjadi player of the match? 2-1, game yang cukup intens apalagi di game pertama 30 menit. Siapa kira-kira EVOS fans? Wait, Brans? Fluffy, siapa lagi? Brans. Ada yang ayang? Ayangnya siapa ini? Banyak sekali ya. Ramai banget. Ayo kita cek bersama-sama siapakah player of the match dari EVOS Legends. Let's go. Dan, wow. Fluffy. Coba Fluffy kasih tips dong jadi strongest EXP lane. Kalau kata TZ, salah satu EXP yang kuat. Apa rahasianya jadi EXP lane yang kuat? Selain nggak tahu.
Ya sering sholat aja dah.
Sering sholat aja.
Ya.
Lalu?
Mainnya jangan ngawur aja udah, intinya itu.
Mainnya jangan aur-auran, jangan ngawur ya?
Iya, kalau jadi EXP lane yang bagus jangan ngawur.
Wah.
Sering sholat.
Oke. Tipsnya sudah di notes ya di sini dari Best Excellent kata TZ ya, Coach TZ salah satu. Dan kalau ngeliat juga tadi kita bisa ngeliat Brans, mainmu tuh semuanya berteriak, Brans, gila banget, semuanya bersorak-sorai Brans. Bagaimana kamu di match kali ini Brans?
Ya main kayak biasa aja, kayak kemarin-kemarin, enjoy.
Enjoy main kayak kemarin-kemarin. Dan kalau ngelihat dari, mungkin banyak yang bilang ini kan berganti-ganti partnermu juga. Dari 3 member ada yang digantikan, lalu ada yang baru. Gimana untuk menyesuaikan diri secara cepat Brans?
Ya kayak biasa aja sih kita latihan sehari-harinya kayak biasa, ya cuman adaptasi aja. Tapi itu bisalah kita cepet.
Berarti ini apakah udah full power dari EVOS Legend?
Masih bisa lebih maksimal lagi.
Masih bisa lebih maksimal lagi. Mengerikan, sang macan mengaung. Kalau dari Susujin. Susujin, jungler sekarang tuh lagi pada sadis-sadis banget kayaknya ya. Untuk pertarungan Retribution khususnya. Kalau Susujin melihat sekarang pertarungan Retribution untuk para jungler di MPL gimana sih Susujin?
Susah sih pada jago-jago.
Pada jago-jago ya? Gimana sih biar jago di jungle Susujin?
Jago apanya?
Biar bisa jago jadi jungler gitu menurut Susujin.
Gak tahu sih main-main aja.
Main-main aja ya? Sehari kamu main berapa jam Susujin?
12 jam kali.
12 jam, dedikasi yang luar biasa ya. Tapi hari ini adalah match penutupan untuk EVOS Legend. Bisa diceritain nggak ketika mungkin perjalanan ke sini, apa yang kalian mungkin diskusikan sedikit nih untuk melawan Aura Fire?
Yang didiskusiin paling strategi dari coach.
Strategi dari coach?
Ya.
Apakah harus ada yang diantisipasi atau di lock dari Aura Fire?
Aran paling jago banget.
Aran, jago banget ya. Dan kalian pun mengakui Aran jago.
Ya.
Cukup kesulitan apalagi di game pertama 30 menit. Gimana kalian melalui 30 menit itu Susujin?
Stay fokus aja.
Stay fokus. Rahasia stay fokus mungkin Krit bisa kasih tahu ya. Krit, gimana biar stay fokus apalagi mid lane dari EVOS Legend. Gimana untuk stay fokus? Di 3 game yang sangat panjang.
Ya stay fokusnya jangan.
Wait. Lihat kekuatan mid lane dari EVOS Legend mengemparkan MPL Arena.
Ya stay fokusnya jangan pecah fokus lah intinya. Soalnya sekali pecah kan ini game cepet kan. Jadi pecah sekali bisa kebalik momennya.
Pecah sekali aja jadi stay fokus itu kunci dari EVOS Legend. Dan kesannya untuk bertemu Aura Fire hari ini gimana Kate?
Kesannya senang sih lawan tim-tim kuat kan. Semua tim sekarang MPL kuat-kuat jadi seru gamenya.
Jadi seru gamenya, semuanya kuat.
Ya.
EVOS Legend percaya diri untuk minggu keempat dan selanjutnya?
Ya harus percaya diri.
Harus percaya diri. Ada ini nggak? Mungkin ingin di posisi berapa dari EVOS Legend sampai klasemen terakhirnya di minggu terakhir?
Ingin upper bracket aja sih.
Ingin upper bracket.
Ya.
Dan mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk EVOS Fans dan juga yang ada di rumah. Siapa yang ingin menyampaikan sesuatu kah? Pansel ada yang mau disampaikan? Mungkin yang di Surabaya, arek-arek Surabaya.
Ya untuk EVOS Fans terima kasih udah dukung kita. Kita bakal lakuin terbaik untuk improve terus. Makasih guys sudah datang untuk support kita, makasih.
Yang di Surabaya nggak disalam-salamin?
Ya buat EVOS Fans Surabaya sama keluarga, makasih ya udah dukung terus.
Makasih udah dukung terus semuanya. Sekali lagi penutupan match dan minggu yang sangat epic dan bahkan mythical untuk kita semua di minggu yang ketiga MPL Indonesia Season 12. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan untuk EVOS Legend. Dan penutupan game ini akan langsung dibedah juga oleh para caster. Jadi silahkan dan monggo.
Wow.
Congratulations once again to EVOS Legends for winning the final game of week number 3 against Aura Fire in a bloody 2-1 battle.
It was.
And I thought that we'd expect a little bit more from Fluffy in that interview, but he was very calm, he was very collected.
Very humble.
He's so humble.
I think the whole EVOS Legends.
They're all very humble.
You know what they say, man. Stay humble if you don't want hate, right? Iran took the opposite approach. I think I like him better. Personality strikes me differently. That's all.
Me too. I mean, I think for all of us,
I like maybe spiciness.
Yeah, that's why we miss Alter Ego, I think.
They're also 0-5. Maybe you're right. Maybe don't be good on the mic because then you start losing.
Well, either way, the player of the match, congratulations. It was a Fluffy by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, Z Flip 5, Terizla. Just really a power hero for him at this point. He can play make on it because in game number 2, he was given the Edith. Sure, we saw that he had impact. He was able to 1v1 Kabuki, but in the grand scheme of things, the utility that we are accustomed to from Fluffy with the penalty zone knockups and so on and so forth, and a lot of these trades, it was very expensive.
I think he made, I honestly feel like on the Terizla, he understood. Sanford, oh. I don't know, because I would say it's different, right? It's a different style to Sanford. Sanford is kind of a carry Terizla. This man is a utility Terizla for the most part. I think even in the first game when he won, it was 15 assists, 115 or something like that. It was a crazy stat line, but not in terms of kills. Just with those assists, it's about him setting up and opening it up. He does everything that you should do as an XP laner, but more. But it's not as in like the carry route, it's the enabling route. He isolates Van right here, he creates the opportunity for everyone to just deal damage, he stays as a frontliner, and these penalty zones from him were just absolutely phenomenal. He just has a way of finding people in the penalty zones properly. And even here, you don't get to see it earlier, but he took so much damage before. That's why he recalled, and he stayed alive every single time here as well. You can see that, well, not in this particular play. There you go. The penalty zone was always used it's an opener to leave that back line. It's always Fluffy who facilitates and Evo's just eat it up.
He's a walking jump scare.
It's a walking jump scare.
Walking jump scare.
It's like, whoa, it's Fluffy. I'm dead.
Not a good name for a jump scare player, but yes, I agree.
I don't think you've played a lot of horror games.
Fluffy?
FNAF. They're fluffy.
That's not a
scary
game. You know what's scary?
What?
The itemization.
It is.
For Fluffy.
What is that?
It's full tank items. Oh my god! As you know, Mirko, who hates tank items.
Yikes.
It's crazy that he does that much damage with tank items. So I gotta give him props, man. I mean, again, he knew exactly what he was going for. He went for Dominance Ice, he went for Radiant Armor, just soak in more damage, but that immortality, my guy. He knew he was gonna die. He knew it was just the opening. He knew he was just the start to the greatness that is EVOS Legends' team fight. So, whatever. I'll go in, I'll die.
It makes sense, right? And Selena, 101, sure.
You know, okay, you're throwing shade on the Selena pick. I agree that it was a bad pick into this composition, but let's say that it was flipped and Aura Fire had something like the Farsa who could burst it down. Because the problem is, Valentina, it's hard to get into the position where you're able to deal the damage after to follow up on...
There's no synergy,
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly,
right? Because if you were on the Farsa, even though you're far, you just open up your Feather Airstrike and you're able to follow up on that initial play from high. But we saw, even though, like Mirko mentioned in game, even though High was able to get those arrows on, there's no follow-up. Because who could follow up on that? They didn't have range. Kabuki, no range. Valentina, no range.
Uranus can burst.
You're right. I think there was just too many frontliners. I think that was the main problem for Aura Fire, right? They picked up the Selena against a lineup with so many frontliners. And with so many frontliners, it's only natural that your backliner becomes a big problem. Who's going to get to Brands? I think no one was really able to touch Brands in the back. And that really shows here 92% kill participation as a gold laner. 68,000 damage though, this Beatrix, 864 gold per minute. Brandon's been getting a lot of hate, man. He's been Mr. Bombastic in the wrong side, but now he's Mr. Bombastic in a good way. He's bombastic because he makes the plays happen. He deals bombastic damage. Explosive damage, especially when he goes for that Bennett's Rage because his accuracy was great. But Iran, staying true to character, by the way, is still at the worst KP in MPL Indonesia. That's not where his strengths lie, but hey, it's still a stat. The Uranus was useless this game. We gotta be honest, right? I think he will learn from this definitely, though. It is still his first loss in MPL Indonesia. This is his third match, but yeah, that game, the Uranus did nothing. Couldn't do anything as well.
Tough.
It was tough. It was tough indeed. And also, to add to your point about the Selena pick, right? I think that's why the Farsa pick was happened. The last pick Farsa, right? Because they know, you know what? You picked up Selena. It's a counter to me. It's a counter to Farsa. But then again, you're right. You have no range.
And frontline, there's so much frontline. Who's gonna? Like, everybody's gonna eat that up. And even if it hit the Farsa, Purify.
Yeah, exactly. That Purify will come into clutch as well. So a very good understanding. And that's why I feel like EVOS Legends from the draft already have an edge.
I agree. It was also really good to counter the carry as well, right? The Kabuki. There were a lot of moments where he was able to outplay the dive coming in from Fluffy, but he wasn't able to get out of the damage coming in from the Feather Airstrike. So brilliant to play, but once again, the keys to success is the man you see on your screen here, Fluffy.
The facilitator of EVOS Legends, the new player that a lot of people were thinking, hey, might be just a standard XP, but
whatever, yeah.
Yeah, he has been performing really well. Fluffy creates a lot of momentum that gives advantage for EVOS Legends' team fight. Like we mentioned, he's the facilitator. So if he's able to find some crucial members in the back with that penalty zone flicker that he always aims properly, and always gets the right play to start this team fights off. Discipline, lane management. This is what I want to highlight mainly because a lot of other XP laners have fallen to Aran's macro wave manipulation. But for Fluffy, he's best of both. He's the best of both worlds, right? You can still see him in these team fights, but he can adjust just as well due to maybe his experience throughout playing in MPL Indonesia since season 6, right? The man is a veteran, even though we know him as Fluffy only recently. He was K-Ra back in the day, and you can really show that experience show here. The adjustments he made in Game 1 especially was really impressive. Tarizla in the late game should be 100% outmaneuvered by Paquito. So those movements that he made, this was beautiful. From cutting the waves, trying to match Paquito, all the way to adjusting and saying, you know, I have a base turret here. I'll just go back into the base and play it near my base turret instead of cutting far behind.
And even in like the split-second decisions he makes after he does that, right? When he actually eventually decides to join into the team fight, his initial targeting was always Kabuki.
Yeah.
And then he realized, okay, we've done this a few too many times. We've lost because he was able to bring the Purify. So his next target was Sin. And Sin, because he was on the non-Purify, he was on the Flicker, that's when things started to change in those team fights and just go into the way of EVOS Legends. But here is the standings here for week number 3, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 and Z Flip 5. EVOS Legends crawling back up to 3rd place. Bigatron falling to 4th.
Yeah, and with that win Onyx earlier, solidifying themselves in that 2nd place with 5-2 record, slowly catching to the Kings of Kings.
So it's a very equal league. Once again, we're seeing it. It's going to be really exciting. This is only week 3, and it's already this close. You can see from the aggregate points as well. Dewa United are on the way. Aura Fire just lost. They lost their momentum, but they can obviously just come back here. Even for Geek Fam, winning against RRQ #1. A massive upset, and it goes to show how competitive this season really is.
No one is safe.
No one.
No one is safe below Onyx, right? Because that's when everything is really close, especially with those aggregate points. But this is what we can expect for next week. On Thursday, Alter Ego, Dewa, Aura, Geek. For Friday, Rebellion, Zion, Evos, Bigatron, and Onyx. So for sure, Geek and Aura is a match to watch.
Yes. Even Alter Ego Dewa
is going to stay in the red zone, and who is going to come back on top. It's a very important match. It's a deciding match there.
Battle for top 3 as well, though. EVOS versus BTR.
Onyx versus BTR on Friday. But Saturday, you have EVOS BTR as well. RRQ, the first place, sir. Going up against the last place, sir.
That's going to be brutal.
Wait, how many times does Onyx play next week? Once?
Yeah, I think once against BTR.
Only Friday. Only Friday, you're right.
Yeah.
But it seems like RQ will be playing a lot of games.
1, 2. I don't know about the
No,
Thursday
2
or
games.
Friday.
Okay, but Alter Ego versus Dewa. I want to highlight that because it's Leo Murphy up against his former team.
Ah, you're right.
There's so many of that going on though.
Yeah, a lot of players have been moving back and forth. Season 12 has been the most boom bang bada bing.
There you go. What doesn't move is the fact that Kyrie has been, you know, just a really good Kyrie the carry.
Kyrie the carry.
Currently. And he deserves the player of the week. Congratulations with his statistics, man. I think earlier on he was one of the #1 most kills in the jungle position.
Yep. And again, his consistency is maddening, but
Aran, the rookie of the week. Congratulations to him as well. Again, these stats, why are they there? It doesn't really, it doesn't show the impact of these players. But I guess we can touch on the way that he plays, but we already touched on that.
He's the definition of you don't play MLBB on paper.
You play on your Samsung phone.
You play it on a Samsung Galaxy Z series, absolutely. And you really get to see the brilliance that Aran brings to Aura Fire, especially in the matches against Onyx and BTR. When you watch, when you just see what he does on the map, because the distraction, the space that he creates is absolutely phenomenal. Unfortunately, Evos have finally found a way to move around that and to counter that.
With dancing?
What dancing?
Or making videos?
Making content?
Content? With this?
Like the Larsky?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Arashi as well?
Arashi as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join in the fun here at the venue. Just participate in the TikTok challenge, because for those of you who come to the venue, you can create your own creative content on TikTok about the excitement during the events. You can take photos with players, you can take pictures with even the casters, create some content with the casters. I'm sure everyone is willing to participate here and experience the energy of the supporters and the crowd. The challenge period is from August 3rd to August 20th, so don't miss out. You guys stand a chance to win awesome prizes like the chairs that we're sitting on right now, the best gaming chair in the business, Secret Lab, the best phones in the world. We have the Samsung, and of course, if you guys want more value, there's UBS Gold MPL Edition. So it's a limited edition UBS Gold, and there are other things that you guys can get your hands on, which is various attractive skins. Like maybe for Mirko, he really likes the Nobara still, right? Do you still like the Nobara?
You like the Melissa?
No, just Nobara.
Just Nobara.
I played Melissa. The reason I played Melissa was because I heard a rumor that was going to be that skin. Really, yeah. Well, you know where Aran came from? Aran, this rookie monster? He came from MDL, bro.
Oh.
You know where Albert came from? MDL.
Oh.
Sans MDL.
Oh, who else?
Everyone.
Keyboy even.
Keyboy,
Kyrie
yeah.
from
No.
MDL?
No. Kyrie came from PH.
Unfortunately.
But if you guys want to witness these stars just flourishing, how they were built,
MPL.
how
Super
they
Ken and Saken.
created. Super Ken, Saken. Was Van as well?
Van as well.
Van as well. There you go.
Kimura too.
Kimura too. Even though he's not playing anymore, it's okay, because #esports for everyone. Watch it live on MDL. I think it's available from, what days is MDL? Monday?
Monday to
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Wow.
So 3 days. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday MDL. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday MPL with us.
Every day is
the
MPL.
casters.
Every day is Mobile Legends Day.
Every day is Mobile Legends Day. And we love you all. Thank you so much for tuning in to this week. We still have one more week ahead of us earlier on to get into that final season, to crown that half-season champion. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, MPL ID Season 12. We own this.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa